Developing awareness according to the practice of Luangpor Teean Jita Subho. Watching, not being. Luangpor Khamkhian SUVANNO. Throwing ti mai ben arai. Ben ti pyung matha kong chiwid. Not being anything is the immortal refuge of life. Forward. Ideally, this book should be read in conjunction with the book Normality, a translation of talks by the late Thai master Luangpor Teean Jita Subho. That book contains teachings on how to develop awareness, using movements of the body as the base, as was taught by the Buddha over 2,500 years ago, and recorded in the Discourse on the Foundations of Awareness, the Satipatthana Sutta, the section on Sampajanya. There is also a full biography, and several accounts of experiences in practice by disciples of Luangpor Teean. One of the most outstanding of these disciples is Luangpor Khamkhian, who is still active today. He assures us that, "I'm not lying, I'm not telling stories, and I won't lead you along the wrong path." The present text is a collection of his talks given over the years and recorded, and in some cases published. Luangpor Khamkhian teaches in the style of his own teacher, Luangpor Teean, in emphasizing the establishment of awareness, rather than an inwardly focused concentration. Besides the formal practice, he recommends the use of bodily movements and the movements of the mind in the context of ordinary, everyday living. Putting aside for the moment any views that one may already have about meditation, that one has to make the mind one-pointed, that a certain level of concentration is necessary, or that internal and external movements are hindrances, for example, will allow someone with an open mind and a kind of pioneer spirit, to give this method one's best shot, and see for oneself what awareness is about. Then, one may discover, that one-pointedness is to contact directly, come back and stay with only what exists in the present whatever it is, without any kind of proliferation, that the mind that is firmly established in awareness, every moment of the day, is what samadhi refers to, and that all movements, including movements of the mind, thoughts, feelings etc., can be used to build up more awareness, until it becomes second nature to be aware. Luangpor Khamkhian's teachings are simple, practical, and straightforward. This can be rather challenging and hard to accept for our modern minds that are so used to complexity. Is it really so easy? Well, one might respond, you don't have to create the original mind, which is not identified with anything, do you? The mind is already of the nature to know the present without any distortion, which is purity and peace in itself, but we don't let it shine forth. The way to get into contact, and get familiar, with it is through awareness, because not knowing, the cause of all forms of delusion, cannot remain when there is knowing, awareness. The reader will meet with some repetition, because the talks were given as spontaneous reflections freely offered to a living audience, rather than previously prepared discourses. They are presented as they are with the encouragement that such repetition be understood, as an emphasis on what is important. Some things, one has to hear, read, and above all, practice with many, many times, before one finally catches on. The translator. The magic eye. Let's build up the magic eye. Try putting your hands on your knees, you know where your hands are at this moment. Next turn up your right hand on its side, in a right angle with the thumb on top. You know and see it, don't you? Then lift your right arm up straight, about 30 centimeters. This, you know and see also. Then you put your right hand on your belly button. You know this too. You see this too. Next turn up your left hand, which is still on your left knee, so it is on its side. You know this, don't you? Then lift up your left arm to an appropriate height. You know it again. Then cover your right hand with your left. Again, you know and see. You know and see exactly where your two hands are. Know it directly. Don't know it by focusing on it, know it in a fresh and spontaneous way. Don't close your eyes, cast your eyes not too far away, and don't stoop over too much. Be aware of your hands. After that, raise the right hand a bit above the left one, you again know it. Whenever you move your hands, know it. Have intention and attention to be aware. Then move your right hand out to the side. This you know and see too. Really knowing, really seeing. Next, lower the right hand to the knee, on its side. Again, you know. Then you turn over your hand, so that the palm is on the knee. You know. Know it each time. Then raise your left hand to the chest. Again you know. Move the left hand out to the side. Do you know it? Lower the left hand to the knee. Know and see it again. Overturn the hand on the knee. Really know and see it. Know what's happening with your body, with your hands. Make your hands into signs, physical instruments that produce awareness. Know like this for a long time. Become aware like this for a long time, find ways to know and see all the time. Besides this, you may change the sitting posture into the walking posture to build up awareness. Walk back and forth. The walking distance should be about 11 paces. Know and see, just as with the hand movements. Whenever you take a step, know it, every time, know every step. Don't concentrate. Know each time as a separate movement. It is as if we count 1, 2, 3, but don't count. Don't inwardly repeat right, left. Don't recite any mantras. Just to be aware of the movement is enough. Know it directly. One shouldn't use reasoning or follow feelings of like or dislike. Experience the movement in a pure and spontaneous way. Don't be tense or overly determined. Let the mind be at ease, cheerful and clear. Be diligent to know. Keep finding ways to know, always. Things that can be known really exist. Wherever the hand moves, really know it. This is not knowing through thinking, it is knowing through experience. We build up awareness with intention. Be diligent to know many times, to know a whole day, many days. When you first set out, you might lose awareness sometimes. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Start again. You can know anew. Have you ever been with this knowing for a whole day? If you had time to train yourself to be aware like this for a week, would that be a good thing? So far, in our lives, have we been with awareness or without awareness? We must change the posture with awareness. Don't just change as soon as a thought comes up to change. Beware of thoughts to change the posture, don't let thought guide you. Let yourself be guided by awareness. Find ways to know and see like this more and more. We determine to watch. We know the body. Various conditions may arise that make us lose awareness. Determine to watch the body as it is moving. But there will be things that make us deluded. For example, feelings, painful feelings arise by themselves, they are conditions of the body. We don't go and look for them, they arise by themselves. See them, don't be caught up in them. Don't let there be a self in feelings, they are feelings by themselves. We have the magic eye now, we are the watcher. Now, and we are no more the one who is caught up. Whatever arises, we look. There is no I, in feelings. Watch and see. They are there, they exist by themselves like that. Whatever comes up, we are the watcher. That there is pain and aches is called Vedana, feelings, in Dhamma language. In ordinary language, we call it happiness and suffering. They are there, they exist together with Rupa, the body. This kind of suffering cannot be solved, it can only be diminished. Relate to these conditions in the right way. Don't get caught in them. They are not a self that should be grasped or held onto in any way. This is the magic eye. We see now that things are just like that. That is the way that they exist. Whether one knows or doesn't, that is how they are. It is their nature to be like that. They are conditioned like that. There is not any self. Next, one will see the mind that thinks, without having to look for it. The mind thinks by itself. It stealthily thinks by itself. We see it again. Don't get entangled in thought. Don't look at thought through thought. We possess the magic eye now. We just watch on and see things continuously. Then we return to look at the body. See the body as it is moving this way and that. As we're moving the hands with intention, as we're doing walking meditation, or when we're not moving our hands, when we're in another posture, watch it and see it. Become skilled in watching and seeing. There is just the one who is watching. One doesn't become the one who gets caught up in things. Before, we got carried away with the various conditions. We would lose ourselves with pains and aches, with the heat and the cold, with hunger, etc. But now, we know how to separate. The body is one thing and the feelings of pain, the aches, the heat, the cold, hunger, etc. are another thing. The stealthy thoughts about them is yet another thing. The kind of thoughts that we don't intend to think. We see this now. Don't believe all of those stealthy thoughts. Don't go and follow all those sneakily arising thoughts. Don't let them fool you. Mistakes will arise from it. There are two kinds of thought. One is thought that we intend to think, another is thought that stealthily arises by itself. When we determine to watch the body, thoughts about this and that will arise. Don't be fooled by them. Don't let there be a self in thought. Look at the body that is moving, here and now. Deliberately make movements. Depend on the body as a sign, as a foundation, as a refuge. Just as when we stick to a post in the middle of flowing water. When we let go, we get swept away. Then we struggle to get hold of the post again. This is just the same. When unintentional thoughts arise, don't get deluded by those thoughts but come back to watch the body, as it is moving, right here. This is the magic eye. To watch like this. Be skilled in it and familiar. First stay with the body, you shouldn't go and mess with thought. It is just like reading a book. The more we read, the more we get involved in it, because we remember and we understand. Unintentional thoughts are one thing, deliberate thoughts another. Whenever sneak thoughts come up, we are aware. It is as if we oppose the stealthy thoughts. Whenever thoughts arise, know it in time. It means that we are teaching them. We can laugh at and ridicule the thoughts. As soon as we see the sneak thoughts, they stop. Those thoughts have no intelligence, they don't have power. But when we don't keep up with them, they become mighty and they pull us along with them. Sometimes there are various manifestations that arise together with thought, and they become a mind state. For example, restlessness or sleepiness. Or an uncomfortable, irritating mood arises. The mind gets concocted in various ways. Don't surrender to these things. Watch them. We now have the magic eye. Whatever happens to the body or our mind, we watch the whole lot. It is fun to watch, fun to see. There isn't much to it. Really look, more and more, and the conclusion will be that there is only just body, feelings, mind, and mind objects that arise with the body and the mind. Pains, aches, heat, cold, hunger, etc., are appear with the body, they are conditions of the body. The mind that thinks of this and that is appear with restlessness, doubt, sleepiness, etc. These things are conditions of mind. Watch them, see them. We have the magic eye now. The more we look, the more we see clearly. Watching and seeing is experience, it is a good lesson. The state of watching leads to skill. Whatever we see, we realize. Before, we never discovered these things, we never saw. But when we discover and see these things often, we see clearly, just like seeing a person, we remember his or her face, and we know his or her character, that is a good person or a bad person, we know how to associate or not associate with him or her. We see what is what. The body, feelings, the mind, and mind objects are just rupa and nama, materiality and mentality. That which sits here and walks, is rupa. Thinking this and that, is nama. These two things live together, one cannot separate them. When they get separated, there is immediate death. The magic eye really discovers and sees this, so one realizes and truly sees things as they are. Materiality is a lump, but it is affected by heat and cold. No heat, cold, hunger, etc. Feelings and thoughts that make us get up, walk and move, that no, our mentality. These two things are together. Sitting here is rupa, thinking about something is nama. The magic eye truly meets with and sees this, one realizes it. Before, we didn't realize it. We were deluded for a long time. We lost ourselves in the various conditions of body and mind. We gave into those manifestations that order things around. They make us laugh, make us cry, make us love, hate, and follow greed, aversion and delusion. We think that all of it is us. We are slaves, serving the various conditionings. We surrender to those conditions that order us about. Rupa, the body, is a lump which is a slave of nama. Whatever the mind compels the body to do, it does all of it. It says to get drunk, to smoke, to take a gun and shoot oneself, to hang oneself, to swallow poison, it does all of it. Just the body itself can't do anything, it can't do anything right or wrong. In moving the hands about, what is it that orders it? What is it that orders it to get up, to walk, to sit, to laugh and to cry? What is it that commands it? Right now, we discover and see who the instigator is. In fact, it is nama, who is the boss. Rupa, the body, is the servant. The magic eye comes to discover and see this. It discovers the truth. The truth is disclosed. Rupa is part of nature by itself, but it is subject to conditions such as heat, cold, pain, sickness and so on. Feeling and thought make it get up, walk and move. Nama is that which knows things. These two things live together, as said before. The magic eye sees into this. Things are revealed. Rupa is a Dhamma, natural phenomenon, in itself like that, and there are various manifestations that are appear with Rupa, for example pain, sickness, heat, and cold. Nama cannot experience it, but it has power. It is cruel and unfair to Rupa. The body is already suffering. The body, by itself, has the nature to be subject to all sorts of circumstances such as pain, aches, heat, cold, hunger and so on. These are conditions that happen to the body. And in addition we go and have happiness and suffering on top of that. If the body doesn't feel heat and cold or hunger, it isn't a body. This is just the way it is. Before, we didn't see things like this, and we used to create suffering for ourselves with those conditions. We used to have a self in those conditions. When we come to realize this, we just let them be conditions, over there. We don't create suffering as we did before. They are not a self. Before, when we were hungry, we suffered. We suffered because of the heat and the cold. We took the affairs and conditions of the body to be suffering in the mind, and we took the affairs and conditions of the mind to be physical suffering. Both Rupa and Nama are not fair to each other. We assume that there is a self in all those things. As soon as we discover this, we let things be nature. There is no self in conditions. We can put things down and let go. Some things, we diminish, some things, we know, others, we let go of, we don't take them to be a self, as before. Know how to clarify and separate things. The ego really disappears. Now, we have gone beyond suffering, to some extent. Nama is feeling and thought, it is part of nature and it has different conditions that go with it, just as Rupa. For example, sneak thoughts that cook up greed, hatred, and delusion, uncomfortable feelings of dissatisfaction, they color the mind, Nama. They are not the mind, but they arise together with the mind. The magic eye sees clearly that those things are conditions of the mind, they are not the nature of the mind, they are just conditions only. When we don't realize it, they are a big deal. They have destroyed many people already. People who assume that there is a self in conditions, that it is I, who is angry, I am the one who is angry, and so one follows anger until people come to ruin, and a problem arises for society. The magic eye clearly sees into this matter and can really distinguish between those conditions and the mind. Originally, the mind abides in normality and is pure, but the various manifestations that arise in the mind, make the mind defiled and dirty. This is similar to clouds that obscure the moon, darkness appears and one doesn't see reality. It is like the saying of Angulimala, a bandit who lived at the time of the Buddha and became his disciple. Before, I didn't have realization, I was heedless and blind. But now, I am no longer heedless as before, I have overcome blindness just like the moon that is freed from clouds. The magic eye knows how to separate further the various conditions that happen to the body and mind. They are things that are not permanent. Greed, hatred, and delusion, for example, are not permanent. We can no longer follow them. Especially stealthy thoughts, a thought comes up and greed, hatred, and delusion arise, it turns into defilement and craving, into lust, proliferation, into becoming and birth, of self, they arise and pass away. As soon as we have the magic eye that realizes abreast of the various conditions, it catches them easily. They are no big deal. We see that it comes down to the causes of either knowing or being deluded. There is only just awareness and delusion. If we are aware, everything is normal. Awareness is the grandfather and grandmother of goodness and rightness, it is the birthplace of virtue, sila, firmness of mind, samadhi, and wisdom, panya. Moha is delusion, it is the grandfather and grandmother of everything that is unwholesome, it is the birthplace of anger, greed, delusion, of proliferation leading to suffering. When we are aware, that is, when we have the magic eye, it is just as if we are the owner of a house, we look after the house, when the house has an owner, things are normal and safe. The stealthy thoughts are cruel, they make the mind into a prostitute. The mind without anyone to look after it, without an owner, can think anything. That's how it was, before, when we didn't have the magic eye yet, we didn't see it. But now, we see it, one feels ashamed. When thoughts sneak in, we know in time. It is as if we teach them. It is a good lesson, a good experience. It is like teaching children. When a teacher teaches school children, the teacher teaches whenever the children do something wrong, the teacher solves the mistake for them and they become clever. This is a lesson that is very valuable. May you give a lot of attention to this point of right or wrong. Right here is the weak point. Whenever there is something wrong, when we don't see it, the mistake will expand without limitation, and it becomes so familiar that it turns into habit and one can become shameless, doing what is wrong without any shame. Now we have the magic eye and we see the unintentional thoughts. Before, we didn't know, but now we know the stealthy thoughts in time. As soon as we see them, they stop. So we have taught them, we have taught the mind. If there is no watcher, one gets fooled by thoughts. But now we are the owner of the house, we look after the house. Before, it was easy to get deluded by thoughts, but now it is easy to know because we have experience and know in time, we realize that they are conditions and we know their characteristics, we know what their nature is. The magic eye sees clearly that the different conditions that arise with rupa and nama, are not permanent, not sure. They are just like rubbish, they are impermanent, valueless, and they are not any selves. So we don't cling to them as being any self, we throw them in the rubbish bin, that is to say, the three characteristics. The three characteristics of impermanence, valuelessness, and not self, are like a rubbish bin. Impermanence, valuelessness, and non-selfhood belong to greed, hatred and delusion, those things are rubbish. We now have and see the place to discard them. It is like having a rubbish bin in front of your home. When we have a bin, our home becomes clean. Now, we don't have rubbish, as we did before. Before, we had rubbish all over the place, there were stains of love, stains of regret, stains of loss, stains of gain, of desire, anger, delusion, we were filled with these things. But now, it is really clean. The state of watching and seeing, and on seeing not getting caught up in it, is like a garage to repair cars. Things really get back to normal, without traces. Let's compare it with a second-hand car. It has been used a lot, it has bumped into things and is completely dilapidated. Now, it goes to the garage. Awareness is the garage. The state of looking and seeing, of not being caught in things, is the mechanic. This restores the body and mind back to normal. It really does. It becomes brand new. It really overcomes its previous state. We stop searching for teachers, we are fully confident because we really make a discovery, we know the direction to go in, we open our eyes. It is comparable to learning how to read. As soon as we can read a little bit and understand what is right and what is wrong, we know how to solve, how to uncover things. To solve problems can be taken to be an art, to change wrong into right, to change suffering into no suffering. To be diligent in turning bad matters into good ones, is what mind development is. On seeing a mistake, one corrects it immediately. Be enthusiastic about rectifying, altering badness into something good. What is wrong can really be changed into right and we can do it. It arises so that we can set it right. Realize and really see clearly into Rupa and Nama. What is their nature? What are their conditions? We don't give in, like before. We are free, we can liberate ourselves. This is really a principle of life, we can really solve problems and be liberated. At one time, I felt joy and happiness for several days. I reviewed the state that I had seen and met with. I wasn't sitting there thinking, I had discovered and seen it. Having experienced it, I kept on doing walking meditation and developed awareness. It was Dhammavijaya, circumspection, Yoniso Manasigara, orderly reflection, not just thinking. The mind was good. I had never seen this before. Some kinds of suffering disappeared, doubt really disappeared. My life changed, I really transcended previous states of the mind. One may call it vipassana, insight knowledge. Talking about this, it is a profound experience of life, from the past. Let me talk about it a little bit. When I was still a layman and I was developing awareness, Luangpor Khamkhian walked over to me and asked how I was doing. Well, I told him without feeling afraid in any way, I know Rupanama Luangpor. Luangpor protested, people who don't know Rupanama are crazy. I immediately answered, yes, before, I was really crazy, but now, I'm no longer mad. Luangpor Khamkhian walked back and forth under the shady trees, where I used to practice. I was sitting there and I wanted to talk but I restrained myself. I listened to Luangpor. If Luangpor Khamkhian didn't say anything more, I would talk to him. Luangpor Khamkhian said, knowing Rupanama is just that much, it is not useful. Straight away, I answered, it is useful Luangpor, I really got rid of a lot of suffering, a lot of stupidity has really disappeared, I'm finished with doubt, my life has really changed from before. I never knew or saw like this before, the things that I know and see are real. I wanted to say many things but I restrained myself. This compares to having thousands of dollars in your pocket. When someone says that we don't have money, how could we believe it? The money really can be used. I waited for Luangpor to say something. If he didn't say anything, I still had many things to say. I felt confident. Luangpor Khamkhian said, it is useful, but only a little bit, similar to a frog that has never come across water. When it finds some water in a coconut shell, having struggled to find it, it can play and drink, but it's only just a little water in a coconut shell. If it's happiness, it's only a little happiness. If it's knowledge, it's only a little knowledge. There is still much more water in a pond. Your knowledge is just a little bit of basic knowledge. Do you really know? I answered, I really do. I was still a lay person at that time and I had never known or seen anything before. If you practice more, wouldn't you know more than this? Yes, I will keep practicing without wavering, I won't practice any other way. Luangpor Khamkhian taught many things. He said to do the rhythmic meditation and walking meditation faster than before. Work with the mind, watch the body with sati, awareness, watch the mind with sati, watch the mind with the mind. Watch and see suffering, watch the suffering of Rupa and Nama, Rupa Dhamma and Nama Dhamma, the disease of Rupa and Nama, the convention of Rupa and Nama. One is very confident, the path reveals itself. It is like demolishing a house, we know what to take apart, what to do first and what later, things go in one direction. It is similar to having found a path, we can walk easily, conveniently, and comfortably. We watch and we see suffering, we see the suffering of Rupa and Nama. Rupa has a lot of suffering, it is waiting for us to look at it, from breathing in and out, swallowing saliva, blinking the eyes, to standing, walking, sitting, lying down, eating and making bowel movements, they are ways of the body to relieve and diminish suffering. The body is a lump of many kinds of suffering, so many that I am not able to describe all of them. On seeing like this, one feels sad and has pity on the body, until tears well up. Before, I smoked cigarettes. How can one still burden the body by giving it cigarettes to smoke? I stopped smoking. This insight spreads effects to anger, desire and delusion which create suffering for the body. The mind is suffering as well. We see the suffering of Rupa and Nama. The body and mind affect each other, they don't treat each other in the right way. For example, heat, cold, hunger and pains, create suffering for Nama, until one is unable to sleep at night, unable to eat and sometimes diseases, pain and even paralysis arise because one thinks a lot. All kinds of stomach disorders arise. Let me give an example. At one time, I went to teach the Dhamma in the north, 3 monks came with me. We traveled in an orange car. We had to sit in the back, squeezed together. It was summer and the weather was very hot. The driver stopped for a long time but didn't turn on the fan. The other monks complained that it was unendurable. One could see the suffering on their faces, they were sweating. I was sitting on one side and said inwardly, I can endure it, never mind, it's just like this. Someone who doesn't understand nature, nor the conditions of body and mind, is punished with agitation, there is suffering in the mind, there is a self in the agitation, one loses oneself in the agitation, until there is suffering. If we have realization and know how to separate Rupa and Nama, they don't have to affect each other. When we realize this, justice arises between Rupa and Nama. The state of seeing, the awareness that watches, is neutral, justice arises. Awareness is the source of all goodness, the market of goodness. Justice has to arise from us first, it would be difficult to find justice externally. The magic eye sees like this, and it is just as if Rupa and Nama are not going to oppress each other anymore. They go their separate ways, from that moment onwards until now. We realize the nature of Rupa, we know what the conditions of Rupa are, we realize what the nature of Nama is, we know what the conditions of Nama are like. We review the things that we know, this clarifies things and we can really be free. This penetrates down to the diseases of Nama and Rupa. The diseases of the body and the mind are innumerable, this gives rise to a strong feeling of disenchantment for suffering. One clearly sees suffering and is able to get out of suffering. The body and the mind act, they do good or bad, because of this Rupa Nama, they abandon evil and do what is right, because of this Rupa Nama. Real confidence arises about this. Another thing is Rupa Dhamma and Nama Dhamma, it is their nature, it happens by itself, nature reveals itself. Wherever there is suffering, all of it is revealed. We know all around. Now, we see the state of life, it is a principle. There are right and wrong principles. Before, we used to believe all sorts of thoughts, for example, knowing what merit is through thinking. Thinking according to what people say, thinking that one gets merit from this or that, from something external. Sometimes, making merit is just a matter of rituals and praying, something external, and the fear of doing evil is just thoughts about falling in hell, or becoming a hungry ghost, a demon. But now that we have discovered and seen things, we abandon what is evil and do what is good. That's what we use the body and mind for. Doing good has a good result, doing evil has an evil outcome. This is what religion is. Religion means oneself. Not thinking, doing, or speaking evil things. If anybody still thinks, does, or speaks evil, it means they are still without religion, even though they may say, Buddhang Saranang Gacchami, Dhammang Saranang Gacchami, Sanghang Saranang Gacchami. I take the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha as my refuge. This is talking like a parrot. Those people still don't have a religion. Merit or wholesomeness is the mind that is good, the mind that has realization, that really sees things, that is wiser than before. The magic eye sees like this, it experiences things like this. There is no need to ask anybody whether one gets merit or one is doing evil. It is similar to having eaten one's fill. Do we go and ask someone whether we are full yet? We can answer that ourselves. There are no questions, only answers. Others can't give the right answer, we have to answer ourselves. When there is watching, seeing arises. When on seeing, there is no being caught up, it is liberation, it is right there. The various kinds of suffering let us know. Relate to it in the right way. Some kinds have to be diminished, others have to be known. Before, we didn't have realization, we thought that all of it was self. In reality, things are, just like that. It takes a lot of trouble and misunderstanding to come to this insight. When the magic eye is there and one really sees it, one really awakens from suffering. This is called Buddha. Literally, the awakened one. Now, we have reached Buddhism. The mind knows and awakens from suffering. It is not asleep, it is not deluded, it is not heedless, it is disenchanted with the mass of suffering of the body and the mind. Greed, hatred, and delusion don't have a foundation anymore. One sees the path, sees proof, what is true and what is false. The magic eye clearly sees like this and joy arises. It is just like we have completed some job successfully. It is only natural to feel proud. The truth is revealed, nature teaches, the time has come. One penetrates convention, which is very different from these words. It is an appearance, like light destroying darkness. That's what happens, at that time. Convention cannot remain, it is seen and penetrated. One inclines to the direction of freedom from suffering, one might say. Whatever goes in the direction of suffering and delusion, collides and goes to pieces, that's what it's like. Seeing convention means to see that things fall in the hands of I, all kinds of stupidity and delusion abide in the forest of convention. That's what the magic eye sees, nothing can conceal it. This really dismantles foolishness and illusion from the mind. Both body and mind are really light. Similar to carrying a heavy load many days, a long way. When someone takes the load off our shoulders, we feel so light that we can hardly stand on our feet. The mind is so light and empty, that it seems that our feet don't touch the ground when walking. Body and mind really feel light. Stupidity, foolishness, and delusion are shattered, even before we've started to use reasoning, they just drop off. It is like spotting a wild animal. As soon as we see it, it sees us, and it runs off without us even chasing it away. There is an enormous amount of convention, the world is full with it. I'm not able to describe all of it. Material things, words, fame, convention takes it all in. It is real in the ways of convention, but not real in the sense of ultimate meaning, paramatha. There is a self in all of this convention, my love, my hate, my gain, my loss, my likes, my dislikes, mine, yours, I'm better than you, you're worse than me. I and you, it's full of it, until it becomes clinging, and discord, arguments and fights arise between mine and yours. One loses oneself in convention. One thing is assumed and liked by some, but disliked by others. Sometimes we say good, sometimes we say no good. Having made a supposition, there is fear, or there is boldness. There are all sorts of conditionings, inside as well as outside, the world is full of them. It covers the minds of those who don't have realization and don't genuinely see. In the past, I was a superstitious healer. I had learned many incantations. I used to recite them all night. Still, that wasn't enough. I had to recite some chants as the occasion arose. If somebody wanted me to chase off a ghost, I had to chant the verses for chasing away ghosts. If I didn't recite, I wouldn't be fluent. Some incantations, I had to recite until I became as big as the room and my skin became tough. If on reciting, I didn't become big and my skin didn't become tough, I couldn't stop and should recite more fluently. I was really going for it. I thought I was a special person, but in fact, it was all just madness. In the past, I had tattoos all over my body, but they were red, you can't see them. If they had been black, I probably would be a statue of foolishness. All this has fallen in the well of realization, of really seeing clearly. It cannot remain, there is only incisiveness. This turns into analytical knowledge, knowing and thinking a lot. I knew in this fashion for many days. Sometimes I wouldn't be aware of movements, I would just sit there thinking. It is a kind of joy and happiness that is hard to describe. I never knew like this before. When there is realization and real liberation, one goes for the knowledge and happiness. But I had heard Luangpor Teean teach after the morning and evening chanting, which I applied to my practice. He taught that when there is knowledge, don't be the one who has knowledge. When there is happiness, don't be the one who is happy. Watch and see it, don't be the one who is caught up. This is an excellent principle. It is a formula that lets one pass anything. One could compare it to a freeway, highway, or expressway. One can pass all the time, there are no traffic jams. Whatever one meets and sees, that thing tells us what the truth is. Both rightness and mistakes tell us. One sees suffering and so one can be liberated from suffering. On seeing what is wrong, one knows what is right. Seeing one's foolishness, cleverness arises. One really experiences and sees it. The state of watching and seeing is something excellent, there is liberation in it. For example, we see a snake, we don't get bitten by the snake. We see suffering and delusion and we become clever, not stupid anymore, and there is confidence. Seeing convention, objective matter, ultimate meaning, paramatha, and changing conditions, as I described earlier, before, I would derive something good from other things, externally. But on really seeing and clearly knowing things as they are, it is like life is under our control and we use the body and the mind in the right way, so that we proceed to the complete ending of suffering. This accords with the words of the Buddha, who said one who studies and practices, will really know and see the Dhamma that should be known and seen. In proportion to one's practice, the results of practice are not limited by time. The magic eye watches from the beginning, it is supportive because one is clever. It is comparable to studying at school. A kid is clever and finishes elementary school, he or she enters high school and because of being clever, he or she studies on at a university. Or compare it to a skilled workman, he has his good, old saw, hammer and chisel, he's been using it for ages until his work is an art, it is superb and he is well trained. That's how it is. There is cleverness from the beginning, from seeing Rupanama. On seeing, one doesn't go and be it. This truly is the way. On this path, one passes everything, it is the genuine path, one really has discovered the path. It is the realm of victory of a warrior, one may say. We are from Chayapam province, which is a region, but the realm of victory of a yogi lies in being the watcher, and in not being caught up in things easily. See it, don't be it. Whatever it may be that comes up that is connected with the body or the mind, do your duty of being the watcher, don't go and be it. This is the genuine magic eye, it makes a difference, life is brand new, compared with before. It could be compared, as I said before, with a car that gets completely fixed up. Now, it is back to normal and can be used. It really has gone beyond its old state. The magic eye leads one to watch and know. Whatever one sees, is all purely the truth, things that really exist in this body and mind. It is not a matter of sitting there thinking, knowing and seeing through thinking, like this and like that. Rather, we develop awareness continuously, we do walking meditation. This is not called thinking. The body, the mind, and the knowing come together in the state of watching. It is wisdom knowledge that knows penetratingly by itself. This is the power of wisdom knowledge. We watch and are well aware, whatever we see passing, whatever we are free from, we know ourselves. And we know how we liberated ourselves. The things that we have discovered are like cheerleaders, just as with sport events. Or they are like provisions, these things that we have seen. This state of watching is a fundamental principle, from the beginning, discipline, through to the end. It is a very high level, just like studying well. Having finished elementary school, one goes on to high school and then easily up to university. That's the way it is. There are also people who don't know, they say that they know many things and they can talk well, but the way they express themselves shows that they don't know, their actions and the way they talk indicate ignorance. They just know from memory. This is not high class and they don't get anywhere. Recently, there was a project to ordain more than 10 boys as novices, during the summer, and then to let them study further at a high school. They stayed for a year and then one of the novices was sent back to the monastery. They said he couldn't read. He had finished elementary school but couldn't read. No matter how they tried to help him, it didn't work. So they sent him back. He couldn't go, even though he had somehow managed to get through elementary school. He didn't make it. Some practitioners of Dhamma may be like that, they can't make it, they are still fooled by conditions, they are seized by Mara, the personification of evil. The state of looking and seeing, and having seen, not to be caught up, lets us really go through, it really sets us free, we see suffering and we really escape from suffering. The beginning stages, from discovering Rupanama onwards, liberate ourselves continuously, things are erased until zero remains. One cannot go back. We really have a foundation. 5 minus 5 really leaves 0. Having seen the body, feelings, the mind, and the mind objects from the beginning, we have discarded them. At that point, we're already in a different world. Then, we see convention, objective matter, ultimate meaning, and changing conditions, and the various conditions drop off. On seeing impermanence, valuelessness, and that there is no self, we throw things out so that everything is all gone and it is clean, there is no disorder anymore. Cleanliness and dirtiness teach us. Heaviness and lightness teach us. How can we let things become dirty again? It is like things continuously are brought down to 0. When one does something for a long time, one naturally becomes skilled in it. When one practices awareness until one reaches the state of watching and knowing the body and mind, one becomes skilled in the ways of the body and the mind. It is easy to be undeluded, easy to know because one has victoriously crossed over a mountain that obstructed one, namely the Nivaranadhamma, the 5 hindrances. There is readiness to see thought, one is tuned into stealthy thoughts. One is faced with them, suddenly. They come through a door, and the state of watching is already at that door. One hits them on the spot. The sneak thoughts are at the end of their tether, they are destroyed, that's what they deserve. Before, we saw them too but we saw them glossed over, now, we see them openly and in time. They cannot be concealed again. It is as if the state of looking is the judge, and the sneaky thoughts are the accused who confess because there is evidence. They surrender and can't escape. The truth appears. There is no way to deceive or cover things up anymore, they have lost completely. Stealthy thoughts are the origin of suffering. Conditions have deceived us for a long time, we only just found out now. This may be called a victory in life. It was a profound experience in my past. Let me talk about it a bit. At that time, I was sitting in my hut, close to Luangpor Teean's hut. This hut was made from the wood of a coffin, the paper was still stuck to the planks. It was made into a small hut. This really is the profound past of my life. At the Budayana forest, a monastery in LOO province, almost 30 years ago, people were practicing very diligently. After the meal, we would take our bowls mindfully back to our huts, we would look after ourselves. When sitting in the hut, we would leave the door half open, that's what Luangpor Teean told us to do. Someone who closed the door of his hut, was assumed to be taking a nap in the daytime. When Luangpor would come by, he didn't dare to knock on the door, being afraid that the person inside would be asleep. These are meaningful memories of my life. The magic eye discovers and sees the stealthy thoughts, and the sneaky thoughts are the loser, they fall apart. It is a bit like bowling. I saw on television how the ball scatters the pins about. It is similar to that, the whole region falls over, they affect each other. The I, that used to exist in sneak thoughts disperses like a little wave. It is similar to seeing convention, suffering, foolishness and doubt drop off. Anger, desire, and delusion are pacified until hardly anything remains of them. That's what they deserve. Anusuya, latent tendencies, habits, stealthy thoughts, and proliferation shrink back. It is the destruction of everything that is not right. There really is no lingering to all that. Thoughts that arise stealthily are very dirty. Before, we could think anything, and we did, thinking without any sense of shame, caught up in stealthy thoughts like a madman. But now, we see that unintentional thoughts are very dirty, very gross. If we compare it to an offender, this is the number one culprit. As for actions of body and speech, they are culprit number two. I used to think that thought is something refined, before. Whoever doesn't see it can think anything. Thinking completely shamelessly, thick-skinned. Now, we see the sneaky thoughts as the root cause, that is to say, delusion, moha. It is the grandfather and grandmother of everything that is bad. Because of thought there is concoction, anger, desire and delusion, defilements arise, craving, lust, ill will etc. I have said many times that there are two kinds of thought, namely, intentional thought, this is vijja, knowing, it is wisdom. Stealthy thoughts, the second kind, are avijja, not knowing, delusion. When seeing like this, it is as if the mind has escaped from fog and clouds, the mind is pure. When thinking, one thinks specifically and orderly about a particular matter, one thinks with a pure mind, there are no moods interfering. Life is crystal clear, each thing is exact. One may as well say that the mind has been tamed, it doesn't rebel and it is not wild, as before. There is a change in the mind, at this point. The mind is on a higher level than before. At this stage, I could say to myself that I am a human being. Before, I used to be a man who would have ups and downs. I would be affected by everything, the mind would get carried away with all kinds of conditions. But now, it can no longer be like that. This is what it means to be a human being. Being over-serious and tense, the mind that goes up and down, these conditions are worthy of being fed up with. I feel ashamed of those states of mind. Putting it another way, at that time, I was an angel because I had a sense of shame towards myself. I didn't dare to do, say, or think bad things. Even though somebody else might not see it, I would see it myself. I am ashamed of evil, of unwholesome things. Angels came to help me, not the angels in the sky, outside of me. This kind of angel came to support me, it helped me not to have troubles and suffering. I was a god, because I had only loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. The mind was full with love and kindness, without limitation. The mind was stable, not shaken, like a solid rock that doesn't tremble in the wind. Now I have a home. I am the watcher. It is a victory that is safe. It is the peak of being a human being. I closed the doors to bad destinations. I can guarantee that I'm not going to be a hungry ghost, a thick-headed demon, a hell being or an animal. Now, I have a refuge, life is stable. I am definitely a human being, the mind is exalted, like someone who is on a high place, he or she is able to see people who are lower. We've trained the mind and it really is finished with its wicked tricks. The mind is exalted. Being born as a human being is a great gain. It is a great gain because we can train ourselves to be aware, until there is no more sneak thinking to be found. This arises from training oneself. It is not as if we are a human being as soon as we are born. When one takes ordination as a monk, a senior monk asks in the ceremony, "Are you a human being?" The candidate answers, "Yes, sir, I am a human being." Before you can be a monk, you have to be a human being. One has to train oneself well, until the mind changes, then one has a foundation and one has the right to ordain. One doesn't act, speak, or think in evil ways. I dwelled in the state of normality for many days, before I knew that I had sila, virtue. I knew it after I had it. I saw it because it was there. It is not knowing through thought. I made contact with virtue, samadhi, firmness of mind, and panya, wisdom. Both the body and the mind are in a state of normality. Normality of body, speech, and mind is what virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom is. The body is normal. The mind doesn't have highs and lows. Wisdom is to understand conditions thoroughly, from knowing Rupanama onwards. One overcomes proliferation, really being liberated from it, it doesn't come back again. It is like we have a good job and enough money, there is no hardship as before, no more struggle and endurance. Virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom, together with the angels and gods, all come to aid. Someone who is angry, who has desire, is deluded or is suffering, is a poor person. It is like that. Even though I was doing walking meditation and building up awareness, it all came together in just being the watcher and the knower. It is the same seeing. This is the eye that sees the Dhamma. At this stage, one has escaped from danger, on one level. The hindrances, delusion, and restlessness don't come to bother one is going towards having virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom, fully. The state of watching and seeing, and on seeing not being caught up, is the path. This is what it means to live the spiritual life. Purity arises, virtue is pure. The six senses, i.e., the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind, become composed by themselves. One doesn't have to sit with the eyes closed in order to get away from something. While doing walking meditation or standing, one can have a mind that is firmly established, samadhi. One advances to the state where there is only just watching. One is no longer a servant of conditions. There is the unconditioned, visankhara. This is something different, it's another world. Sometimes, I would review the stages of practice that I had passed, the principles that I had discovered, how I was liberated in stages. It's like going on a long journey, one passes this town and that village, leaving them behind, which indicates the direction of the goal. Let me give a comparison. At one time, I traveled to the south to give Dhamma teachings. The distance is about 1,500 kilometers. A driver took me there. He said it would take about 12 to 13 hours. I thought it would take longer because an air-conditioned bus, leaving from Bangkok, takes 15 to 16 hours. From Chayapam province to Bangkok is nearly 400 kilometers. It wasn't very long and we were past Bangkok, having the midday meal. The driver drove quite fast. This really indicates the direction our destiny is in. We reached the place in the south as the driver had predicted. This is just the same, practicing Dhamma is like that. When one practices in the right way, it is like rolling a boulder down the hill or like sitting in the right bus, it will take us to where we want to go. It is really safe, one really experiences merit and wholesome things, one really shuts the door to bad destinations, one really continuously overcomes dangers. Entering into the state of looking is life summed up, leaving just a handful. There is nothing messy, as before. Life is simple, without burdens. This state of watching is the diamond of the Dhamma, it penetrates down to the Sanyojana, fetters, it is the point where the door of reality is opened, nothing can obstruct it. Whoever trains him or herself in this state of watching, will pass through everything. It really is the way, it is the living of the spiritual life. One is able to destroy the ego. Sakayatati, Vijakidcha, and Silabpatha Paramasa. The first three of the 10 fetters, the tree that is Sothapana, one who has reached the first of the 4 levels of enlightenment abandons, cannot remain because of the state of watching and seeing, and on seeing, not to go and be. The destruction of the ego is another level of coming down to zero. The mind certainly undergoes a shift, compared with before. One respects oneself. One really is a noble one. One is more excellent than before. I used to hear Luangpor Khamkhian teach that there are 3 levels of goodness, namely, good, better, and best, that's how he taught. One truly can be a noble one. This state is the meaning of a noble one. In the evening chanting, there is a passage that says that, the Sangha is born from the good Dhamma and practice as well. The Sangha is not born through ordination chanting, that is just convention, it is true in the ways of convention. The community of monks that is born from the good Dhamma is beyond convention. It is universal, both men and women can be noble, it has nothing to do with nationality, language, or age. To be born from the good Dhamma means one trains oneself, to be aware until one reaches the state of watching, this is the door of the good Dhamma. When the state of watching is well cultivated, one is far from enemies, far from defilements. When compared to traveling, one goes further and further away. One leaves anger, desire, delusion, and suffering behind one. This is called a noble individual because one is far apart from those things. One could say that being or losing oneself in those things, has ended. To stir up the mind to be angry, have desire, be deluded or suffer again, is not possible. It is like being violated. Suffering is wrong, it is non-suffering that is right. One can neither suffer nor does one take it on. Not even a tiny bit. This is the noble individual, the one who is removed from enemies. Suffering is an enemy to life. One is far away, one is not stained, there is supreme sila, supreme samadhi, and supreme panya. There is complete normality, which is the standard of life, one may say. It is the freedom of life. It is nature. Nature is what remains. Proliferation is all gone, it has turned into purity. One steps towards victory, the time has come. Things have become easy, whatever we watch and see, finishes. There is nothing stuck in our minds, zero. Things drop off, we don't want them, there is only emptiness. Taking the mind as measure, when one has desires, it shrinks up all the more, it is all the more deficient, but when it is empty, the more full it is, the more perfect, the more sufficient. It is like the saying of Ruttapala, who was an arahant, fully enlightened one. He said, the world is by nature, unsatisfying, there is no fulfillment, and people are slaves of desires and defilements. Nobody can ward off the world, nobody can be above the world. The world is form, sound, smell, taste, touch and mental objects. The eyes, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind are never content. Who can find fulfillment and satisfaction from form, sound, smell and taste? And whoever hopes to be in control of happiness and praise, will be disappointed. Don't claim to be the owner of things, because when things are separated from us, you will suffer, feel bad and be broken-hearted. We have the opportunity to become skilled in studying our life, it is the art of extinguishing suffering. It is like walking on a smooth path, not bumpy. Now we have come to a point, where it could be said that there is friendship in our lives, it is the standard for our lives. One cannot return to that state of bumpiness anymore. It is genuine experience. This is not just sitting there thinking about it. When reaching this point, things come together as one. It is the state of watching, it is wisdom knowledge. As I said before, this is being far away from enemies. One really has overcome enemies. The ego has really been nullified. Irritation, conceit, holding to views, sensual desire, desire for forms, formless desire and clinging, have all come to an end. The cankers of sensuality, being, and ignorance have been destroyed. It is the knowledge of explosion, finished, the whole lot of it. Whatever is not Dhamma has all disappeared. Life has tuned into the spiritual life. Really pure and liberated. The body doesn't do anything bad, the mind doesn't think anything evil, and speech doesn't say anything that's no good. They have been pure for a long time. All defiled actions have dried up without anything remaining. It is like a dried out fruit that, all black and shriveled up, still hanging in the tree, it doesn't have any effect on the tree, it doesn't have any seeds and it cannot grow up anymore, even when planted. I bring up some comparisons because the truth is hard to express. Purity and perfection are powers. They make things easy, just like rolling a boulder downhill. There is supreme virtue, supreme firmness of mind and supreme wisdom, the aggregates of sila, samadhi, and panya. There is security and one enters the realm of the noble ones. It is the superb path, the exquisite path. It is not knowledge, it is not reasoning, it is beyond reasoning. It is as if things are dispelled, there is reflection on the Dhamma, it is dispelled and joy and happiness remain, that also is dispelled and the knowledge of equanimity is what is left, that is dispelled and there is not any self anymore. It is the remainderless extinction of perception, one cannot find any perception, not even a tiny speck of it. Talking about emptiness, this is emptiness, talking about fullness, this is fullness. It is full of nothing, and it is void of all kinds of having and being. It is comparable to a flood, the flowing water sweeps the rubbish away from the streams and canals until it is all gone, one attains to the knowledge and fruits of practice. It is nature, it is the law of nature. It is like green bananas ripening and becoming yellow, the astringent taste turns into a sweet taste. This is nature, this is the law of nature, it has nothing to do with reasoning. One doesn't know exactly how the lock is opened, it is the Dhamma, it really is the law of nature and it is beyond speculation. It is as if the body, feelings, perception, volition, and consciousness have a job, they have their duties and they are diligent at doing their duties. But it is a job that is bound to fail, just like little children playing with sand, they are diligent to build sand castles but it won't be long and they are destroyed. But now they work together, they stop together, they come to a halt at the same time and everything returns to nature. The body, feelings, perception, volitional formations, and consciousness go back to nature, there is a separation, they go their own individual ways. At first, one still tries to connect them but it is no use, it is like trying to connect two different things with each other, it may look like they are connected but they are not, they are separated, they have returned to nature and they can't become one, in the same way that a rope that has been cut can't be put together. There are just movements left. It is the end of self. There isn't anything further to do. I reviewed the stages of practice, I was quite skilled in them. It is the art of life, more so than any form of art in this world. It is the state that is beyond birth, aging, sickness and death, it is the final destiny of life, all forms of life must reach this point. It has been worthwhile that my parents have raised me, that was in order for me to come to this ultimate goal, right here. It has been worthwhile, all right? This is not sitting there, figuring things out. To be in that state, is not the same as knowing it. When life has come to this point, everything falls in place, the only thing left is just movements, of body and mind. Insight, the fruits of practice and nibbana, coolness, really exist. the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Noble Sangha really exist. Non-birth, non-aging, non-sickness, and non-death really exist. The magic eye induces you to watch, see, and know many things, up to the last goal of life. I'm just summing it up. I don't give a lot of details, just the states that can be found in our bodies and minds. I'm talking about us, people, from the beginning of building up awareness with the body and the mind. Both the body and the mind are objects for awareness. Then, we come to the state of watching, and one is the one who sees, not the one who is caught up. One continuously discovers things about the body and the mind. One has realizations and sees clearly. There is nothing that is concealed or hidden. On seeing what is wrong, one overcomes it. On seeing suffering, one overcomes suffering. I would like to make this known, so that you may all try out studying and practicing it, developing the knowing a lot. When you see that there is a mistake, solve it. When you see that it is right, develop it. I'm talking here, as a Buddhist. We practice in partnership. Everybody is responsible for building monasteries, making merit, and being generous. Some people donate money to build a monk's hut or erect a meditation hall. This makes it convenient to practice. Others establish a fund to provide for food. In this monastery, Wat Pa Sukatho, there is such a fund, quite a large amount, so we don't have to worry about food. Then, there is the Dhamma, the teachings. When you put them into practice, you will be able to truly know and see those things that should be known and seen. And the results will come, regardless of time and place. One will know and see the Dhamma in accordance with one's practice. I have the intention to be your friend, and I am sure that I won't lead you along the wrong path. There are many places, lit institutes, all over the place, where one is able to study. We take it, practicing Dhamma, to be a profession. The details and solutions, you will experience and see when you put forth effort to be aware. Really be aware of the body and the mind, as I have been introducing since the beginning. Be diligent in knowing. Don't go into the kind of peacefulness where you don't know anything, where the mind is under the power of delusion. Sitting in peace is laziness of the mind. To pay attention and to have the intention to be aware, is diligence of the mind. Therefore, being diligent can turn into the great foundation of awareness, satipatthana. When you have a lot of awareness, delusion diminishes or exhausts. Awareness gives rise to virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom. When there is awareness, the six senses automatically become composed. Awareness creates merit, and one can let go of evil and unwholesome things. Awareness makes one understand what religion and Buddhism really are. One gets answers from being aware, and one will experience all things, wholesome things as well as unwholesome things. There are no questions, there are only answers. One has to answer oneself. Others can't give the right answer. One will get the answer to the questions: what does non-birth, non-aging, non-sickness, and non-death mean, and what is the great foundation of awareness? A staff of teachers gave Luangpor Khamkhian the title, Principal Teacher of Developing Awareness, in this age. There is happiness in sitting with the eyes closed and the mind peaceful, as long as one abides in peace. But as soon as one comes out of that peaceful state of mind, there is still anger, desire, and delusion. The senses are not yet steadfast, one still evades things. In developing awareness according to the standard of the foundations of awareness, one must be diligent to know, to build up the quality of knowing a lot. Don't enter into peacefulness to the extent that one doesn't know anything. Know in time the proliferation in the mind, until you can control the arising of mental formations. Developing awareness is like looking after oneself. One sees the movements of the body and one sees the stealthy thoughts in the mind. Always be aware in time. As soon as one becomes aware that a thought has sneaked in, the thought will stop. It is just as if we teach the mind. When the mind gets taught more and more often, the mind becomes tame, and it is easy to not have sneaky thoughts. It is easy to know. It all comes together in the knower, the watcher. Teaching oneself is valuable at the time that one is caught up in stealthy thoughts, and one discovers that one is being deluded. This is a very good lesson, a very good experience. It is only awareness that is able to see delusion. It is definitely not the kind of peace that doesn't know anything, peace under the influence of moha. Rather, it is awareness that makes one gain liberation. As soon as there is awareness, there is liberation there also. For example, one sees a snake and the snake doesn't get a chance to bite us. When awareness has been developed until one is skilled in it, one arrives at the state of seeing. This is the eye that sees Dhamma, that sees suffering, and therefore, one goes beyond suffering. According to the principles of the Four Noble Truths, one sees suffering and gets out of suffering, is liberated from suffering. Seeing the origin of suffering, seeing the cessation of suffering and the path leading to that cessation, works in the same way. In practicing Dhamma, no matter what technique it may be, it must be a way to develop awareness, to be aware. If there is no awareness, it is not called practicing Dhamma. To develop awareness is a universal principle, no matter what religion you may hold to, what nationality you may have, whether you're male or female, young or old. If you breath in and out, turn up the hand or raise the arm, and you're aware of it, we're one, we're the same. We know in the same way. This is where religions meet, at this point. Awareness has nothing to do with rituals. Awareness is awareness. It belongs to the one who is aware. Don't view it only as a form. Awareness is not the breath or the rhythmic meditation, these are only just ways to build up awareness. When we plant rice, we must wait as long as half a year to get results. But in developing, or planting awareness, we don't have to wait for even a split second, we know immediately. Breathing in, we know straight away, breathing out, we know straight away, raising the arm, we know straight away, it is to be known individually, we know it ourselves, we see it ourselves. We don't have to ask anybody, we can answer this ourselves. Developing awareness is to work on the perfections, 10 qualities that the Buddha accumulated before he was enlightened. It is the birthplace of all goodness. Awareness is compared, by the Buddha, with the footprint of an elephant, all wholesome things come together in awareness. Awareness is the real life, it is the present. If the present is good, the future is good. If the present is good, the past is good. Tomorrow exists but no one sees tomorrow, one can only see the present. The meaning of past lives does not refer to before we were born physically. Punyatha, an individual who has performed good actions, previously. Previously is the present, one doesn't have to dive into mother's womb and try to correct bad actions, done in previous lifetimes. The teachings of the Buddha are Hpajadthung, to be known by each person for him or herself, so one should be able to know and see, at this time. One does a good action now, one abandons what is wrong now. Whoever is aware abandons what is wrong, does what is good and purifies the mind. These 3 things are the teachings of the Buddha, summed up in the Ovada Padimokkha, a short but important exhortation by the Buddha. All of this can be found in us. Awareness is the body, speech, and the mind. Morality, the mind well established and wisdom, arise at the body, speech, and the mind. Awareness is the source of merit and wholesome things, merit and wholesome things arise at our very body, speech, and mind. Awareness is where insight, the fruits of practice and nibbana are born. These things are to be found in the body, speech, and the mind. Awareness can close the doors to the bad destinations, the bad destinations arise from the body, speech, and the mind. To be aware is to be respectful to Buddhism. When one is aware, one doesn't say, think, or do bad things, there is no suffering and one doesn't oppress others or oneself. Whoever is aware has respect for one's parents and one's teachers. In having respect for and loving one's parents, children, wife, husband, brothers, and sisters, one is not a bad person, one does not speak, act or think bad things and one doesn't have suffering, one doesn't create it for oneself, nor for others. To love and have respect, doesn't mean to worry and think until one can't sleep at night. When one loves, one should be able to sleep. Don't think a lot and suffer until you're unable to sleep. Sicknesses will arise from it. You have a hard time yourself, and others, who have to look after you, are also burdened. To develop awareness is to make progress in all aspects of life. Your health will be good, the society will be good, the environment will be good, even the economy will be good, because of awareness. It changes what is bad into good and what is wrong into right. It changes suffering into non-suffering. And it even changes greed, hatred, and delusion into non-greed, non-hatred and non-delusion. These are the results of awareness. When there is a lot of awareness, delusion will be reduced to the smallest amount and danger will come to an end. Life will enter the deathless state. It is eternal life, beyond birth, aging, sickness and death. And this can be found in this very life. When everybody is aware, all people in the world will live together in peace and coolness in the twinkling of an eye, and everybody without exception will be happy. The excellent path for human beings. We can learn the course of humanity by using the body and mind as our scriptures, that is, to try and be aware while using the body and the mind. To study and watch, to know and see, by using the method of developing awareness as taught by Luangpor Khamkhian Jidasubho, namely the rhythmic meditation of moving the arms, and the walking meditation. To intentionally make movements, in order to first see the body, which is coarse, and later on, to see the mind or to see thought, concocting things up. Let's compare developing awareness with a child learning how to write. When the teacher writes an A, or a B, on the blackboard, the child remembers it and can write it too. Studying and knowing about the body and the mind is similar. First, we have to train in awareness to see the body and mind clearly, then we will be able to use awareness well. We practice the rhythmic and walking meditation, in order to clearly know with awareness the movements of the body. When we see the movements of the body clearly, we will see the mind clearly also. We don't have to go and look for the mind, but we depend on watching the movements of the body, which will automatically take us to the movements of the mind. Keep watching the body all the time, try and watch with intention, acknowledge the feeling that arises at the time the body is moving, for example while doing the rhythmic and walking meditation. In one day, one can know many, many times. While being aware of the movements of the body, sometimes there may be many things that delude one, for example thoughts that arise unintentionally. Usually this happens when we're doing our best to develop awareness. Take it to be a lesson, an experience that comes to teach us something, to come back again to the body and re-establish awareness with the movements of the body. Delusion teaches us to not be deluded. For people who are peaceful by nature, it is easy to be aware and to have sati sampajanya. The practice of meditation places much importance on awareness, and always feeling oneself, realizing one's actions, because sati sampajanya is able to change what is bad into good, and what is wrong into right. One who is aware tends to do what is good, because awareness is the source of sila, samadhi, and panya. So, we find a method to study and understand our minds by watching both the body and the mind. When we are skilled at watching the body and mind with awareness, and we clearly understand the body and the mind, we will know what merit and evil is, and what religion means. We will come into contact with virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom. We don't just think about it, we experience it. This is a law of nature. Therefore, make effort to always watch and see the body, knowing and seeing it through the mind contacting it. It is just like a teacher writing something on the blackboard for the students to see. First we have to make an effort to watch. Determine to watch until you won't forget. Before, the A and the B were on the blackboard, but now, we contact the A and the B in our minds because we've paid attention. Watching the body and mind with sati compares with a computer that records information. When we put information in our minds by regularly training in watching and seeing, we evolve. This makes us see the body and mind as it really is, understanding and knowledge about our bodies and minds will arise until the course of humanity is finished. This is called realization. Realization compares to stepping out of the darkness. We see our own minds and we don't get caught up in various manifestations. We see physical and mental things for what they are, we see the nature of both the body and the mind, and we see what kind of physical and mental manifestations there are, for example, heat, cold, like and dislike. If we don't see clearly, we yield to nama and rupa and their conditions, and we are under the power of proliferating thoughts. But when we are fully aware, we escape from that power. It is like solving a mathematical problem, one is able to do it when there is nothing hindering the mind. So, to come to understand the body and the mind is like finishing the basic course completely. Before, we used to be caught up with the conditions of mind. For example, being the one who is hot, when feeling hot, being the one who is cold, when feeling cold, being the one who is hungry, when feeling hungry, or being the one who endures pain, when feeling pain. We were the one who is caught up with all those manifestations. This is called to yield to conditions, letting them be the boss. When awareness arises, those things cannot be the boss any longer because we see that they are just conditions of the body and mind. Anger, for example, is a condition, it is not permanent and it doesn't have any essence. To see like this, is therefore comparable to the arising of a magic eye, that receives and knows the expressions of the body and the mind. The magic eye means, to be fully aware and to see that Rupa Dhamma, and Nama Dhamma, are subject to the three characteristics, of impermanence, valuelessness, and non-selfhood. Then, we're able to let go of body and mind. This is similar to not having a whole lot of rubbish scattered all over the place, as we did before. Whatever happens to the body and the mind, we throw all those conditions of body and mind into the three characteristics of anajjung, dukkang, and anatta. Before, we had lots of garbage which was a hassle, there were stains of suffering, stains of anger, of desire, of delusion, of love, of hatred, of heat, and cold. But now, we don't have all that rubbish anymore. It is merit to see impermanence or to see the three characteristics. Merit here, refers to seeing the conditions of body and mind, and to be able to use the body and mind in one's life, in the right way. Evil is to not know the conditions of body and mind, it is compared to darkness. Such a person is considered to be uncultivated, both the body and mind are undeveloped because one allows proliferation to be in charge. This makes one hold on to anger, lust, and delusion. Sometimes one lets anger be there for several days. When we clearly see and realize the body and the mind like this, we are no longer uncultivated, we are high-class people. Religions deal exclusively with people, they are teachings about the body and the mind. We all have a body and a mind. Both merit and evil can be found within us, in our actions. When we practice up to this point, Rupa and Nama, or the body and the mind, treat each other in the right way. Before, the body and the mind were oppressing each other all the time, for example when hot or cold feelings would arise in the body, the mind would suffer, or when anger would arise in the mind, the body would be uncomfortable. They would oppress each other all the time. But now, we see the body and the mind relating to each other in the right way, because awareness is there to watch them. When we know this much, we have a foundation in practice and we make continuous progress. It is similar to passing elementary school with good marks, and thus having the opportunity to study in high school. Having a foundation means that we're fluent in watching proliferation arising, this makes us see the concoction that's going on. When the state of seeing arises, we don't get carried away with the proliferation that arises. This seeing is an important principle because it is able to smelt and digest all of the defilements. This compares to studying well and being able to read and understand the meaning. From the state of continuously watching, we come to see convention and suffering. The state of watching gives rise to fluency, it is like having a good tool, it makes us proceed on the road of life all the time, and we don't get to a blind alley. Not seeing suffering, or the suffering connected with the body and the mind makes us grasp onto it, all of which is a burden. When we see clearly, some types of suffering drop off immediately because we see the world as being full of convention, some of it are material things, others are mental. Even language is convention, the world is full of it. It is called the conventional norm. In the past, I learned many superstitious chants. I used to sit and recite them at night. I had verses for making holy water, for going into the forest, for dressing, for eating, for leaving the house and for catching cows and buffaloes, for all of it. It was over the top. The happiness I got from it was little, if any. It is like a trader in kapok or fiber, he or she gets little money. In terms of merit, it is little merit and it is not lasting. But now, I'm no longer a trader in kapok or fiber, now I'm a trader in diamonds and I get loads of money. Seeing convention makes one able to completely give up on those verses. For example, the chants about the 108 virtuous qualities of the Buddha, belief in various ceremonies, invulnerability verses, which one has to recite until one feels that one becomes big and one's skin becomes tough. These things I have completely discarded. Instead, lightness of body and mind arose. I realized what convention is. Whatever somebody does, I understand it, whoever does right or wrong, I know. When I fell into the well of knowledge, I saw all things in the world as being full of objective matter, ultimate meaning, and changing conditions. I saw that all things have causes and are conditioned. For example, I saw that sometimes an object can be supposed as good, as bad, as likable, or as not likable. Ordinary people assume words like love, hate, like, dislike, beautiful, ugly, they take this person to be good and that person to be not good. This is all quite ordinary, but it makes one not free in seeing. This is called, knowing convention, the norm, and ultimate meaning. On knowing these things the mind is set free because the state of seeing clearly has arisen. Falling in the well of knowledge means to know in all postures and all movements, one knows while walking, while sitting, while seeing, while hearing, etc. This is called the arising of wisdom knowledge. It leads us out of the various problems. Seeing clearly supports our continuous progress, one comes to know what virtue is, what firmness of mind is, what wisdom is. One really makes contact with merit, it is not like before when we just had ideas about it. I can assure you that the mind that really experiences merit, doesn't fall in hell, is not a hungry ghost and is not a thick-headed demon because one knows what is right and wrong. To experience merit is therefore useful. To come into contact with evil teaches one to let go of it. It is similar to having stepped on a thorn. When we see thorns, we don't step on them as before. So, really making contact with merit is for the extinguishing of suffering, for peace, and for liberation. When we stay with virtue, we experience virtue, there is normality in both the body and the mind, the body is in its normal state and the mind is in order, the mind doesn't go up and down, it doesn't run wild. The state of normality of the body and mind is virtue, firmness of mind, and wisdom, thorough understanding, arising, which keeps purifying the mind and sets it free. Knowing the causes and conditions makes one not stupid, not deluded, and one is able to contact sila, samadhi, panya. This is called the training in virtue, it is the virtue that arises from the path of practice. The state of watching and then seeing, and having seen, not being caught up, is the genuine path to overcome suffering. When one watches continuously, the mind will be purified, it is the living of the spiritual life. This is the way to come in touch with virtue. Always stay with this state, it is the training in sila. It is the virtue that melts and eats up the corruptions of mind, and one is able to let go of evil, do what is good and purify the mind. It can be taken that the training in virtue is really advantageous. It is not the kind of virtue that one recites in a ceremony. Right now, in carrying on with one's life, one can find virtue. One is then someone with real virtue. Sila makes the body, speech, and mind normal. At this stage, we have really become a human being, and really closed the door to hell and the evil destinations, because we know the path, we know virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom through experience. It is not knowing through memory, thinking or figuring things out. Rather, we meet and see, we experience sila, samadhi and panya, we experience the noble path and the spiritual life, brahmacharya, which is purity. Before, it was as if there was more than one person inside, one person was the watcher, one person was the thinker, and the one who made movements was still another person. But now, in the state of watching, all three come together as one. The state of watching arises, when developing awareness with the movements of the rhythmic and walking meditation, it makes it easy to know and see the movements of the body and the mind, the concocting thoughts. In the past, proliferation would control us completely, and that would give rise to sleepiness, restlessness, doubts, etc. But with awareness, we are able to conquer proliferation, and those mind states no longer exist anymore. This compares to traveling on a highway. When we pass this town and that village, where do we get to and what is it like beyond there? Well, nobody has to tell us, we know, see, and experience that for ourselves, naturally. Next, one comes to know, see, and experience what angels are. Angels are people who are ashamed of doing anything that is evil. They don't dare to think evil thoughts, speak evil words or do evil things. Before, I used to understand that angels were up in the clouds. I thought that there was a heaven up there. It's all right to believe that, but those angels cannot help us. The kind of angels that arise within us refer to having a sense of shame of wrongdoing. One doesn't dare to think, speak, or act in evil ways, one doesn't even dare to think. This is what angels are. Angels are within us, so we don't have to bow to them, we don't have to pray to them. I had never thought like this or known like this, and so I would like people to study and come to know it, to practice with it. One day, as I was doing walking meditation, I thought to myself, this person probably doesn't know, that person probably doesn't know. I thought about my parents, my relatives. I wanted them to do walking meditation, I wanted them to sit down and build up awareness. I thought with loving kindness and compassion, I wanted to help them. Walking on the excellent path makes us go beyond being a man or a woman, being a hungry ghost, a demon, or a devil. One becomes a human being, one who has a superior mind. Someone with virtue, who lives one's life according to the noble path. One abandons what is evil and does what is wholesome. One's mind is like that of the gods. One knows merit and evil, and one genuinely understands Buddhism. This is what the excellent path leads us to see and understand. Religion exists in people's very hearts if those people refrain from evil, perform only good actions and their virtue is pure. But if one still thinks in evil ways, it can be taken that one hasn't reached Buddhism, even when one recites the words Buddhang, Dhammang, Sanghang, Saranang Gacchami, I take refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. Religions teach people not to have suffering, religions teach people to do good. If one is still suffering, one is not reckoned as one who has reached the religion. One's life might become blemished, it might go downhill. When we arrive at religion, we relinquish evil and do only what is right. This compares to someone who does certain things, until he or she makes a living with it and is stable in it. He or she is able to depend on it, in order to live his or her life. This is how we experience things. The state of watching and then seeing, and when seeing, not being caught up, is the most concise action. It is like the Dhamma is really in our fist, we don't have to do a lot. Before, I was in a mess, I clung to ceremonies, clung to others and believed in rituals. I was even afraid of my own thoughts, because with thoughts come doubt, fear, love, and hate. But when full awareness arose, I wasn't like that anymore because I determined to only just watch. It was as if my life came down to just doing that much. Studying and practicing until one reaches the state of watching and seeing, and not getting caught up, is the point of completeness, the point where all things come together. It is the diamond of the Dhamma, because one is able to smelt the fetters, 10 deep-rooted and subconscious tendencies in the mind. Seeing rupa and nama, seeing suffering, seeing convention and seeing the mind proliferating, gradually diminishes the ego. The mind gradually turns into one of a human being, which means that there is morality as a refuge. The way to hell and the bad destinations is closed off, because one refrains from evil, only does what is good and really makes the mind pure. The door of the truth is opened, the mind is free because one can destroy the ego. One abandons the first 3 fetters, namely, personality view, doubt, and attachment to precepts and practices. At this point, the mind changes and comes to see and understand. Before, it was as if the ego was hiding by the door. But now, the watcher keeps a watch over the door. As soon as the ego appears, it is discovered and the ego falls apart because it can't endure verification. It could be compared to a tree that has fruit. As soon as one shakes it a bit, some fruits will fall down. And in the same way, greed, hatred, and delusion, and those 3 fetters that are deeply instinctive and are conditions, that arise from the body and the mind, drop off and disappear. The mind that changes into a noble one, is the superior mind that is able to destroy the ego. When one experiences this, the ego drops off and is finished with. It is as if wholesomeness and unwholesomeness, or dirtiness and cleanliness are separated. Being a noble one is to have this kind of excellent mind. This is how the mind changes. It is not a matter of changing clothes, or changing one's words, it is not a matter of ordaining, using this or that ceremony, that is just convention, that is being a monk through convention. But when one is a noble individual, one is far removed from suffering and defilement. Suffering and defilement are the enemies of life. The ego with its attachment is an enemy of life, because wherever there is ego, it is like having stains, stains of losing, of winning, of happiness, of suffering, of getting, of losing, etc. When one can relinquish the ego, it is like having a dilapidated car that gets fixed up, and restored to its normal condition. The body and the mind are the same. The path of Dhamma takes us to this point. It is the excellent path, it is number 1, it is the superb path of life. When reaching this point, one experiences what it is to be a noble one. The mind that makes this shift, is a diamond of Dhamma, it is the doorway to truth. As we chant in the evenings, the Sangha that is born from the good Dhamma, is endowed with such virtuous qualities as practicing well. Being born from the good Dhamma, is right here, the noble Sangha is born right here, it is born from developing awareness, until one reaches the very state of watching and seeing, and on seeing not being caught up. This state of watching is the path, it is the spiritual life. If one compares it with a road, it is a smooth highway. Lust, irritation, conceit, and attachment to views and opinions, that one used to have and was caught up in, dry up. Comparable to fruits that are, all shriveled up, still in the tree. Purity arises, it is high sila, high samadhi and high panya. It is the aggregate of virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom, and they get better all the time. The body doesn't do anything bad, speech doesn't say anything bad, and the mind doesn't think anything bad. One is separated from evil and one gets further and further removed from enemies. Suppose, before, we were driving very slowly along a bumpy road full of holes. As soon as we get to the smooth highway, we can drive at ease and we don't get stuck, we can keep going. One becomes skilled at being in the state of watching, seeing because of watching, and on seeing not being drawn in, it becomes more and more an art. Whatever one does, if one is an artist, one can do it excellently. For example, a painter who uses just a single pen or a single brush. He or she is able to fluently produce an image of a mountain. It is a magical thing that improves continuously. I try to bring up comparisons through using convention, because the truth is sometimes hard to put into words. When the state arises where there is supreme virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom, the supreme spiritual life and supreme purity, one abandons the various things that used to intervene, both in the body and the mind, it changes altogether. Whatever passes, whatever one experiences, one really knows and sees it for oneself. It is like when we finish something, we know that it is finished. One reflects on the Dhamma that one knows and sees and liberated one. How did it arise? There is more and more a sense of separation and reflection, happiness and joy arise. It is comparable to being pulled along by a current, going to the sea, one doesn't have to make any effort. Or it is like a strong man, he is able to lift up weights immediately. It is the same with the paths and fruits of practice, from the first stage of enlightenment upwards. It is smooth and refined. This can destroy the ego, and the defilements starve. At this stage, no perception arises and there is no, deluded, identification. It feels like it's hard to think and get carried away. To go back and think in ways that make one be something or other, makes one's hair stand on end. Anyway, neither the mind nor the body would be caught up in it. The corruptions of mind shrink back. One can no longer think like that. Old perceptions have disappeared. It is as if one is born anew. Having arrived at this point, it seems as if the ego is gone. There is nobody left. The self has been burned up by knowledge. It is like shriveling up. It is the ending of all perception. The mind is free. It is as if a state arises that is parted, and disconnected, it looks vague and indistinct. The five aggregates that one used to cling to, that were the germ, now don't get anything to eat and so they starved and a separation takes place. Before, form, feeling, perception, volition and consciousness would work together, but they would each have their own function. Now, they dried up, everything shriveled up, as if they had become loose and come apart. Sometimes I would still be deluded enough to connect them, but they wouldn't hold together. Even when connected, there were only just processes. All speech and all thoughts were purely just processes only. It was the end of proliferation in life, the finish of craving and attachment. When reaching this state, one knows that the paths, the fruits of practice and nibbana, really do exist. One knows that non-birth, non-aging, non-sickness, and non-death, really do exist. Luangpor Khamkhian knew this matter, right at this point. The Buddha, the Dhamma, the Noble Sangha, the paths, the fruits, and Nibbana, really exist. We are really able to be liberated in this lifetime. Teaching people to know this matter, can be taken to be the greatest thing in the life of human beings. It is better to teach people to reach this final goal than to teach generosity, because this leads to the end of suffering, the end of being. This is the most excellent thing. If this state arises, then help to support this teaching. If there is nobody to talk about it, there won't be anybody to listen to it, and the Dhamma will completely disappear. I consider talking about the truth to be my profession. When one takes the truth as one's profession, one has to talk. If nobody shows people how to practice, it will be the end of the truth. If you are interested to study and practice, I will arrange food and a convenient enough place, a hut or a meditation hall for you to use, so you can try out training yourself. Before, I used to live out in the country, far from civilization. When many people would come to practice, there would be a problem. Sometimes there would be a deficiency of things, which would make it inconvenient for the practitioners. But at present, I have a place, and if you're interested, I will look after things. I will be your friend as far as I can. We will share happiness and suffering. Don't suffer by yourself. I'm sure that I won't lead you along the wrong path, because I have discovered the path to some extent. When seeing suffering, one discovers suffering. When seeing something that is wrong, one overcomes what is wrong, and when one discovers the path, one can reach the final destination. No matter whether you are ordained as a monk or not, I have a place prepared for you. If you have suffering, don't do anything else. I really have found the way out. It is the number one way. Reflect on this, but you shouldn't just use reasoning. You shouldn't create conflicts or just have blind faith. Don't be averse to anything. These words are just words. Once they have been received, they might disappear, but if you're interested, try out to practice. If you read these words and immediately confidence arises, it is not right. First, practice. If, having practiced, results arise, then be confident. If, having practiced, there are no results, then find another method. Meditation is something that has to be tried out through practice. When one experiences it by oneself, one's actions will sort things out, or destine the course of one's life, by themselves. It is not a matter of figuring things out or memorizing. One must put things into practice and one must experience things for oneself. Being aware is to develop the 4 foundations of awareness. Anybody who turns up the hand or makes other movements, and is aware of it, is practicing in the right way, because awareness is the sprout of enlightenment, that is, it makes wisdom spring up. One must start up from this point of making use of movements. It really is the birthplace of the 4 foundations of awareness. This really is the excellent path. It is called, Agamagko Visuddhya, the excellent path for purification. Buddha arises from building up a lot of awareness. One has to do that oneself and practice oneself. The method of developing awareness, as Luangpor Khamkhian teaches, is really up to date. The more diligent one is in building up awareness, the more one knows, sees, and understands one's life. Awareness is with us all, as long as we have a body and a mind. To have awareness is the treasure of a human being. It is the same for all of us, without exception. No matter what country you live in, what nationality you may have, or what language you may speak. Be aware. Just raising the arm, feeling it, is already good enough. Guidance to train oneself. We must use our lives to train ourselves diligently. We must take ourselves to the ultimate and final goal. This is called an excellent life. If we don't train ourselves, it is easy to get involved in things. For example, if there is suffering, we suffer until we die. So we have to train diligently in order to overcome doubt, worry, sadness, anger, desire, delusion, etc. This is called following a good example. The characteristics of our thoughts are the same, they don't differ much. Whatever one is familiar with, one thinks about that, following our disposition and character. The environment has an influence on our lives. For example, someone is born in a good family but the environment is no good, and it gives that person information that is no good. The result is that that person receives bad information. A bad past leads life to delusion and bad actions. This is a law of nature. There are certain states of mind that we shouldn't surrender to, such as doubt and worry, because we still have a way out. Try to reflect on the examples that good people set. The Buddha, for instance, he is the founder of a religion, the enlightened one, the one who clearly understands the world. We should study his example, so that we will understand why the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, religion, merit, heaven, and Nibbana, really do exist. If we still have doubt about this, it means that we still have suffering. We must understand these matters clearly and go beyond doubt. If one still tries to figure these things out, still doubts and worries, one still suffers. These things should be understood clearly and doubt should be done with, because there are teachers that can teach us how to know and see these things. In the past, I heard that Luangpor Khamkhian Jidasubho was a teacher who taught how to clearly understand merit and evil, heaven and hell, and the paths and fruits of practice. Since I had doubts about practice, I went to study with him. When I first set out to practice, I still held on to views and opinions, and didn't accept certain things that Luangpor taught. I would use reasoning to contradict his teachings, and consequently like and dislike would arise. These things are hindrances that prevent knowledge and understanding from arising in practice. Therefore, when a teacher gives advice, one should first study and try it out through practice. Luangpor Khamkhian taught me to develop awareness, which I had never come across or seen before. He taught me to have sati, and to be diligent in building up lots of awareness. Awareness, as I had learned it as a child, and at the time that I was studying the Dhamma, meant to recollect. I had trained in awareness with other methods, for example the kind of meditation where one sits with eyes closed and recites a mantra, in order to make the mind peaceful. I used to do it that way. Everybody seemed to be teaching like that, to sit with the back so straight that one starts to sweat and one gets backaches. Some people are very serious and force themselves. That's the way that I used to do it. I trained in this until the mind became peaceful, and happiness arose which was pleasant. When I trained with Luangpor Teean, he taught me to be aware and not to go for peacefulness. He taught not to control thoughts but to just know indifferently, which was certainly a strange way of teaching. Before I could catch the awareness in practicing, there were definitely many things that snared me. Sometimes, I fell back to my old practices, and as soon as I would raise my arms to do the rhythmic meditation, I would go back to being peaceful and stay with happiness, because that was more convenient than diligently knowing. An old man of over 70 practiced together with us. He advised me not to just sit there being peaceful, because that is not useful at all, but rather, to be diligent in building up the quality of knowing, to be aware while making movements. He kept guiding and looking after me. In the end I asked myself, what's the point of being fooled by thoughts? That's just an old habit. Let's train and be diligent in building up the quality of knowing. One has to control oneself by determining that, if I get lost in proliferating thoughts, I will try to be aware by making use of objects to know, such as movements of the hands. As soon as one turns up the hand, one really feels it, one really sees it by oneself. Whenever the hands move, one is aware. When one can catch the feeling of moving more and more often, proliferation gradually diminishes. In this way, I got a foundation and really saw results. Previously, I used to think about the future and the past, but now concoction would stop on seeing thought, and I would stay with the present, stay with the movements. One really knows the movement of turning up the hand, one doesn't have to wait for even a second. One knows again and again, one really knows many times. When there is truly a lot of knowing, one becomes diligent in building up the quality of knowing continuously, just as when one keeps diligently working and gets lots of work done. So, if one really catches the quality of knowing, and one is really diligent in building it up, one gets plenty of knowing. It is useful to have lots of knowing, because whenever one gets lost in thoughts, going all the way into the past or the future, the quality of knowing pulls one back, so that one doesn't easily flow with thought. Whenever one is swept away with proliferating thoughts, one immediately comes back, one is really able to come back. We're able to train and give rise to the quality of knowing in the various postures, for example, while doing walking meditation, or making movements with the arms. Whatever you take hold of, know it. The breathing, know it. Just have only this quality of knowing, and you will have a foundation. Before, I used to stay with the breathing. I would recite a mantra and seek peace, I would force myself to be peaceful. It is useful to practice like that because one gets peaceful and understands what peace is. But when I reached this state of knowing, I understood that the state of being aware and awake is something different from peace altogether. Awareness gives rise to knowing, one doesn't stay with peace. When we blink our eyes, we can know, when we swallow saliva, we can know, moving a finger, we can know, breathing, we can know. Whenever we touch something, we can know. These are examples. Therefore, creating this quality of knowing is a kind of art. It can be created in all postures and movements. All it takes is that one puts forth effort to know what's happening within one's body. It is comparable to having a set of tools that one uses to build up lots and lots of knowing. If one does it in the right way, diligence arises. There is an old saying that says that it is as easy as rolling a boulder downhill. But if one doesn't do it in the right way, it is as hard as rolling a boulder uphill. When one does it right, one gets a foundation and one becomes diligent to practice and build up awareness, without anybody having to tell one tells oneself and creates plenty of knowing. One becomes diligent to know in using one's daily life, always trying to find ways to be aware. Even though at times people or friends cause us to get lost, we make effort to avoid that. We are careful to take the chance, to know for ourselves the things that arouse knowing. Nobody has to tell us. It's like working, when we do it right we are diligent and fluent, but if we don't do it right it's like banging our head against a brick wall. We know and see for ourselves what delusion is like and what knowing is like. We know and see what the advantages and disadvantages of knowing and delusion are. And so, we prevent and deal with things automatically. One has the answers oneself and doesn't have to ask anybody. If there is a lot of knowing and one knows for long periods of time, one will see the conditions of the body, because the quality of knowing is the one who watches the movements. However, this doesn't mean that one will see this immediately because sometimes, as the body is moving, instead of just seeing the body, there are things that make us get lost, for example, feelings that arise due to unintentional thoughts, or various moods, either coming from the body or the mind. These things incite us to get lost but we don't. These things are there but now we have seen that they are just feelings. People who have trained in meditation before, will just meet with coarse feelings, and the refined feelings that exist in the body and the thinking mind, they won't see. If we build up the quality of knowing until it is the boss, it will be able to distinguish delusion from knowing, even though delusion, proliferation, was in charge before. We will be able to pass through subtle feelings without having to get involved. It compares with traveling and passing through various villages. We leave this and that town behind us, and pass through without getting involved. But someone who easily loses awareness, is incessantly interested in the thoughts that come up, reasoning in every way, and loses a lot of time by thinking. Like, dislike, and all the rest of it arise. This is someone who is not determined to walk the path. The Buddha said that, someone who is heedful is awake when others are asleep, such a one leaves foolish people far behind, just as a well-trained horse leaves a horse without strength behind. Not getting involved with proliferating thoughts that arise is like this: one moment of knowing is to be removed one moment from not knowing, from delusion. One gets further and further removed and one becomes skilled in knowing. It is easy to know. Before, it was easy to get lost, but when one trains oneself it becomes easy to know. The feelings and the various thoughts that make the body move are nama dhamma. When the quality of knowing sees this, one understands the body. Before, the quality of knowing wasn't there yet, and one had not yet discovered that it is thought that orders the body around. One assumed that there was a self that was moving. But when one understands rupa and nama, one understands that rupa is something solid, composed of many things. One knows heat, cold, hunger, and pain, because of rupa. Nama is the mind, feelings and thoughts. It receives and knows all kinds of things. There are innumerable conditions that arise together with the mind. Anger, worry, desire, and delusion, are some examples of coarse ones. They make the mind run wild and it takes them to be self. Actually, they are not self but one doesn't know that they are conditions of mind, and so one acts following them, until those various conditions give rise to a sense of self, of me, being like that. But when the knowing watches and sees them, one understands that they are only just conditionings of the mind, and one can let go. To sum up, the body that is alive is a lump that consists of two things, namely, rupa and nama. At this point one knows how to separate rupa from nama. And so one clearly realizes the relationship between rupa and nama. This may be called the arising of insight knowledge. It is a really clear realization. Reality doesn't deceive. This point can be taken as a universal standard. Teachers cannot deceive disciples, and disciples cannot deceive teachers about it. Whoever comes to this stage, no matter what nationality one has, or language one speaks, one will see like this. Having seen it, there is no more problem, no more doubt, one abandons and puts things down, right there. When we have our eyes open we can see all sorts of things. For example, we see that this is a rock, that is a tree, and that is a snake creeping over there. It's good to see. If we don't see it's dangerous, but when we see, we're safe. But seeing with the eyes can still be deceptive because it is not a realization. Realizations don't deceive, rather, they set one free. There is security in realizations. To see is to make an end of one's burden. When the quality of knowing sees rupa as a lump of suffering, it creates the feeling of having pity on the body, because the body doesn't know anything, it just does its duty. It gives us signals of what is dangerous, for example, heat and cold, so that we can do something about it. We didn't see this before, and so we thought that I am hot and I am cold. But now we see rupa and so we know how to solve the problem. The body is suffering already as it is just a lump of suffering. One has to breathe, has to swallow saliva, has to blink the eyes, has to stand, has to lie down, has to eat, has to go to the toilet, etc. When we give it more work to do, such as smoking cigarettes, it is a burden for rupa, we make it suffer even more. The mind is the same. When we're angry, we give the body suffering. This is oppression that works from both sides, from the side of the body as well as from the side of the mind. This kind of relationship between the body and the mind is not appropriate at all. When there is the knowing, or the state of watching, peace arises. And rupa and nama relate to each other in the right way. Before, I used to think that I didn't have suffering, because I didn't do anything bad, that was because I didn't know what suffering was. Whoever thinks like this can be taken to be crazy, crazy with self. So, in the past, I didn't understand myself. Likewise, having or being anything, as well believing one's own thinking, is dangerous because one understands that to think like that is good, and one doesn't see that there is any problem to be solved, one assumes that things are like this or like that. One knows through thought, one is through thought, one sees through thought, and one gets and attains through thought, when one is not in contact with the present. When we're faced with facts that contradict what we thought, we don't have a way out of suffering or out of our ideas, constructed in the past. If one knows the suffering of rupa and nama, one will understand that they are really lumps of suffering. Pain and sickness are conditions of the body, this is called the disease of the body. Anger, for example, is a condition of the mind, this is called the disease of the mind. When we don't know this, we cling to all kinds of things and create suffering in the mind, such as love, hatred, anger, desire, and delusion. When we wake up from the disease of body and mind, we see the suffering of rupa and nama. It is as if this quality of knowing opens the door, and we can see through. The knowing is like an eye. Before, we had our eyes closed and didn't see, there was only just getting caught up with all sorts of conditions. But now, the quality of seeing arises because there is knowing. This is called training oneself. This is the way that I have trained myself. It is really the guideline for people. It makes one see the convention of body and mind, for instance fame, possessions, money, children, husband, wife, land, etc. The world is full of physical and mental objects that are convention, inside as well as outside. One sees this penetratingly. It is as if the power of wisdom knowledge sees that these things are conventions of rupa and nama, diseases of rupa and nama, rupa dhamma and nama dhamma. Before, we didn't see these states, and so we got caught up in all kinds of conditions. Knowing convention makes one feel light. In the past, I used to go for all sorts of things, superstition, verses, chants, and I believed in rituals. On performing some of them fear would arise, others would make me bold, doubtful, happy, or sad. I ended up with nothing because it's all nothing but convention. A thing is sometimes assumed to be likable and sometimes not likable, it can change, and we go for it all. When I came to see Rupa Nama and convention, I felt light. It is not like ordinary seeing, but when one sees, suffering disappears. The gross kind of suffering, such as suffering that comes from foolishness, delusion, and stupidity, really disappears. It compares to having finished one's studies, one is able to read and write, doesn't get stuck, has enough knowledge and is able to stand on one's own feet. What I'm talking about is a universal standard, it is a fixed formula, just like mathematical formulas, 2 multiplied by 5 is equal to 10, not 11. When all this knowledge arises, one knows what other people are saying, one knows the objects that one looks at, there is just knowing and joy. It is insight, because one now has the eye that sees the Dhamma. It is fun to watch, whatever one looks at, one hits it on the spot. Both material and mental phenomena, inside as well as outside. Whatever happens to the body and the mind, one knows immediately, and one leaves it behind without hesitation. Before, when something would come in contact with the mind would ripple. Now the mind doesn't ripple, rather, the object that comes into contact with the mind is set free. When I was still a layman, I went to practice Dhamma at the Budayana forest, in Loei province. I had to use a wooden platform from a nearby monastery, and I bought a plastic sheet to make a roof. Tattered monks' robes were used as walls, because in July there is plenty of rain. As I was practicing, somebody told me that I should understand Rupa Nama, because he saw me practicing for a long time without understanding it. Some people said that they knew, just practicing for a week, and they knew Rupa Nama. But I practiced for 2 whole weeks and still didn't know it. I thought to myself, I really have to see it in my mind, I'm not going to just remember others' words or figure it out with my own thinking. That's how Luangpor Teean taught, he taught to practice and see it for oneself. Next, I thought, Luangpor Teean used to say that he had made large offerings to the monastery, including building a ceremonial hall, all by himself. But I am a poor man, I didn't do all that. I probably don't have a chance to realize the Dhamma. These thoughts made me feel inferior and doubtful. Then I thought, but I've done some good things, maybe not as much as him, but I've made merit, built a monk's hut, and I am not a bad person, I don't have any stains of wickedness. I've always been virtuous because my parents are Buddhists and taught me to do what is good, and that's what I've been doing all the time. Especially when I studied superstition, I had to keep precepts, I couldn't gamble. My character was like this. Reflecting like this, made me a bit proud of my past because I was not an evil person, but why didn't I know the Dhamma? I asked Luangpor Teean, are there any practitioners who don't get any knowledge after having practiced? Luangpor Teean said, that has never happened. It seems that I am the first one, because after 2 weeks I still don't know anything, I remarked. Luangpor Teean walked up to me and grabbed my hand. I said, you have made merit and made offerings, but I have never done as much of that as you, I guess I don't have the merit to know. He answered, never mind, don't worry. Are you practicing sincerely? I said, I really am, Luangpor. Luangpor Teean said, practice here for 1 month. How much money do you get for 1 month's work? I answered, I get 1,000 baht a month. In those days I was a hired hand, making doors and windows for houses. This was building work, skilled labor, and I would get at least 1,000 baht a month. Next he said, if you practice for 1 month and you don't get any knowledge, I will give you 1,000 baht, I really promise you that. But you have to practice sincerely. From then on, I was energized in practicing. Practicing in those days, I would sometimes get lost in criticizing certain monks, thinking that they didn't have the same virtue as me, because I saw them playing and joking. Sometimes, they told me to go and look for bamboo shoots or to climb a tree and collect fruits. I asked myself, is this called practicing Dhamma? It made me think about leaving. But having reprimanded them in my mind, I no longer looked at others. Instead, I only watched and listened to Luangpor Teean. I didn't pay attention to others and create a mess and a burden for myself. So, I made a firm resolution to build up awareness, to build up sati. After practicing Dhamma for less than 20 days, I had an experience and lots of knowledge arose. When practicing in the right way, it becomes as easy as rolling a boulder downhill. But when doing it wrong, it is like rolling it uphill. Doing it in the wrong way is just a burden. There are many things that one doesn't like, and then one goes and thinks about them. One is thinking, reasoning, liking and disliking like a madman, and this makes one not attain the Dhamma. Building up the quality of knowing, or awareness, is not something one can think up, rather, one has to practice in order to know. In the past I had been an occult healer, and had verses and chants. When I built up the quality of knowing, that stuff just dropped off. I didn't do anything about it, I wasn't the slightest bit reluctant to give it up. There was no more foolishness, delusion, attachment to rituals, and playing around with witchcraft and sorcery in my mind, from that moment onwards. I used to think that I was a magician, able to heal the sick. An invulnerability chant has to be recited until one feels that one's body swells up, and becomes so big that it squeezes against the walls, or until one perceives a razor blade as a blade of grass. Then one has reached the end of the recitation. To do this well, one has to recite often. Magic chants depend on recitation, they depend on training in psychic powers. Sometimes I would chase off ghosts, I would cut off their heads with a sword, making a loud sound. I've done that for many people. When I built up the quality of knowing, I stopped doing all that stuff. One day as I was practicing, Luangpor Teean came walking over and asked how I was doing. I answered him without being afraid of anything, I know Rupa Nama now. Luangpor Teean said, if you get understanding from practicing in this way, then do more of it. Try to keep up with thought, watching it. This refers to unintentional or sneaky thoughts. If no thoughts occur, then watch the movements of the body. Whenever thoughts arise, be in time to watch. Luangpor taught me to work with the mind, to watch both the body and the mind with awareness, to watch and see suffering, suffering of Rupa and of Nama, to watch and see physical and mental phenomena, and convention of Rupa and Nama. When proliferation arises, one shouldn't give it priority. One should do one's duty of watching the movements of the body and the thoughts in the mind. One shouldn't give attention to thoughts that come up by themselves. Build up awareness that is in time with the thoughts arising. When one knows the thoughts in time, one doesn't incline to go with the arisen thoughts. So, it is our duty to build up awareness. When one builds up more and more awareness, in the end it suddenly meets up with thought. It is as if one opens the door and collides with thought. At the moment a thought is about to come up, we are lying in wait at the door. As soon as the thought arises, whack, we know it in time. It's like a surprise, and the thought fails to establish itself. This makes one see how wild concoction is, sneak thoughts, and it makes one see the origin of suffering. This is not like ordinary knowledge, it appears in an electrifying flash. I definitely have seen thought clearly. Before, we got carried away with thoughts, sankhara, which are the cause of suffering. We wandered here and there with thought, and we got lost in it. One is not free because of thought. To give an example, a thought arises and one becomes afraid, one starts to think about something and one proliferates defilement and craving. We didn't see this clearly before. When I came to practice with Luangpor Teean, I clearly saw how bad mental formations are. It's like a dog chasing a deer, we were able to follow and keep up with the things that deceived. It is comparable to somebody who plays tricks, they have fun in deceiving people, but as soon as we see what they're doing, and we keep up with their tricks, we then know that it is nothing at all. They really can't deceive anyone who realizes what is going on. There are two kinds of thinking, namely, first, unintentional thinking. This is illusion, it makes one get lost, on thinking one is led along the wrong path. Second, intentional thinking, never mind about that, one deliberately thinks about something well, one makes use of thought, and having finished thinking, that's the end of it. Intentional thinking is crystal clear, it makes one understand merit, demerit, and the nether realms, one experiences these things clearly. I can 100% guarantee that, by understanding like this, one closes the door to the lower realms. One can be said to be a human being. In the past I was still just a person, because I didn't see convention, I didn't see rupa-nama. But when I could keep up with thought, I stopped being merely a person. I had more happiness than before, I no longer played about like before, it was as if I had reached the shore, to some extent. If one compares it to a trader, I was a trader in diamonds and got heaps of money. Previously, I was like a trader in kapok or fiber crops. What a mess, what a hassle. And I got only a little money, a little happiness and a little merit. I thought I would get merit from others or from doing this or that, just mind stuff. There is a shift that takes place in the mind on seeing thought. To go and proliferate as before makes one's hair stand on end. To see thought helps one to behave differently than before. I really saw it crystal clear. To suddenly meet up with thought makes an end to coarse behavior. Everything that is unjust disappears. It is like bowling, the pins all tumble over, one after the other. Suffering is comparable to fruits up in a tree. When we shake the tree just a little, the fruits fall down, but not all of them. Foolishness, crude forms of suffering and anger, desire, and delusion are affected, but not a lot, they are just shaken up a bit. Being a human being means to be someone with virtue. When there is virtue, there is normality, there is peace. Samadhi refers to the mind that is in order. When there is order, there is no mess and the mind becomes tame. Wisdom means to know all around, to know how to solve things within oneself, to know how to liberate oneself and not to sink down, being caught up with all sorts of conditions, but to be free. This is how I knew, and later I understood other things as well, such as angels. To be an angel is to have a moral mind, not daring to act or think in bad ways. I understood Buddhism, and I understood the three characteristics of all conditioned phenomena, namely, that they are impermanent, without intrinsic value and not self. Seeing rupa-nama, seeing the conditions of body and mind, and seeing all things as they really are, is like having a magic eye. One sees that all things are impermanent, it is like seeing the place to dispose of the conditions of body and mind, one used to cling to. The mind becomes clean because there is no rubbish lying about in it, there are no smuts of love, regret, anger, suffering, obtaining, losing, winning or failing. This state of mind is called, seeing the three characteristics. Merit is to have an upright mind. Religion exists within us. Evil has to be abandoned at the body, speech, and the mind. If one still thinks, talks and does bad things, to take refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha by reciting a formula, is useless. I didn't know this before, I thought that thinking was something refined, that whatever one thinks, nobody sees it. But in seeing it I know that unintentional thoughts are gross, they are dirty, and because of that I don't dare to think. When one doesn't dare think, how is one going to talk and act? So whatever is bad, I don't dare do it, not even to think it. This is called being an angel because one is established in the morality of angels. The kind of angels that one can really meet and see are the angels that arise in the mind, that is, one is afraid of evil, one doesn't dare to perform what is bad. As for the conventional angels, they refer to kings and important people, who have happiness and ease, without much suffering. On reviewing the previous stages, from seeing rupa-nama onwards, it appears as if rupa and nama encourage us, they don't leave us. The three characteristics don't leave us. They are like a stack of provisions, or reserve players at a sports event. In other words, they are a big army. Seeing the stages all the way through gives us encouragement. One knows, sees, and understands the three characteristics, and it is as if they keep following one continuously. To be an arahant refers to the mind that is utterly pure. When one enters the stream that leads to nibbana, the angels come to praise one. It is only human beings that are able to reach the path, fruits of practice and nibbana. Therefore, human beings are considered to be the uppermost beings. It says in the scriptures that being born as a human being is a great gain. In the state of being human, the mind really rises higher. It is not just a matter of having 2 arms, 2 legs, and a head on top of the shoulders. That is still not a sure thing. It might be a spook, a giant or a hungry ghost. But practicing up to this stage, one really is a human being. When one walks to the plane at the airport, there are certain conveniences. On walking to the door just opens up for us, no need to open it yourself. Going up, there is a conveyor that takes one's suitcases, one doesn't need to carry them oneself. A Brahma god doesn't have 4 faces, as some will have it, rather, this refers to the qualities of loving kindness, compassion, sympathetic joy, and equanimity. When I understood like this, it made me think of those who don't know yet. I wanted people to know and see. I thought of this and that person. I thought of my father has died. I thought of my mother. All right. I'm going to teach my mother. I'm going to teach my brothers and sisters. What I've been saying may not be all of it, but if one really studies and practices, one will know many things and doubt will come to an end. It will make one see right and wrong, this is called realization. One will shift from being a person to being a human being with morality. Training and practicing until there is realization, will give one sufficient understanding about angels, about Brahma gods, about virtue, firmness of mind, wisdom, religion, merit, demerit, and Buddhism. One won't have any doubts, even about such matters as visions, ghosts or whatever it may be. The mind will be steadfast, not attached to any ceremonies. Everything comes to a conclusion within oneself, and so one stops searching for teachers. The teaching, by the Buddha, that says to associate with the wise and not to associate with fools, refers to oneself, one's own body and mind, which are wise or foolish. To love one's parents means, not to lead oneself to do bad things and get into trouble. Respecting teachers isn't just a matter of bowing to them, rather, one should revere their goodness. Don't try to find angels outside of yourself, they exist inside us. The Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha exist within oneself. A good person is someone who respects him or herself. When one pays respects to a Buddha image, one doesn't bow to the cement, bricks, or stone, that is just convention. Know that to be externally reverential, one should have a noble one inside. That is to say, a moral mind, a supreme mind. There is an old saying, the malicious mind is a ghost, the righteous mind is a noble one. At one time, about 40 or 50 people came to practice with Luangpor Khamkhian, lay people as well as monks. Some people had all sorts of reactions, some people cried. I've never had those kinds of problems. Even when some visions did arise, I'd see and understand it. It is like having eyes, one looks and one sees according to reality. For example, one sees mosquitoes swarming around, one sees a snake coming, one sees thorns, one sees an overgrown path in the forest, or one sees a cleared path. One sees similarly in the mind, one knows what to do, and so there is no more doubt anymore. No more doubt about the teaching of the Buddha and the Noble Ones, about what convention and ultimate reality is, about visions, about what tranquility meditation and insight meditation is. One has experienced it plainly and there is no wavering. One doesn't go and search anywhere else anymore, one has enough knowledge. Abandoning evil, and doing what is good, is really to be done right here. At our very body and mind. One sees the mind that stealthily thinks. It is full awareness that tells us so, it sums things up for us, that is sufficient knowledge and understanding. Once, I did some teaching together with somebody who taught a different style of meditation. That teacher taught to create an image in the mind. But the group of practitioners who had developed awareness, was aware and didn't think up a mental image, they didn't get attached to a sign. They weren't stuck on all kinds of ceremonies, such as the ceremony to cut off karma, by using cloth, incense, and other things. These types of rituals are finished with, they stopped doing them. They have stopped looking for teachers that teach one to know anything other than awareness, because the real thing is right here. One identifies with the qualities that one puts in one's mind. If you care for your children and love your husband or wife, then don't create suffering for yourself and don't be a bad person. If you are a bad person, you suffer. Your parents are worried, they have problems because of us. Loving one's children and wife is not just a matter of thought, rather, one should behave in a good way, don't be someone who makes trouble. All this depends on oneself, religion is within oneself. When we are good people, how could we do bad things and end up in prison? That there are such things as the law, prisons, police, the army, and weapons, is because there are bad people. If there were no bad people, why would we have to have those things? Why would there be soldiers and policemen? Why would there be prisons? If we behave well, we don't oppress ourselves, and how can we trouble others? May you really see and realize this. Some people with whom I used to practice together with, I don't know what they understood. They practiced as if they knew the Dhamma, but their actions, speech, and demeanor looked off. It compares to going to elementary school and not getting good marks, not being able to read. One is not allowed to go to the next class, one has to stay where one is, because one's actions indicate that there are still things that one doesn't know. This is called, not getting good marks, one doesn't find the way and so can't proceed. If one really finds the way, one doesn't back up. Just seeing the three characteristics, is enough to pass the grade. One doesn't get involved in conventional forms, one is able to liberate oneself in a good way. It makes one incline and flow in the direction of being without suffering. One practices continuously. It seemed as if practice was shortened, it was not as difficult as before. Before, it was as if the body moving was one thing, and the mind thinking, another thing. It seemed that the one who saw thought would pull things back and solve the problem. But now, I don't have to solve any problem, only just watching, and everything comes to an end. The state of watching means to watch whenever something arises, just watching and one passes onwards, continuously. So, I came to understand, I came to see that this is the path to overcome suffering, this is the living of the spiritual life. The state of watching is not stained by anything at all, because one doesn't get caught up, one just watches. And so, one is not involved, one is able to pass onwards all the time through seeing in a pure way. The state of neutrality means that one is not caught up in happiness or suffering. There is just watching, one sees happiness, one sees suffering, one sees knowing, one sees not knowing, one sees peacefulness, whatever happens, one sees all of it. One sees inside and outside oneself, not getting caught up. Even when people abuse, blame, or praise us, we just watch what happens. Whether it's cold, hot, or one is hungry, there is only just watching. This state of watching makes one extremely nimble, it makes one pass onwards. Having reached this point, one has a very high degree of agility. Like a car driving on a deserted road, there is no need to be careful. But when one gets to a road that is not deserted, a road where there are people, one is able to immediately use awareness and wisdom, one doesn't run away from society. Compare it to driving your car in the city, one knows which one the highway is, and which are the minor roads, one knows the red lights and the green lights, one knows the crossroads and one knows what's happening on the right and on the left. This makes for safety, this state of watching doesn't get stuck and no accidents occur. There is such a thing as mental traffic, for example, having thought something, there is concoction until a mood arises. But when awareness and wisdom are there, one passes it conveniently. Similar to a car passing, it's easy. There is no traffic to get stuck in, it's like a highway, freeway, or expressway. It's the same thing with training cows or buffaloes to pull a cart. Some cows that have been well trained, come walking over as soon as one raises the cart up, no need to force them, no need to tie them with ropes, no need to beat or whip them, they are ready to pull the cart home or to the barn. They are able to avoid stumps all by themselves and they know where to turn right or left. The state of watching sees. When one sees often, one becomes more and more experienced until one is a champion. Compare it to a sportsman or woman, who has played until he or she is skilled at what they do. Or an artist who has performed many times. A professional worker has to be skilled likewise, they must be able to use their tools to create a beautiful and artistic house. Developing awareness is the same, if one trains and practices a lot, one becomes so skilled that awareness turns into Mahasathi, full and automatic awareness. Talking in terms of power, Sathi has lots of power. It is similar to flooding water, that is able to sweep along the rubbish from the banks of a river or stream. The power of wisdom knowledge is the same, when there is lots of power, one doesn't have to make effort. It's comparable to a tractor, it clears the land completely. Wisdom knowledge is like that. For this reason, the things that are dirty, the things that are corruptions of the mind, that are stuck in one's character, until the attachment to them as being me, is as hard as a diamond, become as soft and gentle as silk, because purity of mind has arisen. The three fetters of 1. Self-view, 2. Doubt, and 3. Attachment to precepts and practices, are not just things in the scriptures, they exist in all of us. The 84,000 teachings in the Tripitaka, ancient Buddhist scriptures, exist in us, here. They are to be found in this fathom-long living body. The nature of our actions depends on our minds. One may be a spook, a giant, a devil, a hungry ghost, a human being, a person, an angel, or whatever, it all depends on our very minds. The state of watching and seeing doesn't get caught up, there is just watching and seeing continuously. In the end, self-view diminishes, that is to say, the ego diminishes. The state of watching continuously is the state of normality, therefore, virtue arises within one. It helps to destroy anger, desire, and delusion, which presently exist in us. Actually, those are the gross defilements, they are still there, but not fully, not 100%. A worldly person has 100% anger and gladness, when awareness has been developed, gladness and sadness gradually diminish. This indicates the quality of awareness. We both have moods of liking and disliking, wanting and not wanting. The state that clearly sees those moods indicates whether one is a noble one of low or high caliber. One can measure it with this. One shouldn't measure it by external forms or characteristics, such as whether one is ordained, how long one has been ordained, whether one is famous and has a title, which means in the world being this or that, that's not it. Rather, it's a matter of how level the mind is, how much does it go up and down. Is there much variation? If one still goes overboard with laughter when one is glad, it means that one has 100% gladness. This is called still being a worldly person. The state of seeing is like this. It doesn't get caught up in anything, but it is neutral, it is normal, and therefore, it is real virtue. To determine to observe precepts is external virtue, one looks after it, in order to live together in society, which is a good thing. As for the real training in virtue, it is the kind of virtue that melts and digests the defilements, so that the mind doesn't go up and down, because one sees them and so they can't remain. Doubt and attachment to rituals are abandoned, because one understands that everything is dependent on our actions, it is not an external matter. This state of watching, seeing, and not being caught up, is a formula, it is a guide in living one's life. It gives us this guidance, one doesn't have to recite or remember anything. The quality of buddho doesn't arise from reciting the word. Buddho means to know, to be awake and to have a joyful mind. In whoever the state of knowing, being awake and joy arises, that person has Buddho in his or her mind. And it will protect and look after us, so that we don't fall into harmful states of mind. Just as the saying goes, the Dhamma will inevitably take care that a practitioner does not to fall into bad states. The Dhamma yields results, if one really knows and sees the way that should be known and seen. The more one studies, the more one sees clearly. Confidence will arise as well as deep devotion to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Noble Sangha. The state of realization and clear knowing is vipassana, insight. So, insight is not about seeing colors and lights, heaven and hell, externally. Heaven and hell exist in our very minds. One shouldn't pray to angels to come and help one in this and that way. That is appropriate for someone without a refuge, who hopes to find an external refuge in an illusory way. Being an angel means that one's mind has a sense of shame of wrongdoing. If everybody were to have this quality, there would be no need for prisons in our country, because everyone would protect themselves and no one would create suffering for others. So, seeing clearly in this way makes one abandon self-view, doubt and attachment to rites and rituals. It means that one turns around and solves problems within oneself. This state of watching makes one pay respects to the qualities of the Buddha, rather than to a golden image. It makes one pay respects to the characteristics of the Dhamma, rather than to books, and it makes one pay respects to the virtuous qualities of the Noble Sangha, rather than to robes and a shaven head. The meaning of the word monk, is an excellent person, someone with a good heart, that is to say he or she doesn't get angry, doesn't desire and doesn't get deluded. The kind of thoughts that say, he insulted me, I won't give in, don't exist in someone like that. There is just letting go, and understanding arises, clear seeing, until there is no anger. Getting and losing, happiness and suffering, praise and blame, are ordinary things in the world. Nobody can be their owner. And it is the same with sights, sound, smell, taste, bodily sensations and mental phenomena. They are things of the world, they belong to the world, they are not ours. Even sight, sound, smell, and taste have a worldly flavor to them. People don't know or understand it like this, and so they always have a sense of lacking something. For example, one is a slave of desire. The state of watching and seeing makes one feel satisfied, there is a sense of enough, there is no lack of anything, no shortage, and how are we going to suffer? Therefore, when there are virtuous qualities in all of us, we don't get deluded, we abandon evil, do what is right and our minds are pure. The state of watching helps to cut down on things and it makes us understand. It makes us able to overcome suffering. What it comes down to is, a handful of Dhamma. The Buddha once compared his teachings to a handful of leaves. So, understanding the Dhamma, is not something difficult for someone who has reached the state of watching. This is true regardless of whether one has studied or not, because attaining the Dhamma is not connected at all with studying. Rather, it is a matter of training oneself to let go of what is bad, to do what is good and to purify the mind. That is what Dhamma is. Awareness or the perfection of awareness is not to be found in books or scriptures, it exists inside us. Don't be afraid of the ghosts outside, the ghosts are in your mind. In the Sutta, Discourse, on Auspiciousness, the Buddha said, not to associate with fools, to associate with the wise, and to revere those that should be revered. These three things are the highest blessing. A fool here, doesn't refer to Mr. A or Miss B. Gamblers, flirters, people who go to bars and nightclubs, people who drink, etc., are called external fools. But the real fools are inside of us, they are our thoughts. If we think harmful thoughts, our harmful thoughts may lead us to anger, desire, or delusion, they may lead one to defilement and craving. What does it mean to associate with the wise? It means to have good thoughts in our minds. For example, when some problem arises, we let go and don't dwell on it. Never mind, it is just the way it is. This is a wise person. Trying to not have anybody tell us off, or blame us, is impossible. But if we have good thoughts and think in the right way, and we know how to let go, we associate with the wise. It doesn't mean to get attached to this teacher or that monk, or getting deluded to the physical form of the Buddha, as was the case with the monk Vakali, who kept following and staring at the Buddha. The Buddha saw that this monk was getting lost, and so he taught him that, whoever sees the Dhamma, sees me. The monk Vakali then determined to practice the Dhamma, and finally, he realized the Dhamma. This is the way that I see and understand this matter of not associating with fools and associating with the wise. One should see it broadly, in all its aspects. It is comparable to light that radiates outwards, that way one knows completely and all around. It is not a matter of sitting with eyes closed and knowing, but one knows at the time one's eyes are open. Wherever one goes, one knows as one is living one's life as usual, being aware at the same time. The Buddha said that, whoever is aware continuously is like someone who lives in comfort at home with one's parents. There is warmth, kindness, and one is safe. What I'm saying comes from my own experience in training myself. It may not be elaborated in detail, but when you really determine to practice, you will have your own experience. You will know the taste of it yourself, and learn plenty of lessons. We must experience and see things for ourselves, we must let go ourselves, we must be liberated ourselves. Once we have a foundation, we will find the path. This is a law of nature. The state of watching, the state of knowing or awareness, compares to being at home with our father and mother. Of course then we are safe, we're free from all possible dangers because our parents protect us. This befits the saying, Sati and Sampajanya are things that are of great assistance. Sati is recollection, or mindfulness, and Sampajanya is realization or full awareness. The state of watching is something superb, because there is emancipation, there is safety, there is cleanliness, purity appears, it is lofty virtue, lofty firmness of mind and lofty wisdom. The state of watching helps support us to understand the conditions of body and mind, to know convention as convention, to know the suffering of Rupanama, to know the disease of Rupanama. And so, a transformation takes place in the mind, one becomes a human being and one who is virtuous. Pubpegatha punyatha means having done good things in the past. For example, yesterday or today we've done something good. The words in the past don't refer to before we were born, or a previous lifetime. In the past here means actions done earlier on, such as yesterday, last week, or last year. So if we have received good directions, the results will be good, and our minds will become more and more pure. The mind of a virtuous person goes back to nature. His or her body and mind are in a state of normality. The process of knowing more and more takes us to the stream of liberation. It doesn't flow backwards, it goes in the direction of the path and fruits of practice, it goes towards being a noble individual, namely a stream enterer, a once returner, a non-returner, and an arahant. The state of knowing is like a warrior who is backed up with support, and so keeps enlarging his territory until he is in charge and has power. Therefore, wild behavior can't remain, the army of the Dhamma is there. It is like a warrior who is victorious, there is awareness. The state of watching and seeing is the victory of the warrior. One practices right at this point. Nothing can obstruct, there are no enemies that can resist, and so one is fluent. The state of watching makes the cankers of sensuality, being and not knowing, unable to remain. These cankers are refined defilements that ferment in the subconscious, until they become habitual. The state of watching stops the enemies, or if they don't stop, they'll dry up. It is like custard apples, some stay on the tree, all shriveled up. The enemies, defilements, surrender and don't fight anymore. The quality of knowing makes us watch concoctions in a dignified way, one is not a servant of thoughts anymore, as one was before. When proliferation starts to come up, begins to stir, the thoughts will stop when the quality of knowing sees it. It will just give up completely. When there is realization, there is nothing that can deceive. Wherever there is suffering, one is able to dig it all up. It's similar to water and oil, even a little bit of oil will always float on top of water. The Dhamma is the same, it is always on top of what is not Dhamma. This is a law of nature. Suffering, again, is the same, it cannot be on top of non-suffering. One could compare suffering with water and non-suffering with oil. I'm just comparing all the time, but when you really practice you will see clearly and have realization for yourself. There won't be any suffering and you won't think about suffering, because you regard it as unclean. Just like someone who has clean clothes on, how can they let dirty things soil it? In case something soiled it, they would brush it off immediately. It is as if in the past we were dirty. That's why we let anger and suffering stay with us for days on end, we had never met the intrinsic purity and cleanness of the mind. But when we discover the cleanness and purity of the mind, we no longer allow dirty things to be there. The suffering of clinging to the ego is a refined kind of dirtiness. Originally we didn't know that, but as soon as we really know that this is dirty, we pass through and overcome it. In this way, we're able to erase the ego and make it fade out. This state of watching leads to justness, and when justness arises, one has a proper standard, one takes it as a principle and a guideline or compass for living one's life. The state of watching and seeing makes us cross over the cankers of sensuality, being and ignorance, or whatever states are the cause for wanting to be and have. The mind is liberated continuously. In the scriptures it is mentioned that, a stream enterer and once returner, first and second stages of enlightenment, are people who still get reborn, that is to say, after death they are reborn in order to strive to be an arahant, fully enlightened one, in the future. But I understand the word rebirth to mean thought, interest, or whatever causes interest. When one has overcome that, one doesn't go back and think about things many times. For example, the eye sees a form or the ear hears a sound, as soon as one perceives it in one way or another, one reaffirms it, and thinks about it again and again until, for example, craving and lust arise. For a non-returner there is only one life, this one, which refers to thoughts that sneak in just once, and they won't go back to think about old stuff. They have realization and power, having thought once, it fades, they don't return to it, and so there is no rebirth. The word birth doesn't mean being born from mother's womb, that kind of birth happens only once, everybody knows that. But being born here, is the birth and death of Namarupa, in other words, the endless arising and passing away of the feeling of self. The Buddha said, "Before I attained insight knowledge, I wandered around through samsara, the round of transmigration, for countless lifetimes. I searched for the house builder, that is to say, craving, the thing that creates being. Being born is suffering each time." The words countless lifetimes stand for the arising and passing away of Namarupa. The collected birth stories of the Bodhisattva, a being striving for Buddhahood, refer to this. It doesn't mean that the Buddha was born as a rabbit or whatever in previous lifetimes, but there is nothing wrong with that explanation. The birth of a non-returner is a thought arising, which they immediately leave behind and annuls, so that nothing remains. It doesn't have value for him or her, and no karma is created. Such a one is not a servant of thought, they are free. They relate to things as being me or mine, only very little. Those things drop off. We discover and see these things without anybody telling us. It is the quality of knowing that tells us. It informs us of what is right and what is wrong, all by itself. One really sees clearly. The four jhana, meditative absorptions, have various factors. The first jhana, for example, has 5 factors. Jhana are hard to understand, one has to see them for oneself. One is capable of generating them, they make one get stuck because of their attraction, they give one a sense of happiness which is called worldly happiness. But the happiness that is beyond the world is without allurement. When the state of seeing arises, the mind becomes more and more liberated, and it leads to ultimate purity. A change takes place, namely, one is released from all karma. The words me, and to see, are separated from each other. There used to be always me, deep down there was still a self in the mind, but after practicing fully they become separated, and can't be connected again. It is as if form, feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness drop off and shatter like a bottle or a glass, they become unusable. At this stage of practice it is necessary to have a teacher. Let me tell you some of my experiences about this level of practice. That day after the midday meal, I didn't get up from my seat. I kept sitting until all the other practitioners had got up. Luangpor Khamkhian saw me sitting and asked me, "What's up?" I told him what results had come in my practice. He said, "You're a fool. When those things drop off and are separated, why don't you come back to awareness?" Then I understood what Luangpor Khamkhian meant, when he would teach that there is inevitably knowledge, meaning final knowledge, when the mind is liberated. When I got back to my hut, I put the kettle and my cup down, feeling proud of myself. After a little while, it happened again. When I looked right at the spot, I understood that when the mind is liberated, there must be knowledge of that fact. These things depend on each other. It really is the state that is beyond birth, aging, sickness, and death. It is like the five khandha, form, feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness, fail to work. In the past these five things diligently performed their duties, but now, they dropped off, shrunk up and stopped altogether. They were ready to return to nature. But one's life must go on, and so one must keep being aware continuously. Whenever one forgets or gets lost, one should come back to awareness. When one practices in the right way it cannot be otherwise. Having come to this point, it made me think back to my parents. It was worthwhile that they raised me. Their son was born in order to reach this final goal. This point really is 100% nature, one really is beyond birth and death. It is like Ajahn Buddhadasa, a very wise and famous teacher from the south, says, dying before death. The ego or sense of self dies before physical death occurs. If we regard practicing Dhamma as a sport, it is a sport that doesn't die because there is nothing that is born, ages, gets sick and dies. This is how I understand and know it. Anybody can find and see it in the same way. It is not limited by one's nationality or language, and it has nothing to do with having studied or not. Determined to practice. If you are aware of raising your arm, that's good enough. This is the excellent path, it really is the number one path, it is the way to understand one's life. I have trained myself like this, trained until the final goal. What I'm saying is not based on just thought, but I've seen that this is a law of nature. My words may not be exactly in accordance with academic learning, don't make anything out of it, that it is right or wrong in this and that way. Don't use reason to contradict things, even though that may be right, rather, take these words as advice to study, to know, and see. May whoever has knowledge and vision about this, help to spread it out, not in order to oppress anyone, but to help bring about confidence in the teachings of the Buddha, so there may be firm conviction that, the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha really exist. A sincere practitioner will get results, he or she will really know and see, and will really get rid of suffering in this lifetime. It is the genuine norm of life, it is the essence of friendship. Nothing changes, there is just straightness. May your life culminate in this point, and see that your life is just processes and conditions. Processes means, the body has to eat and go to the toilet, it has to lie down and sleep, it has to talk, these things have to be performed according to worldly conventions. Use your life in the ordinary way, like this, don't be angry or suffer until you die. Teachers in the past used to say, don't think that it is this or that person, who is talking about the Dhamma, don't have faith in the person who talks, and don't write them off either. These days, the faith of Buddhists is rather poor. People tend to have faith in this teacher or that Luangpor, and go to an extreme. But as soon as something happens to shake their confidence, they are heartbroken and disappointed. This is not right. We should have confidence in the Dhamma, we should use the Dhamma to develop the quality of our lives. Don't be attached to my teacher and my Luangpor, because that kind of faith doesn't lead to progress, rather, it is faith that makes one shrink back. When you understand like this, experiment with practice and take your actions as the criterion. When you do that and you see results, there will be confidence. It is not that one has faith because someone says the right things, faith because of someone's character, disposition, and demeanor. This kind of faith is dangerous, because it is not the confidence as was taught by the Buddha. At one time, after the Buddha had expounded the Dhamma, he asked Sariputta, the monk who was his chief disciple, "Do you believe what I'm saying?" Venerable Sariputta replied, "No, I don't." The monks who were sitting there all criticized Venerable Sariputta, saying, "He doesn't even believe the Buddha," and they protested in the midst of the meeting. Next, the Buddha asked Venerable Sariputta, "How do you see things?" Venerable Sariputta respectfully addressed the Buddha, saying, "I do not believe the Master, because what you have elucidated I know, see, and have realized already. Therefore I do not have any doubt on this matter, and there is no need to believe anybody anymore." Then, the Buddha spoke to the monks. Take Venerable Sariputta as your example. And so, one should experiment and practice with teachings, until one is Dhamma. If one still has anger and suffering, it means one is unable to solve the problem. Anger and suffering are not selves, but it is us who get lost. If we didn't get deluded, there would be no anger and no suffering. Only two things exist in our lives, namely, knowing and delusion. Do we spend more time with knowing or with delusion? We have to reflect on this for ourselves. If we still stay with delusion, we'll have to experience suffering and anger, for example, that's only natural. If we stay with the quality of knowing, we won't have anger or suffering. How can we stay with knowing? I have a method for all of you to try out, study and practice with. I'm not just telling you stories. I'm able to arrange a place and food for you, you don't have to pay for anything. This is because there are people with faith, who have offered money for food, for people who are interested to come and practice. In 1 year, as much as $1, in 1 month about $100. To lead retreats is my job, which I do fully, as skillfully as I can. I will be there as your friend. This age is the golden age. The Buddha, the Dhamma, the Noble Sangha, the paths, the fruits of practice, and Nibbana, really exist. You can experience them in your life. If you are aware, it means that you have the sprout of enlightenment. The Buddha is not separate from awareness, this is the sprout of enlightenment, that will grow up later on. May all of you be assured that you really are able to discover the truth in your life. To sum up, training oneself means to train in developing awareness. Awareness is the standard. It has the highest effectiveness, up to the point that one is able to reach the state of being the watcher. Awareness makes the mind pure, it is the path, it is the whole of the practice. Someone who is aware has achieved being the watcher in the right way. As it says in the scriptures, the final instructions of the Buddha. As long as bhikkhus live in the right way, the world will not be void of arahants. Don't think of this matter as being very difficult for you, because you're able to do it. You're able to be it. When one lives in the right way, one doesn't get caught up following one's proliferating thoughts. Instead there is neutrality, no gladness and no sadness. The state of watching takes one to this point, the point where there is no happiness and no suffering, no love and no hate, no like and no dislike. On reaching this state, one is beyond the world, it is called Lokutara. As for the word Lokiya, in or of the world, it means that one has a sense of self because of one's concoction, there is like and dislike, one goes for happiness and suffering, and one takes on gladness and sadness. If one practices in the right way, the mind will settle by itself. Living in the right way doesn't mean that one has to stay in a forest, but if one has continuous awareness, it is called living in the right way. It is not necessary to go off to the forest, to sit with eyes closed and walk in a very concentrated way, that's not it. It's just a matter of being determined and attentive, of making sati sampajanya constant. There is no need to implore somebody else to come and help one. One practices by oneself, one is aware oneself, one reminds oneself, one solves problems oneself, and one will live without suffering. To give you all a blessing, I would like to say, may you know anger for the last time, may you know suffering for the last time. Don't be angry until you die, don't suffer until you die, because that is not a supreme kind of life, rather, it is punishing yourself. Polishing life with Dhamma. Luangpor Khamkhian spent 5 months at a monastery in the state of New York, in 1994, and sent a letter tape to monks in Thailand which was published, and is translated here. Let me entrust my friends with Dhamma. With the word friends, I don't mean people of the same age group, who all like each other. What I mean is friends in birth, old age, sickness, and death. Regardless of whether we like each other or not, we are all friends in this regard. The atmosphere here at Juangyurn Monastery, Carmel, NY, is very good. It is a big forest monastery, shady, cool and peaceful, with all kinds of big and small creatures. I meet deer every day. Yesterday, I saw a mother with young twins. Lovely. They walked up to me, as I sat still. They passed me by, about 8 meters away. I didn't make a move. They came quite close and watched me. They seemed astounded and stamped their feet. It was good fun. The weather is nice and cool, it is comfortable. The forest is big, all just big trees. It is extremely suitable for meditation. I have never come across a place as suitable as this one. When I think about practicing, I do think about my friends. In Thailand, that means Kongka Mountain Monastery, and Akarliko Forest Garden, which are places that are used for practicing meditation. The foremost knowledge of human beings. The knowledge of meditation is an important knowledge, it is the foremost knowledge of human beings. If we human beings don't study about meditation, our life does not have value and there will be problems throughout our lives. Our lives as human beings are the results of the past. Much information has been accumulated, it's a complete mess. There is both right and wrong, foolishness and delusion in the body and the mind. This is because our body is the result of the past, the result of our life in the past. Using body and mind in the wrong way compares to a second-hand car. Our body and mind are just like a second-hand car that has been used for a long time, it has been damaged all over and is in a state of bad repair. Being aware is like repairing it, like cleaning away the past and returning it to its normal state. Awareness is like a garage for fixing up life, and bringing the body and mind back to normal. This is called meditation. Meditation is making things better, it doesn't mean reciting a mantra, meditation is fixing things up. Making the body and mind better, more normal. Whatever is not normal is cleaned up and discarded. What remains is normality, this is meditation. The method of meditation. The method of developing meditation, especially the method of developing awareness as taught by Luangpor Teean, is a way that is straight, it is a shortcut, it is extremely appropriate. I have never heard of anybody teaching like this. Previously, I studied all about meditation, I practiced with closed eyes and recited a mantra, until the mind became still and peaceful. I would sit in peace for 1 or 2 hours, I was attached to the peace and happiness. Sometimes, visions would appear, sometimes I would use magical verses or imagination to help the meditation. I played with these visions and imaginations but I was attached to the peace and happiness. I valued it highly and cherished it a lot, I dearly loved the peacefulness. Wherever I went, I would think about it. When I was in the fields, I would think about my meditation room, I wanted to sit in peace. Some days I really had an appetite to meditate. As soon as I got home I would have dinner and go into the meditation room. Before I had sat down properly, I was already peaceful. It would happen in an instant. It was bliss. I practiced like this for over 10 years. I was stuck. I thought that I was doing the right thing, but when I met Luangpor Teean, I was told to sit with eyes open, to make movements, to be aware and to be diligent in knowing. A strange teaching. Sometimes, I couldn't accept it and I didn't like to make movements with the hands and arms, it wasn't as good as sitting there in peace. When I first trained myself with Luangpor Teean, there was conflict and I had lots of reasons for it too. But as soon as I determined to train, and practiced a lot, things became clear. This is building up the quality of knowing, it's not thinking, it's not sitting there being peaceful. The eyes are open, so one is aware. Be aware a lot. This is a straight method, it goes straight to awareness. Awareness is the development of the Dhamma, and this is the way to have lots of awareness. This has nothing to do with reciting words inwardly. Meditation is to build up much awareness. To develop means to do it a lot, to have a lot of awareness. This is how I understand it. Before there was peace, I used the method of recitation, but recitation, whatever word it may be that one uses, is not meditation. Real life is the present. Meditation means to be diligent in knowing, knowing directly, in a straight way. The things to be known are there, the body, for example, is an object to be known. Why is it that we must always focus on knowing? Because our minds instinctively rush out ahead and rush backwards, there is just future and past. For this reason we create movements in the various postures, all the time, in order to be now. Now is what real life is. Real life is now. So we practice with that. Go inwards with the quality of knowing. Directly and straightly. Know meticulously. Make it very clear, don't let there be vagueness. Make the posture that you're in clear, break it up in stages, moment by moment, so that it becomes clear. It is similar to training in writing, at first one writes the A and the B precisely and clearly, in detail. First, one should write the characteristics of the letters clearly. One shouldn't start off writing indistinctly. This is the same, creating movements, creating a form can be watched clearly, it is not blurred. When we watch the breath, sometimes, we fall asleep, it's easy to lose oneself in it. And closing the eyes makes matters even worse. It is not natural to close the eyes, and so one drops off to sleep even faster. In making movements with the arms and hands, we don't close our eyes. As with learning how to write, the movements are extremely meticulous. The knowing enters into the movements, in the most direct and straight way. On watching the body one sees the mind. On watching thought one sees Dhamma. At first, we talk about watching the body, but we'll see something else too, feelings. With eyes closed one won't see them, or one will see them indistinctly, not clearly, and one won't understand them. But when we look and watch, we will see clearly. We will see pain, tiredness, and the pleasant and unpleasant feelings of the body. These are feelings that exist. So we see feelings by watching the body. When one continues to watch, one will see the thinking mind. The mind does exist. By watching the body, one goes on to see the mind thinking. And when one sees thought, one sees mental phenomena, Dhamma, that arise from thinking. One sees thought that cooks things up, rather than just thinking, and that's the end of the matter. One sees that these are Dhamma that arise in the mind, this is how wholesome and unwholesome states arise, cleverness and foolishness. One sees this by oneself, one sees that these things really exist. Altogether there are 4 kinds of things. Instead of watching the body and only seeing that much, one comes to see feelings, the mind, and mental phenomena arising. One sees things that are there and exist in their own right. Seeing through thinking, seeing through knowing, and seeing through discovering. Before, I didn't know, I thought that all those things were I. We tend to think that all of it is self, that they are mine. And so, one gets involved, one gets stuck, one is deluded, and one relates to things in the wrong way. All of it is I. But as soon as one really sees it, one sees that these things are nature, they are things that exist in nature. As soon as one sees that, one puts things down, right there. In this way, things just pass by. It is as if it is no longer one's business anymore, to get involved in it. One sees reality, things that really exist. Feelings really exist, they have their own ways. The mind that thinks is one thing, that which knows and sees is another thing. Whatever arises in the mind, that is a pair with the mind, whatever phenomena, wholesome or unwholesome, those things do exist, and one sees them, one discovers and sees, one suddenly meets them. Having discovered them, one passes them now. We can say what they are, that they are this and that, and we can pass on. We watch with awareness, we watch continuously, we watch the body continuously, we are aware of the body incessantly. When we watch, we see. Sometimes, we watch the body and we see thought. The movements are one thing, thoughts going out, are another thing, and awareness is still another thing. When one looks, that's the way it is. It is comparable to there being three separate things: 1. Awareness, 2. The movements, 3. Thoughts going out. When one watches a lot, one sees, one's vision becomes sharp. The state of watching develops and grows, it knows and it sees. It is quick, swift, it keeps up with things. This kind of eye knows in time, it knows in time what's happening. One keeps watching, and the awareness that is abreast of things suddenly makes a discovery. It is seeing through discovering, not seeing through thinking or seeing through knowing. Seeing through knowing and seeing through discovering is different. Seeing through thinking is far apart, seeing through knowing comes a bit closer, but seeing through discovering meets things in an immediate way. The posture of sitting and the movements we make, are solid objects, they are rupa, rupa dhamma, physical phenomena. What orders the body to get up, sit down, walk and move, are nama dhamma, mental phenomena. In other words, it is the mind that knows things. In actuality, these things are nothing other than just the body and the mind. Body-mind, rupa-nama. The words body and mind are limited, but the words rupa-nama are terms that indicate mastery. There is mastery just as with learning how to write. At first, one just knows how to write the A, the B, and so on, but when one continues to study, one becomes proficient, one can put the letters together and words are formed, it becomes language that can be used. This is the same, one sees rupa dhamma and nama dhamma. There is just this much. The body, from the top of the head to the soles of the feet, is a lump. As for nama, it can't be touched but it has power, it orders the body around to do this and that. It is the boss, the body is the servant. This is an old saying, in Thailand, that we all know, but we don't see it through discovering. When we do see it, having discovered it for ourselves, the truth is revealed, nama dhamma are the boss, they are in charge and tell rupa what to do. We see this now. The dhamma, in Thai pronounced in the same way as the word tum, which means to do, refers to nature that exists by itself. It is as it is. As for the word tum, rupa and nama, they act, they do good and evil, it is because of this body and mind. If the mind thinks in good ways, there will be good actions, if it thinks bad things, it will do those things, it will link up with rupa. If the mind thinks bad thoughts, the body becomes bad as well, and it turns into evil. If the mind thinks good things, it will order the body to do good things. The result is wholesome and meritorious. One sees now that the cause, the principle, the foundation, is to be found here. Good and bad actions are rooted here. One sees that it is like this. One becomes clever and skilled in this way. It is as if one is told something, as if something is revealed, it is as if something opens up, and one can look inside. The nature of people's lives is like this, it is right here. Life is just this much. Whoever it may be, men, women, whatever nationality, life is just body and mind, or rupa and nama. Doing good and doing evil comes from this point. Rupa Dhamma, changing conditions. This much is still not enough, one will still see more deeply. One sees that Rupa Dhamma are nature, the nature of Rupa is to be formed as a solid lump, according to nature. There are changing conditions in Rupa, such as heat, cold, pain, and tiredness. Before, we used to regard these things as feelings, but now, we see sharper than that. Now, we don't just see them as feelings, we see them as changing conditions. There are plenty of conditions of the body, hunger is one of them. They are conditions, changing conditions of Rupa. If there are no conditions of Rupa, then those things cannot remain. Nothing will be left of them. Both heat and cold, for example, are signs that indicate dangers for the body, so that the problem will be solved. It must protect itself, this happens by itself. When Rupa and Nama interact, sometimes there is something wrong, and nature tells of the dangers. When it is hot, one goes in the shade, when it is cold, one gets a blanket or makes a fire, when hunger arises, one finds something to eat. But sometimes there is hunger and it is not just hunger, something, which is a matter of Rupa, turns into suffering, a condition of Rupa becomes suffering, and it turns into a personal matter, I am hungry. Nama Dhamma, changing conditions. Nama is the same, it is the mind, which is a part of nature. The nature of Nama is the nature of the mind, it is like that. But there are certainly a lot of conditions of mind, thoughts etc. They are called cetasika, things that arise with the mind. The mind itself isn't anything, but it thinks this way and that, it knows this and that. Sometimes things arise because of thought. Defilement, craving, lust, anger, desire, delusion, happiness, suffering, like, and dislike, which are conditions of mind, arise through concoction. They are conditions of Nama that exist, these things are related, they are connected. Before, we thought that all those things were self, anger is me, happiness is me, suffering is me. But in reality they are changing conditions of Nama. As soon as we see this, we have a foundation, we have a base, and there is normality. Before, those things were problems, our bodies and minds were the results of problems, of misunderstanding. As soon as one understands, the state of normality arises. The beginning of wisdom. One sees the stream of Dhamma, of normality, there is realization, there is wisdom. To know like this, is a level of wisdom. It is like turning up something that was overturned, or opening something that was closed. One really sees Rupa Dhamma and Nama Dhamma clearly. This wisdom spurs us on to watch and see all the time, this stream of wisdom informs us. It is comparable to going to the airport, when one goes to the plane, everywhere doors open automatically, and the footpaths are convenient. The stairs roll up or down, no need to do anything, it is comfortable. Going to the toilet, the water starts to flow as soon as one sticks out one's hands in the sink. It is convenient. This kind of wisdom is similar, it urges one on to watch and see, and it becomes easy and convenient in line with the amount of wisdom one has. Just watching the body makes one see. The eyes are sharp, they have been developed. Just like an artist, one watches something and that's the end of it, finished. One sees right and wrong straight away. Sometimes, even before one sees it, it has ended already. It is powerful, it has power. It is a level of wisdom knowledge. Just doing this much, and wisdom knowledge arises. One is able to clearly know and penetrate things, by practicing like this. Seeing suffering, throwing off a heavy burden. Keep watching the body with awareness, and there will be progress in the development of awareness. Awareness will see the suffering of Rupa and Nama. Rupa is a lump of suffering, one must breathe, one must swallow saliva, one must lie down and sleep, one must get hot and cold, one must eat, and one must go to the toilet. This really is suffering of rupa, it is a lump of suffering. One awakens to suffering and has pity on rupa. Before, I was addicted to cigarettes. Wherever I went, I carried cigarettes with me, I always had a cigarette in my mouth. When I saw suffering, I had compassion for rupa, smoking just dropped off. To breathe in and not to breathe out is suffering, to breathe out and not to breathe in is suffering, to eat and not go to the toilet is suffering. This really is the suffering of rupa. How could one add more on top of that, by making it do this and that? The hands can't stay still, they restlessly move about. This makes one see suffering, a lump of suffering. I felt so sorry for rupa that tears flowed. How did it manage to survive through these last 30 years? Before, I really didn't know all this. On seeing like this, some parts of suffering just dropped off. It is like shaking a fruit tree, a lot of fruits will fall down easily, but others don't come down, one has to pick them or use a long pole. There was still suffering, comparable to being in debt $100, and one has already paid off $70 to $80. Or compare it to carrying a weight of 100 kilograms, and one loses at least 70 kilo. The parts of suffering that dropped off really had an effect, it really was the stream of liberation from suffering. Concord between rupa and nama. This kind of wisdom sees rupa and nama, it sees the suffering of rupa and nama. The suffering of nama is to think and feel sad. It refers to worry and anxiety. The suffering of rupa is similar to that of nama. I didn't know this before, I used to take on suffering, the more I would grasp onto it. Suffering would stay with me the whole day, sometimes a few days. I would create it with thought, I would think to myself, he insulted me, he always does that, I'm not going to give in, and so on. These kinds of thoughts are like rubbish, they are stains in the body and the mind. They are the results of information, that is not to one's liking. Nama is not being used properly. The results are no good. Nama acknowledges wrong information. It is comparable to a second-hand car, that is full of dents made by collisions. In the mind, there are stains of love, of hate, of happiness, of suffering, of getting, and of losing. There only seem to be stains and marks. As soon as I saw the suffering of nama, I felt compassion. I saw with wisdom that I wasn't using the mind in the right way. There is a poisonous snake in the mind that makes trouble for the body, and the body creates trouble for the mind. But when awareness arises, there is concord, there is a sense of neutrality between them. Actually, a lot of harmony arises between body and mind. Body and mind no longer oppress each other, there are no more problems. Now, I know. There is realization. I see the suffering of rupa and nama, and the next stage is to see the disease of rupa and nama. The disease of rupa refers to sickness, pain, fevers, and dangers of the body. The disease of nama refers to impurities of the mind, craving, etc., that defile the mind and make it dirty. The disease of defilement, of craving, of happiness, of suffering, of love, and of hate, kill one, that is to say, they kill the normality of mind. This is the way it is. When I saw things like this, it was as if I was cured from a disease, just as if I went to the doctor with a stomachache, and took medicine for it. It really was like that. Seeing like this made me overcome and be liberated from problems. Knowing rupa and nama acting, religion is the individual. Then I understood that the actions of rupa and nama are good, because of this rupa and nama, they perform bad actions because of this rupa and nama. Whether it is right or wrong depends on this rupa and nama. And I understood religion, religion is the individual. An individual means, a body and a mind. People from all nationalities have a body and a mind. Religion is the person. A person acts in a good or a bad way through using rupa and nama. One abandons evil with rupa and nama. Religion is your life. If one still acts, speaks and thinks in bad ways, one may recite the formula of taking refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha, Buddhang Saranang Gacchami etc., but one won't be a religious person. This is just religion according to registration, one hasn't yet experienced what real religion is. I understood things like this. Oh, real religion means the individual. Religions teach people to do good and to refrain from evil, this is what religion is. Knowledge enters into this, it is like a stream. One keeps reviewing things, such as Rupa Dhamma and Nama Dhamma. One sees the conditions of Rupa and Nama, whatever arises with Rupa, is a condition of Rupa, whatever arises with Nama, is a condition of Nama. They are not permanent, they are rubbish. Before, I grasped them, grabbed hold of them, I clung to conditions as being self, heat was self, cold was self, hunger was self. Before, I took those things and made them into a problem, I made all those things into suffering. Actually, it is good to be hungry, one should be thankful to hunger. Heat is the same and so is cold. If there was no hunger, things would become impossible, one would die. Before, I took it to be suffering, but when I knew like this, I felt grateful. This is not a matter to suffer over, it is just as it is. One sees the conditions of Nama in the same way, anger and suffering are things to throw out. Seeing the three characteristics, one sees that those things are not permanent, one sees the three characteristics. Seeing the three characteristics is like having a magic eye. The magic eye arises, and the three characteristics appear like a garbage bin. The conditions of Rupa and Nama are like rubbish that one throws in the rubbish bin. This is the way it is. If you don't see this yet, then remember this, so that you will be able to use it when the time comes. When there is anger, then regard anger as impermanent, likewise with suffering, suffering in the mind is not permanent. Throw them in the rubbish bin. Deposit them with the three characteristics, hand them over to the three characteristics. Before, there was lots of rubbish all over the place, it was the result of the past, it was second-hand stuff. When one throws these things away, it becomes cleaned up. On seeing what religion is, it is like being liberated from this mess. All this accumulated stuff gradually drops off. This is really the way it is. One sees that religion is the individual, and one sees that the three characteristics are not just concepts in a book, one sees them in the body and the mind. The three characteristics are not mere words, one can't explain them. The words to see, point to actually seeing things that really exist. On seeing, one is liberated, it is similar to having a shower, one becomes really clean and pure. How do you feel when you haven't had a shower yet? It feels sticky and messy, doesn't it? But when we've had a shower, dry ourselves and we put on new, clean clothes, we feel clean, light, and pure, we experience what it is like to be clean. This is what it's like. Convention, conventional norms. Let me entrust the Dhamma to my friends, really practice and purify yourself. Keep seeing, keep watching. I don't mean watching with the eyes. Keep practicing with the movements of the body. We do walking meditation and the rhythmic meditation. We keep knowing, we keep watching. We have to practice with the body and the mind in order to see religion. We continuously watch and we will see, things will reveal themselves. It is as if a door opens for us and we can see. One sees convention, conventional norms. There is both physical and mental convention. Material things, fields, wife, husband, and children and so on, are material objects, solid things. This kind of convention, we might call, true according to convention. Mental convention is thought that gives value to things, as good, not good, likable, not likable, etc. We assume things, to be like this or that, and we take convention too serious. The world is full of convention. We live in convention. Our whole life is convention. Fame and titles, material objects, possessions, houses, and whatever it may be, it is convention. We assume this and feel brave, we assume that and we are afraid, we even get angry because of convention. It is a big mess. There is so much of this convention. Objective matter, ultimate meaning, and changing conditions. There is what can be called objective matter, ultimate meaning, paramatha, and changing conditions. In and outside of oneself. Trees, mountains, the earth, the sky, and the weather, are examples of the external. We create them through convention. Originally, they are just nature, and then we go and assume them to be this and that. Internally, there are suppositions of flesh, skin, hair, and so on. The eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, mind, and their interactions with form, sound, smell, taste, etc., are a kind of objective matter. Both internally and externally, there is objective matter, ultimate meaning, and changing conditions. Many of them are connected with living beings and their lives, the world is full of them. This is what one realizes and comes to know, one understands and sees convention. Before, I depended on thought to create magical verses, to create what is good, what is wrong, and I even created merit by using thought. In the past, I created all merit from outside, by thinking. Sometimes I would think to get something good from other people, or from material things. I took refuge in external things, such as charms and talisman. I would do good actions and make merit depending on others, thinking that others would be able to give me merit, believing that to do like this and that would be meritorious. It's just thought. It's convention. The various conditions and magical chants are, nothing but, convention. I didn't know this before, but when I understood convention, all this magical stuff lost its allure. Before, as a magical healer, I used to teach people to depend on me, but now I must look after myself. One does what is good and what is bad by oneself. I don't get lost, convention doesn't fool me anymore. Now, for me, all words, all abuse, is just convention, praise as well as blame. It is convention that people use, but we go and take it serious. When those things are on top of us, they can control our minds. As soon as I understood this, I suddenly felt so light. This knowledge is very expansive, it is like something opening up and seeing the scenery. One watches and one really sees, on seeing the truth the mind becomes good. It's not just gladness, it is goodness. The expressway, the freeway. Sitting here, a deer comes up to me. It is watching me. The weather is just great at Carmel, USA. The atmosphere is good, the state of watching is fluent, it is very convenient. One watches all the way from the beginning. One sees, starting with the body and then the feelings. It is an eye, a magic eye, it watches and watches. It is a magic eye indeed. The beginning stages are supportive, they are like cheerleaders that back one up, it makes things easy and convenient. It is as convenient as the roads in America. It is like a freeway, a highway, there are no traffic jams, one can always keep going, one passes easily and doesn't get stuck. These freeways are very big, 8 lanes on each side, and they don't drive slowly, as in Thailand. At least 100 kilometers an hour. But one has to be careful of wild deer, they put up signs, watch out for wild deer crossing the road. One day, as I was sitting in a car going to Long Island, I saw nothing but forest for 3 hours, and I saw a car that had collided with a deer. They've made signs of a wild deer crossing the road, they don't have signs of cows and buffaloes, as in Thailand. Their freeways sure are big and wide. If one practices in the right way, it is convenient. It is right view. When right view arises, everything becomes easy. One can go on, go through. It is like that from the beginning, one steps on the right path and things become fluent, the mind is in a good state. To have the mind in a good state is to have merit. To experience the good mind, the light mind, the mind that sees reality, This is what merit is all about. Seeing like this is to close the door to the bad destinations. One is no longer foolish, one has become smart. Why get angry? One knows now. One doesn't get caught up in bad states of mind, one just watches. As awareness increases all the time, one becomes more and more skilled in it and fluent, even though it is the same old awareness. When we do something, often, it can become an art. A craftsman uses his old saw or knife, but he is skilled and gets better and better. If we were to use his saw or knife, we couldn't do the things he can. It is an art. Athletes are the same, they play for a long time and they become artists, they are fluent and they can be champions. A boxer, for example, when he trains for a long time, can win. Knowing the beginning stages is like a cheerleading team, it gives support to make progress and not to regress. Seeing thought, being a human being. If one practices in the right way and there is right view, right aspiration will arise, and then right action, right effort, and so on. Energy arises and one will see things continuously. One watches and watches and watches. And suddenly, one will see thought. When one sees thought, it happens accidentally. Before, one saw it also, from the beginning of seeing the mind, seeing Dhamma, seeing Rupa Nama is the same. But now, one is suddenly confronted with thought, one really sees it, one sees thought. Before, one saw it too, but not clearly. It was indistinct, one saw it as a stream. But now, one really sees it clearly, one really contacts it. It is hard to express. Thought is something gross, something unjust. On seeing thought, one doesn't just see it and that's all. As soon as one sees thought, the thought collapses, the grossness, and its not being just, cease to be. The unintentional thought stops, it comes to an end. Before, we didn't know thought, but when we see it, the mind rises up. Of this one might say, one has now become a human being. The mind is on a higher level than before, there is a victory. There is no burden, it has put it down. That's what it feels like. It really is hard to describe. I'm now talking about it too fast. Before one has such an experience, it takes quite a while, many days or many months. One knows incessantly and the mind progressively rises higher. One could talk in terms of the mind rising up, or in terms of the mind being purified, being cleaned. When one sees thought, one realizes that one is now a human being. Being a human being is this, it is this state. One sees and understands what angels are, they are not anywhere out there. To be an angel is to have a sense of shame of wrongdoing, one can under no circumstances, do, speak, or think evil things. The body, as well as speech and the mind are clean. This is what it means to be an angel. To have a sense of shame to do what is bad, is something that others cannot see. But one sees it oneself. Before, the mind could think whatever it liked, all sorts of crazy and wrong thoughts. But on seeing like this, it is as if there is virtue. One sees what angels are. I used to think that they lived in the sky, and sometimes I called for them to come and help me. Well, these days, angels are supporting me. They praise me. The door to the realm of the hungry ghosts, hell beings, thick-headed demons, and the animal realm has been closed for sure. I can guarantee that I won't get reborn in any of those realms. Now, the mind is as high as the mind of an angel, a Brahma god or a divine being. Oh, a human being is like this. The Buddha said that to be born as a human being is a great gain, it is an excellent thing. Integrated virtue, knowing the path to follow. One can stand on one's own feet at this point. There is virtue now. Once there is virtue, one knows. It is the training in virtue. It is integrated virtue, the kind of virtue that goes in the direction of the paths and fruits of practice. One may as well say that there is virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom. Virtue helps, gives more energy, the power of virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom help even more. One sees and understands the path. Watching all the way through, this state of watching and seeing, and when seeing, not being caught up, this is the path. One sees and understands this, one gets a foundation here. When one knows the basic stage of Rupa Nama, one falls in the well of knowledge and joy, and analytical knowledge arise, which are defilements due to insight. One sees Rupa Nama, then the three characteristics, convention, and one falls in the well of knowledge. There is so much reflection in the mind. But I depended on Luangpor Teean, who taught us in the mornings and evenings. He said, watch well, when you see suffering, don't be the one who suffers. When there is happiness, don't be the one who is happy. When peace arises, don't be the one who is peaceful. Know and see these things, don't get caught up in them. I got a good foundation from the beginning, it supported me. It's like a young student that goes to a good school, he or she gets support and is able to learn well. I saw the path, it has been the path all along. This path aided me to go to higher levels, comparable to studying at a high school and then at a university. Sometimes my fellow practitioners at that time said that, they knew Rupa Nama, but from their actions, behavior, and speech, one could see that it wasn't so. They still quarreled, they still did things without awareness, their minds still concocted things up, and they acted without clarity. This indicated that they didn't know yet. When one reaches this point, of seeing Rupa Nama, how could one think or do like that? Just thinking is already something defiled, and to then speak or act so that one is a burden and quarrels arise, would be impossible. When there is a high level of practice, not just using reasoning and memory, then one sees the path. It is the whole of the practice. One becomes experienced at seeing Rupa Nama, just like the craftsman using his old saw or knife to become an artist. When one is fluent, this is the path, it is the whole of the practice. It is purity, that is to say the state of watching and seeing, and on seeing not being caught up. This is purity, it is the highest virtue, the highest firmness of mind and the highest wisdom. The aggregates of sila, samadhi, and panya are close together, so much so that there is nothing that is soiled. One feels clean, like someone who has put on clean clothes. One won't let anything soil one's clean clothes. Stains will be seen clearly because one's clothes are clean, and so dirt and dust can't remain, it will be brushed off immediately. The diamond of the Dhamma, being a noble one. To look inward is a diamond, it really is a diamond. It is the diamond of the Dhamma. I rarely talk about this. Wherever I go, I talk about being the watcher, watching and seeing, and on seeing not to be. This is the direct way to destroy identification with conditions. This is the diamond that melts down or drills a hole in the fetters. How can the ego remain? Self-view is about the ego, and so is attachment to precepts and practices, the first two of the fetters. The state of watching and seeing, and having seen not being, is very swift. If you don't have any knowledge, then know this matter first and practice with it, it is a shortcut. The way I see it is that, this is putting one on the right track. Just catch on to this. Don't be foolish and get lost, see. And on seeing, don't go and get caught up with what you see. Just pass by, keep passing things. This is the freeway. This is the path. It is the most convenient for practicing, one doesn't waste time, doesn't get stuck or hooked. Don't sit with closed eyes, that's crazy. See what's there. Happiness and peace, for example, see it and pass on. Those fetters are unable to stay. The first three fetters just fall apart. And one really becomes a noble individual. This is the exalted mind, the good mind. At this point, one can know for sure, without a shadow of a doubt, that one is a noble one. Being a noble one happens at this point. The door of the good Dhamma is right here. The state of watching, seeing, and not being is the door to the truth. The noble Sankhya arises at this point. This is not being a noble one through convention, it is more than just reciting the words of the ordination procedure, that is convention. Being a monk is real in the conventional sense, but being a noble one arises at this point. The point of destroying the fetters and the ego. This realization is for the extinguishing of suffering, or the taming of defilement. It brings about coolness, one doesn't cause any trouble or danger, neither for oneself nor for others. Impurities are melted down and digested. There is no more me and mine. This is due to the power of the knowledge from the beginning stages upwards, seeing the three characteristics, convention and suffering. That knowledge is a powerful support to make progress in a dignified and bold manner. Whether it is the 3, 5, or 10 fetters, they all fall apart. There is an enormous energy that causes one to penetrate through. It is the aggregate of sila, samadhi, and jnana. It is supreme virtue, supreme firmness of mind and supreme wisdom. It is complete purity, the body doesn't do anything bad, speech doesn't say anything bad, and the mind doesn't think anything bad. It is purity, it is the whole of the Buddhist way of life. Knowing jhana and jnana. The cankers of sensuality, being and not knowing, which are part of one's character, drop off, as well as defilements such as foolishness, anger, desire, delusion, and belief in all sorts of rites and rituals. They drop off by themselves, one doesn't do anything with them. It is comparable to shaking a tree that has fruits in it, the fruits come down by themselves. But some fruits, one has to pick oneself or get them down with a long pole. This state is like the simile that Luangpor Khamkhian gave of the leech. A leech is sucking our blood, if we pull it off, it will come off, but with difficulty, one side of it comes loose but the other side is stuck. But there is a method for this. When we mix some kerosene with tobacco and squeeze it onto the leech, it will drop off by itself. In the same way, there is a method to let defilements such as the latent tendencies, the 3 cankers or whatever name they may have, drop off. It is not difficult. It happens in a finger snap. Just like a leech. It's like some custard apples that shrivel up and become black, up in the tree. In the same way, one knows and sees sensual desire, desire for forms and desire for what is formless. One understands the jhana, the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth. Each jhana has a certain number of factors, 4, 3, or 2. This is the level of refinement, the level of purity, of not being stuck. Until one is not stuck or attached at all, it is 0. 0 means that there is no value. Let me tell you, it is life where I doesn't have value, nothing is left of it, of the sense of self. 0. The unlocking, the 5 aggregates stop working. The development of awareness reaches the state of watching. Jnana or wisdom knowledge is fixed and burns things up, nothing can stand in its way. Purity reaches its perfection. It is natural, it is the law of nature. I don't know how it happened, but the lock gets unlocked, it is as if something falls off, as if something snaps. One could say that the 5 aggregates, namely, form, feeling, perception, volition, and consciousness drop off. Before, they worked together, it was their job to do so, but now, they stopped working, they've come to a halt and they have returned to nature. Everything has gone back to nature. It's all finished, it has stopped. There is nothing left. It feels as if there is nothing left to do. The goal of life has been reached. There is vision of the unborn, the non-aging, non-sickness, and the deathless. The Buddha, the Dhamma, the paths and fruits of practice, Nibbana, and the noble Sangha really exist. This reflects back to my father and mother who painstakingly raised their children. It is natural for parents to do that. They do so in order to let life reach its final destination. Well, it has been worthwhile. This happened at the time of having the midday meal. Usually I didn't have a midday meal, because Luangpor Khamkhian said that he wanted us to practice continuously, and effectively in developing awareness. And so I asked my friends for the opportunity to not get involved in the various activities. In case I would not show up for the meal for over 7 days, then to come and check on me. But if I would fast for 2-3 days, then there was no need to come and ask what was going on. If I wanted to eat I would come, and if I didn't want to eat I wouldn't come. That's what I said. That day, I came for the meal. I had the meal together with Luangpor Teean. As I was eating, I watched myself. There were just processes. A hand with 5 fingers taking a lump of rice and putting it into the mouth was just a process. Talking, eating, sleeping, they are all just processes. They are not intentional actions, Dhamma. It was really utterly finished. After the meal, the other monks all left, but I kept sitting there. Luangpor Teean asked me, "What's up?" I told him, "I've come to the end of things, Luangpor, there is nothing left." Luangpor Teean said, "It's an art, isn't it?" "Yes, it is, Luangpor." Next, Luangpor said, "Just practicing this much and you get these results. Does the Buddha really exist?" "Yes." "Do the paths, fruits, and nibbana really exist?" "Yes, they do." "Is there a noble Sangha?" "Yes, there is." "Helping people to get rid of suffering is one's duty." "Then," he said, "teaching people to know like this, is better than making merit by building a monastery, a ceremonial hall or material things. We have to work together, doing our duty to teach people to overcome suffering. This is the profound past of my life. I remember a big tree that gave lots of shade. My hut was on the east side of the monastery. The Buddhayana Forest Monastery. It was there that my life changed. These memories are deeply embedded in my heart. May you listen to these words with earnestness, don't bother about who it is that is speaking the words. In memory of Luangpor Teean. I bow to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. I pay respects to the senior monks and all fellow practitioners, and blessings to all of you lay people and upright men and women. This is the time to listen to Dhamma, as we do every morning and evening. I will talk about things that we are practicing with, things that we can use in our study of the Dhamma. This can bring about a balance, a point of understanding and realization. The more we take the opportunity to practice, to develop awareness, to make contact with awareness, to let the body experience awareness, the more we see delusion. What is delusion? How does the experience of awareness differ from delusion? It is a lesson for us to see these things, things that are happening within. Being aware is to experience things, directly, it is not thought. It is not reasoning, or anything to do with like and dislike, that is not the way we study. Rather, we practice. We have the intention to build up awareness. Delusion is ahead of us, but we see it clearly. Delusion can come from many causes. It can come from thought, or it may arise by way of the eye, ear, nose, body, or mind. Both internal and external conditions are involved. Delusion arises, even though that is not our intention. We see it. This state of seeing is a realization. Anything that one realizes is a matter of practicing vipassana. To meditate means to develop a lot of awareness. Being diligent to know, is what meditation is. We recognize when there is no knowing. For example, we see feelings, we didn't ask for them to arise, they arise by themselves. They arise in the body, rupa, and in the mind. We see them, we don't deny anything whatsoever. We don't deny what arises, anything that is connected with the body and the mind. This is the way that Luangpor Teean teaches. And so we follow what our teacher says. He is our example. He would teach and he was an example by his behavior. This is what we take as our standard. We can learn through external means such as the movements with arms and hands, we can learn to feel the movements. This is what Luangpor Teean taught. And further, he taught to see the various changing conditions, such as thoughts and feelings, and to not be caught in them. For example, thought, to see thought, not to go into thought, to see the mind thinking. He taught very clearly. But some people don't understand, the words are easy to say but when we practice, we can't do it. We use thought in our practice, which only messes things up. Luangpor Khamkhian said to know in a direct way. See thought, don't be tangled up in thought. That is the right way. And having seen it, we return to awareness of the body. We should take an interest in the movements of the body, just doing that much can put a stop to thought. It's easy. What makes things difficult is that we go and mess with thought. Whatever arises in the body or the mind, it is our duty to be the watcher. The function of awareness is to watch, not to deny anything. There are many things to watch, so we shouldn't get carried away with things. Somebody who practices according to Luangpor Khamkhian's method of being aware of bodily movements, is one who has steadiness and clarity within. To make a mess by thinking a lot, using reasoning, figuring out what is right and wrong, and following one's likes and dislike, is not the way. Practice directly, just be interested in this one thing. Awareness. Fix on the movements. It is not hard to be aware, actually, it's easier than being caught in things. Any sensation in the body will do, and one will be able to catch the feeling of awareness. Make yourself skilled in being aware of the body, it is a training. But make it clear, to know clearly is the first step, do it the right way and see clearly. For example, we put our hands on the knees. We really know that our hands are on the knees. Whoever may say that we don't know, that's their business. Turning up the hand, we know. The objects that we know really exist. They are objects that we experience for ourselves. Raising the arm, we know, it is a clear knowing. It is an answer or solution in itself. However we move, we know. Besides this knowing, we see the feelings that arise, crystal clear. We don't get caught up in feelings. We see the feelings, and that is the solution. Anything that arises in the body or mind, that we see clearly, is a solution in itself. One sees thought, for example, and thought cannot fool one anymore. One sees feeling, and feeling can no longer fool one. Every time that something arises, one is ready to respond. One gets a foundation that makes one pass on all the time. If one gets caught up in something, it stands out. For example, one becomes happy or sad, and there is a self in those feelings. Or there is a self in thought, thought takes us to right and wrong, to like and dislike, and so it becomes a long story. But if we just see it, it is very short. Just knowing it, oh, I know already. Whatever thought it may be, it is just thought. Whatever feeling it is that arises, it is just feeling. It is not anything else. But when we are not aware, we don't know, we don't see it. And we are fooled by the convention in thought and feeling. If we catch on to the main principle, the development of awareness through using movements, is extremely convenient. The various postures are a big aid. There are many ways to escape. There are so many occasions to find a path. But if we go and think about practice, getting involved in what we like and dislike, then it becomes a long story. For some people, just ordinary thinking is already a problem, and everything gets messed up. But if one knows, there is no problem. We just simply see that the mind thinks. This is thought. Then, we can return to the movements. We keep watching and wisdom arises, seeing the body and the mind gives rise to wisdom. But in the beginning, maybe nothing will happen. But establish a foundation, by making the movements with the hands and arms. The ability to watch will develop itself. A discovery will take place. One discovers that the body really is, just, rupa, there is not any self to be found there. Rupa is part of nature, and many conditions manifest in it. Feeling, for instance, is a condition of rupa. Heat, cold, pain, and hunger, are conditions of rupa, and so we solve these problems. Once we have a foundation and we see that they are conditions of rupa, we become skilled. Nothing is concealed for us any longer. The various conditions line up to show us what they are. They reveal themselves. One knows all about rupa now. This is wisdom knowledge, that penetrates all matters that are concerned with rupa. One has discovered all of it. At the moment that these things arise, one is able to solve the problem, one knows now. Whenever feelings arise, it is their business. One understands this now. There is no self in feelings of hot and cold, or in hunger and pain. In short, it's all just feeling. Wisdom knowledge arises, realization, one penetrates the three characteristics of impermanence, valuelessness, and non-selfhood. The result is zero. This means that nothing remains of rupa, there is no more self in rupa, it has all been given back to nature, according to reality. This realization could be called a discovery, a seeing, or one might call it liberation, vimutti. As soon as one sees clearly, liberation takes place automatically. Just as when we see a snake, the snake doesn't bite us. Or when we see thorns, we won't step on them. The state of seeing is the most excellent thing, it is sufficient, it is virtue, firmness of mind and wisdom in itself. The state of seeing is insight meditation in itself. The various conditions don't delude us. We're smart in the ways of rupa, they disclose themselves. Nature teaches us. It teaches us what impermanence, valuelessness, non-selfhood, heat, cold, happiness, suffering, etc., are like. This is wisdom. One understands all things. Nama, or the affairs of the mind, are the same. When one sees rupa, one will inevitably see nama. One sees that they are a pair, they are both movements in a person who is not dead. These movements, especially thoughts, can be poisonous and dangerous, if we don't know and understand them. Then it becomes a big deal. But the bottom line is that, it is all just nama dhamma, mental phenomena. Someone who is still alive tends to think. And thought is not anything mighty. But in particular, unintentional thoughts make up a long story if we are not aware. It is the birthplace of many, many things. Defilements, craving, lust, anger, desire, delusion, love, hate, and so on. All these things are rooted in thought. There are two kinds of thought, stealthy thought and intentional thought. Intentional thoughts, naturally, come to an end. Nobody wants to intentionally think. But the sneaky thoughts are like rubbish. They are sankhara, conditions, formations, they are the cause of suffering, samudaya. These thoughts arise by themselves, without us having intention. Mental conditions work very diligently. The Buddha compared them with a potter. Things that arise from sneak thoughts, are like the shapes and forms that a potter produces. Whatever pots and things the potter makes, big or small, beautiful or ugly, they all have to break, eventually. Whatever arises from thought is not permanent, and is not self. We are the ones who lose ourselves in them. For example, a thought arises and we get angry. Anger is impermanent. It is a condition, it is a cause for suffering to arise. Whatever is a condition is impermanent. One can foretell it, that the condition will pass away. Face conditions with this fact. In this way, they won't establish themselves. It means that we know in time. It is like watching a conjurer. If we have sharp eyes and know what's going on, we don't believe his tricks and it is not fun. The more he performs, the clearer we see what he's doing. We see the deception. What is happening in our minds is just the same, we see what happens clearly. We see the trickery, maya, of rupa nama, of objective matter and all kinds of changing conditions. We realize this. We don't go along with it. And so it stops. We are free now. This really is topmost wisdom. The method of developing awareness by making use of movements is a shortcut, it is straight and suitable for everyone. It is a universal principle. Everybody has the same problem. As soon as we can catch the feeling of awareness, we all become one being. For example, if we are aware while sitting here, then we all are one person. The feeling of awareness is exactly the same for everyone. But when we are deluded, we are different people with different states of mind, feelings, thoughts, and so on. At one time, I went to teach meditation at Harvard University in the States. There were many students there. I didn't teach anything much, I just told them to do the rhythmic meditation for 10 minutes, so that they would know the sensations of bodily movements. When they stopped, I asked, "Just now, where were you?" Many of them answered that they were with awareness. When we are with awareness, we are one, we are the same. This is something that is possible. We are then beyond sex, nationality, and language. Among the people who were practicing, there were Chinese, Thais, Cambodians, and many other nationalities. They were all very clever students. This is one of the most famous universities in the world. If one is not especially intelligent, one can't study there. In Thailand, we have a doctor who took ordination at Sukatho Forest Monastery, the place where Luangpor resides. He got a PhD at Harvard. He was the one to take us there. He also gave the same answer. Awareness is not male or female, it is not young or old, it has nothing to do with being a monk or a layperson. Awareness is awareness. To whom does awareness belong? It belongs to one who knows. Whoever knows immediately has awareness. And what's it like to be aware? Well, there is no delusion. Delusion diminishes in proportion to the amount of awareness one has. One can solve and avoid delusion and problems. There are immediate results. When one is aware, one doesn't have to wait for results. Whenever we are aware, we get the results straight away. No need to wait for an hour or tomorrow. It is Hapajit Thung, to be experienced individually, right there. We turn the hand up and we know, we raise the arm and we know. It is not like planting rice, pepper, or whatever, that takes a year or half a year. But with developing awareness, one gets results immediately. Whoever is very diligent will get lots of results. But some people seem to be diligent in getting deluded. This tends to happen because when we start focusing on awareness, thoughts are pushed to the surface. This deludes us in all sorts of ways. So try to make awareness crystal clear. Don't let it be 50% awareness and 50% delusion. In developing awareness, one needs to stay with things and to make things clear. No matter what it is that we're training in, be in time and make it clear. Whether it is science, art, handicraft, or meditation, if we keep up with it and follow it through, we will understand. Sometimes one can even know beforehand. Knowledge about meditation is the same as other kinds of knowledge. Try to make it very clear. One half of awareness and one half of delusion is no good. Some people are caught up in a lot of things while doing the rhythmic meditation. Some people even chat and joke with others while practicing meditation. They just perfunctorily make the movements. There is no intention and no attention. This is not meditation, and there won't be results. We have to add intention to the movements. We have to be attentive in order to know. This is called making effort. When delusion arises, we pay attention, so that the knowing arises. This is putting forth effort. Effort means to have the attention, to always be aware. The attention that makes one know all the time could be called samadhi, firmness of mind. When there is delusion and one makes effort to know, one changes delusion into knowing. This is called wisdom. Sila, samadhi, and jnana all come together at this point. If we start off in the right way, we'll do just fine and it won't take long. But if we don't start off in the right way, we'll be confused and unclear. Even sleepiness is a big problem for some people, or restlessness. One girl said to me, "Oh, today, it was a real hassle, I had so many thoughts." If we practice in the right way, it's not like that. We can solve it in a finger snap. It is not difficult at all to deal with thought, it's easy. Some people concoct up all sorts of things. In 1968, there was an old monk doing the rhythmic meditation, at the monastery in Bohome village, Luangpor Khamkhian's home village. There were just the two of us there. Myself, I was walking up and down above him. Every now and then, the sound of shoe slapping someone's head could be heard. I looked down and saw what was going on. I asked him, "What are you doing?" "The mind keeps thinking, I don't know why it's thinking all the time," he said. One's own thoughts are a big problem. To the extent that one beats one's head with one's slippers. For some people, it is as if there is someone in one's head, thinking. Conditions are being concocted into states of mind and feelings of self. There is no end to it. But if we see thought, whack, we can smile inwardly. We see delusion. This is the best lesson there is. This is quite a profound experience, and one kind of feels proud of oneself. Whatever it may be that arises, that is not awareness, all of that is a lesson to us. There is nothing that is wrong. Even sleepiness is the same. Some people won't do anything about it, they immerse in drowsiness and nod in all directions. When they close their eyes, they'll just fall asleep. They are stuck in that state forever. But when we take a good look at sleepiness, there is nothing difficult about it. It really can be solved and overcome. Then there is no more problem. But if we don't know how, and we are unclear, if awareness is not firmly established, it turns into a big thing, sleepiness. It makes one feel exhausted and there just isn't any energy. Sometimes in addition tension and headaches arise. We should try to wake ourselves up. If there is not a sense of being awake, then use different postures and look around you, look at the trees, take a deep breath and make awareness clear. Then, it is not a big thing. It is refreshing to see sleepiness. When one is caught up in sleepiness, one is lazy, it's the lazy mind that can only think of sleep. Laziness shrouds the mind. It's the stubborn mind, just like a kid that is stubborn. Whatever you tell it to do, it won't do it, it's just stubborn. If we understand this, we are clever and nothing can fool us. Thoughts can't fool us. In this way things become easier. In our entire life, there are only just two things, knowing and delusion. Just these two things. This is the conclusion, knowing and delusion. The cause for sleepiness, defilement, greed, hatred, craving, lust, worry, happiness, suffering, etc., is delusion. Delusion is the cause. There is no method to practice with delusion. Don't even try it. But the way to deal with delusion is by building up awareness. Only sati is able to clear up delusion. Delusion is the biggest of the defilements. If compared to the index finger, the middle finger, and the ring finger, delusion is the middle one. If there is delusion, anger, desire, love, and hate can arise too. Therefore delusion is the mightiest. When delusion is present, one is ready to be angry, ready to desire, etc. One inclines in the direction of the various impurities. The only method to do something about delusion is to be aware. It is very easy. It is the path. One sees and discovers the path. The method of developing awareness by making use of movements is applicable to everyone, regardless of sex, age, nationality, and language. It is a universal principle. Whoever tries it out won't be able to deny it. Nobody can deny it because it is a true principle. We have Luangpor Khamkhian as our example, as our model. His life was exclusively devoted to the development and practice of awareness. I tried out several methods when I found out about this one. I was very satisfied with it. It was good enough for my life. One time some Westerners that were teaching their religion came to the place where I was teaching in the USA, together with their students. They were standing outside the room I was in, about 8 people. They asked to interview me, through the translator. I said, All right. They came in together with their disciples. They stood there and asked me, "What is it that you know? You come here to teach, so what do you have to teach?" I first told them to sit down. Then, I told them, I know myself. What does somebody who knows himself know? They wanted to know. So I told them to put their hands on their knees. Know when turning up the hand, know when raising the arm. This is knowing oneself. They tried it out. They knew once, twice, and on and on. I said in English, aware, aware. They were satisfied. They confessed that at first they had lots of questions, and had the intention to crush me. But when they experimented like this, they understood. Suppose one knows like this for a whole day, what will happen then? Or 1 month? Do you want to find out? This is what I know, other things I don't know about. You Westerners are able to go to the moon, but that kind of wisdom is worldly wisdom, it is not enlightened wisdom. Enlightened wisdom is to know in this way. They said they would try it out. The next day, one of them brought his father and a chair too. The father was quite old, so he practiced sitting on a chair. This is real stuff. It cannot be denied. We don't have to waste time. This is a true principle of life. Everybody who is sitting here has a body, rupa, we're all the same in this respect. There are feelings, heat, cold, pain, hunger, etc. For example, the condition of the weather in this monastery, we all experience in the same way, it's a little bit cool. The weather here is not the same as in Buriram province, where I was yesterday. It was really hot there, I was sweating all the time. But here it's really nice and cool, refreshing. The cold or hunger, we experience in the same way. Pain, also, is the same for us all. But are we keen-eyed enough to let wisdom arise? All wisdom arises from things connected with Rupa and Nama. Wisdom is to thoroughly understand conditions, Sankhara, the conditions of Rupa and Nama. It is not a matter of knowing external things. That is not the wisdom of the Buddha, the wisdom of the Buddha is to know like this. The wisdom of the Buddha knows about liberation and how to not suffer. No need to mention things like ceremonies and rituals. What is important is to have this kind of knowledge. This is what Luangpor Khamkhian teaches us. Regardless of what kind of person you may be, it is the same for everyone. Awareness is not male or female, and it doesn't matter whether you are a monk or a lay person. It is the same quality of knowing. It is not as if awareness of a monk is one thing, and awareness of a lay person is another. This is the principle of being one, of all life. There are no exceptions. It is not a sect, it doesn't belong to a certain nationality, nor is it connected with any language. It is one and the same for everyone. Nobody can deny that. One shouldn't differentiate between Christianity, Islam, and Buddhism. Or divide people into this and that sect. That's not right. When anybody has this quality of knowing, one immediately experiences the universality of awareness. But when there is delusion, many conditions can arise. One might be somebody's enemy, but when there is the knowing, never mind. The Buddha compared awareness to living with one's parents at home. Whoever is aware, is on one's father's property. One's home is a safe, comfortable, and warm place. When one is deluded, it is as if one is homeless, desolate, and destitute. But the one who knows feels warm, there is nothing arising for him or her, there is no fear, no happiness, no suffering. Life is zero, life is void. There isn't anything. In the end, one takes not having anything as one's refuge. Not having and not being anything. Taking nothing as one's shelter. There is nobody who is happy, there is nobody who suffers, there is just the seeing of these things as conditions. There is just discovering the affairs of the body and mind. But one doesn't identify with those things. One just sees and sees. Speaking in terms of being, One could say that one is the watcher. There are things to be watched all the time. That is to say, for someone who is not dead yet. Inside of us, things appear continuously. And outside of us, also. So we don't have to waste time. We are very fortunate, we have come together in order to practice. This is a good model, we get a good example from our friends here, and we get to hear Dhamma talks, which are a good lesson. Practicing here, we get experience. We listen and we practice. This is just perfect. Don't think that I'm special, I don't have any knowledge, I just know myself. I don't know about other people. But I succeed in escaping from suffering. My birth as a human being has not been wasted. No matter how long life may last for, there won't be any problem. I stay right here, watching. Being the one who sees and watches continuously. What arises is seen all the time. I have talked about things that can be verified, it is not talk about things up in the sky. These things can be proven to be true, they can be experienced by all of you. This is the truth, this is reality. This is really studying life. Liberation is to be found right here. The method of practice is like this. We are all able to practice, without exception. I have the opportunity to meet with you, and be your spiritual friend. I don't keep still, I go from here to there. I just went to talk to students who are addicted to drugs in Buriram province. The Ministry of Education checked and found out about this drugs problem, and tries to take care of it, relying on the monastic community. So I went over to help out. It is a good thing, they are determined to practice. This practice is real. Don't go and doubt about it. This is a genuine life principle. The foundation of religion, of the overcoming of suffering, of liberation, is right here. It is to be found in every rupa and nama, i.e. in every one of us. Everybody has determination and purity of mind, the mind inclines to the right direction. May that determination and purity be the power for you, to meet the truth, Satya Dhamma, that is to say the state beyond birth, aging, sickness, and death. May you all discover that in this lifetime. Dhammaroot. Throughout the time that we spend together here, may you determine to train yourself, depending on the postures of walking meditation, and rhythmic meditation while sitting. Move your hands and arms as has been instructed, and see and be aware of getting up, walking, sitting, and other movements of the body in the various postures. Fix on awareness, build up awareness and stay with awareness a lot. Be aware when your mind thinks of this and that and goes to other objects, because it will abandon the watching and seeing of the present, existing posture. Know how to put down thoughts and moods, pull yourself away, and come back to watch and see the movements of the body. Train yourself to be skilled at this point. Establish awareness properly. Take this way of practicing to be your work, depending on this body as the base. See rupa moving and see nama moving. These actions, of body and mind, are kamma, intentional. Train to see the basics of life. The first aspect of life that we will really see is rupa and nama. See it like this. Know which part is rupa and which part is nama. Rupa is this body of ours, that moves to and fro in the various postures, such as walking and sitting. Nama is feeling and thought, that which orders the body to move this way and that, it orders one to love, to be angry, to be delighted and to be sad. It orders one to go here and there. All of that is the state of nama. All of it is a movement of the mind. This is called nama acting. In reality, to get to see rupa nama and to be able to differentiate between them, takes rather a long time. This is because our minds are used to thinking, they are used to being carried away by moods. Whatever object arises, completely takes one in, a thought of anger arises and one becomes angry, whatever one indulges in, one gets overwhelmed by. But as soon as we fix on being within limits and establish awareness, those moods that used to be so powerful, now express a reaction. Some people do walking meditation for a little while and get sleepy. Some people practice the rhythmic meditation and become restless, their minds go all over the place. They struggle hard and feel uncomfortable, burdened, they have headaches and tight feelings in the chest. There are these troublesome things that come up all the time, they are obstacles. Understand this to be ordinary. Don't be annoyed, uncomfortable and burdened by those various manifestations. Establish awareness, hold on to awareness well. Whatever states or conditions arise during the practice of meditation, recognize them, see them. Have crystal clear awareness. Recollect what your main duty is. It is to cultivate awareness, and to see the body as it is moving in its present posture. This is the foundation. As for thought or any moods that come to interfere, regard that as ordinary, take that to be objects that change according to the habits of the mind, that hasn't yet been trained. All right, when it arises, but our main duty is to establish sati. Be aware, arouse awareness in order to see the body, always see the states, conditions, and whereabouts of the body, as it is moving about as clearly as possible. Know how to put down thoughts and moods that are, continuously, changing, don't let them be obstacles. This point right here, might be a big issue for some, and not a big deal for others. Characteristics and conditionings tend to vary according to previously accumulated habits. Sometimes the thoughts and moods that interfere are quite powerful. They might make one's mind think in line with them, until one is fooled and forgets oneself. The mind wanders away, it gets really fascinated with those things. Never mind. When we realize it, and are newly aware, be careful. Come back to fix on awareness and keep on practicing. The state of the mind wandering off and lacking awareness, the mind feeling uncomfortable and burdened, arises a lot when we first set out to train ourselves to develop awareness. It is the same for everyone. Because, originally, we are used to thinking all sorts of things according to our own untrained minds. Therefore, it is going against the stream of our old habits to try and establish and arouse awareness. So, it is ordinary that there are various obstacles. In the beginning, we must depend on devotion, and put forth a lot of effort to train and establish awareness, so that one gains awareness. Be determined to make effort with walking meditation and sitting, doing the rhythmic meditation. Make movements with the body and train a lot to be aware. Never mind if the mind loses awareness, and thinks of this and that 100 or 1000 times. Regard yourself as somebody who is still new at the training. Inspire yourself. Try and do the best you can. Keep establishing awareness consistently. When you lose it, you start again, you lose it again and you start once more. The state of delusion and forgetting often, and then being able to re-establish awareness, makes one begin to be able to differentiate, and one gets to know what one's heart and one's real character are like. One begins to understand how to adjust one's own mind to be aware. One knows how to put down changing thoughts and moods. These experiences teach one to re-establish sati faster and clearer. Awareness becomes more and more prominent, as long as one tries and puts forth effort. We now begin to really discern our states of mind, the states that are conditioned by thoughts and moods, and the state that is governed by awareness. We have more ability to know our own moods in time. And there is more awareness as well as awakeness. The conditions, of feeling uncomfortable and oppressed, of doubt and confusion, of restlessness and giddiness, and of feeling fed up, that used to be there, gradually begin to fade out, with each moment that our sati sampajanya begins to awaken more and more. Until finally, when we really have aroused awareness, and a sense of being awake firmly, we see the existing rupa and nama clearly. That's it. We now get to know about life. We get to know suffering, dukkha, the suffering of rupa and nama. We will understand that rupa or the body is a lump of suffering. It consists of parts that are always moving and changing. One really sees the unfolding of the various states, conditionings, and processes of the body clearly. Breathing is suffering, it is a conditioning, it is dukkha, it is an ordinary state that happens by itself. Swallowing saliva, blinking the eyes, opening the mouth, eating, lying down, taking a shower, putting on clothes and so on, is all dukkha. They are ordinary conditionings of the body, that happen by themselves. Most people have never seen the states of the body, and the course that it takes, according to reality, like this. And then, through ignorance, we create another kind of suffering to mess up our lives, namely nama dukkha. Nama that we have not trained yet, nama that thinks according to what one likes, wants, and desires, nama that is still full of attachment, concocting up thoughts and views based on a self. This is another kind of suffering that we don't know about yet. This is a kind of suffering that is something unfortunate in our lives, that we have never studied or tried to understand. This nama has never been trained, has never treated rupa, nor one's own life fairly. But as soon as we see, train, and refine ourselves, and we know how to arouse and establish awareness, waking ourselves up, the very quality of sati acts as the judge. It is the most honest court. The kind of suffering that doesn't arise from dukkha, from the natural state of the body, awareness discerns it. Awareness brings it to a halt. Nobody can stop dukkha, the ways of the body and of life. Those states just happen, we have to be aware of those conditions, to acknowledge, deal with them and look after them, so that there is a state of normality and happiness for as far as conditions allow. But the suffering that is due to thought, that is due to nama, that is due to all kinds of wants and desires, is a state that is something untoward. It arises because of our thinking and our beliefs. This is what awareness sees. It stops and pacifies that kind of thinking. Awareness knows how to put down and pull oneself away from thoughts, in those circumstances. Awareness really acts as the judge because when one is aware and awakened, it really treats rupa and nama, and one's mind, fairly. One's life begins to be different from how it used to be. Before, one used to be a slave of moods and desires, and one used to fall in the trap of thought all the time. Thoughts, speech, and all actions used to be dictated by moods, by one's own character, every moment, every time. But now the time has come to wake up and establish awareness. Our body then has more freedom, one doesn't have to be under the power of desire anymore. Like if one was addicted to cigarettes and betel nut, and used to roam around and booze. One has been a slave all the time of desires, to have and be on the sensual plane. As soon as one is awakened through sati, one abandons that sort of behavior at once. Awareness knows how to differentiate and it knows how to properly reflect, it really sees things. Oh, this clearly is suffering. How could I indulge in those things and be such a fool? The things that one used to wallow in and be intoxicated with, really drop off our minds. There is no more desire for cigarettes, betel nuts, and booze. One completely does away with those things. For example, myself, I used to be someone who believed in superstition and I trained myself, until I was an occult healer. I used to calculate auspicious occasions. I had all sorts of amulets and whatnot, a complete mess. Before I could go to sleep I had to recite all kinds of verses and chants. My room was full with sacred and holy objects. Flowers, incense, blessed water and so on. I used to chant incantations for at least an hour. Whenever I traveled somewhere I had to figure out the omens. What time to set out, in what direction etc. Going to the forest, I first protected myself from fierce animals with spells. There was really a lot of stuff. And then I met Luangpor Khamkhian. I trained to develop awareness with him at the Budayana forest, Loi province, in 1966. For a full month I trained and strove, before I was able to establish awareness and arouse a state of being awake. The various things that I used to think about, believed in, and practiced by way of different ceremonies dropped off. They really dropped off me. Sati was crystal clear and I realized, oh, it really is because of thought, and my own firm belief that I indulged in those kind of views for many years. I was really going over the top at that time. Now I knew how to be aware, how to train and strive, doing walking meditation and rhythmic meditation. I practiced in the same way as you are doing here now. I trained in awareness, I trained and trained. From being carried away through thoughts and moods, I gradually became more aware and awake. Awareness became more clear by itself. After there had been an upsurge of being aware and awake, I felt that my life had revived and strengthened. It was really more dynamic. I felt that my mind was happy and at ease. Many conditions certainly were more distinct than before. It felt like a mountain or a heavy weight, that had been weighing down my mind for ages had been lifted off my life, almost completely. I understood what old people meant when they said, "Heaven is in the heart, hell is in your own mind." This took on a profound meaning for me. Awareness stood out. It felt as if being aware and awake happened by itself. I didn't have to support it as much as when I first started out. Whatever I thought, said, did, the movements of the body, doing walking meditation, I really did all of it with awareness. I saw states, processes, and the proceedings of the things I thought and did, in a refined way. Regarding the thoughts and beliefs that I used to cling to, moods of love, like, anger and delusion, in fact, they didn't disappear from the mind in one go. It just felt that they had diminished a lot. They were not powerful, they were no longer the boss like before, when I couldn't establish awareness yet. Desire and ambition were still there, latent. They still showed their faces, once in a long time. Sometimes I would still think about this and that, without awareness. Even though I could establish awareness, and was well aware and awake, I still felt that I didn't have complete freedom from love, like, anger and delusion. Luangpor Khamkhian warned to be careful of those things, to be careful of thought, and to be careful of the defilements of a practitioner of insight meditation, namely, being stuck on refined states of mind, such as too much joy, too much delight, too much peace and coolness, stuck on images that would appear, stuck on knowledge of this and that. All these things one should be careful of and not heedless, forgetting oneself and being fooled by them. And so I had to put forth more effort, but I felt that it wasn't as difficult and burdensome as in the beginning. This latter part of the practice could be called working with the mind. For the method I still used the posture of moving the body as a base. This is the sign for fixing on awareness. But now I felt more at ease. I would do the walking meditation in a leisurely fashion, and I would move the hands and arms in a relaxed and agile way. I was aware and saw the existing states and conditions of the body. The movements were very clear. There was no laziness or feelings of wanting to quit. There was no boredom, no uncomfortable feelings or dissatisfaction. And there was no confusion as before, at the beginning. But there were some occasions that my mind thought about things. It would reflect and analyze certain matters. These states would arise on their own. This would complicate things. Some of the things that I would think about I felt were important. For example, I would explain the Dhamma, in my mind, to someone I cared for, such as my friends or my family. Sometimes I would investigate and try to find an answer to a Dhamma question. I felt that each matter that I reflected on was important. And so, at times I would forget and just get caught up in thinking. The various thoughts that would appear at times were old habits. They were cankers flowing outward, asava, they were manifestations of views and opinions, they were thoughts and beliefs in various forms of myself. They would spring up sometimes. Therefore, during the time that one is working with the mind, and one sees the states of mind, and one's own thinking, one really needs to be aware and awake and to be able to establish awareness. One has a perspective. No matter what one is thinking about, and no matter how important it may seem, always be aware clearly and see those conditions arising. When one is careless and thoughts come up, and even when one starts to think, see it and know it in time. But don't be careless and get mixed up in thinking, and let it turn into an issue, to the point one completely forgets oneself. We must take awareness as our perspective. Awareness should always stand out. Then, one can really let go and put down those images, without grasping or paying attention to them. Always come back to being aware. Regardless of how powerful, delightful, or awful thoughts may be, establish awareness and make it into a foundation. When thoughts arise, let them be there, but see their characteristics. Just be clearly aware and don't get mixed up with thought. Neither encourage nor obstruct thoughts. Do it like this. Hold on to this principle. It won't be long and those thoughts will stop on their own. They will fade and disappear by themselves. They will turn into rising images. Just watch, see, and know their temporary rising and passing. In the end, awareness will still be as stable and prominent as it originally was. Actually, the method here is the same as when we first trained to establish awareness. The only difference is that, in the beginning of our training in the development of awareness, we put emphasis on establishing awareness, on breaking through the encirclement of the various objects, and so we give emphasis to focusing on the movements of the body. We do this exclusively in order to have a foundation, or sign in training in the setting up of awareness. We create awareness because in the beginning of our training, states of mind and mood still have power. We are still accustomed to thinking, and this gives rise to some kind of mood that we are familiar with from the past. So we are not yet interested in watching and seeing thought, as we are in the later stages of working with the mind, because one who is not able to establish awareness is like someone without a place to stand. One easily loses one's footing and slips. When we watch thought or powerful moods, we get drawn into feelings of like and dislike. We tend to get carried away with things that look as if they're easy to watch. We can't yet differentiate between the object and awareness. Even though we know and see that we experience a certain condition, we are still not able to give it up and put it down. For this reason, one is taught to make effort with one aim, namely to train in order to be able to establish awareness, to be aware and awake, to be ready, including all things. This is the priority. Make use of the postures and movements of the body as signs, and exercises to train in focusing on awareness. No need to be very concerned with thought or your state of mind. When we get to the point where we have established awareness, the mind is awake and we have a perspective on life, that's it. Now we have the ability to face thought, to see the mind, to see the stream of our own thinking in a straightforward way, without our mind slipping and sliding, getting caught up in thoughts. Therefore, only someone who knows how to set up awareness will be successful in working with the mind, someone who arouses both awareness and a sense of being awake. This period is important for getting to know oneself in a straightforward manner. One comes to know how to let go and put down one's moods, thoughts, beliefs, and conceited opinions, really becoming absolutely free. What kind of character and disposition did we used to have? What kind of things did we think about and believe in? To what extent did we have moods of love, anger, and delusion? We will really see our mind states, clearly as they occur, in a simple way. From the conditionings of mind that come up in thoughts, turning into moods, issues, and various matters, periodically or momentarily, jnanadasana, knowledge and vision, arises, one really gets to know oneself. Oh, this is how I think, I get angry this much, this is what I believe in. One will see conditions one by one, according to the thoughts that appear momentarily, relying on the perspective of life, the main principle, knowing how to establish awareness, being in control with awareness and being awake. The mind doesn't flow and comply with the moods and thoughts. Wisdom knowledge will arise within us, and we will be able to reflect and differentiate between desires and reality. We will know how to let go, we will know how to put down thoughts, put down delusion, put down images and moods that proliferate. We can pull ourselves out of thoughts and beliefs we used to cling to, and were firmly convinced of. Clinging is loosened and one returns to awareness that has never been so striking before. Views and opinions of all sorts get demolished more and more, one after the other. And in the end our minds are made smooth. Our minds don't go back to creating suffering and problems through concoction anymore. It has all been demolished. Proliferating thoughts, sankhara, that used to be so powerful and used to create heavy suffering in our lives and our families, are finally done with, their poison is really gone. Life is smooth. One is able to conduct one's life with intuitive awareness, sati sampajanya, as the prominent factor. One is able to be creative and perform one's duties and obligations as one should. One is calm, composed and endowed with discretion. One is able to reflect and discriminate A from B. One is really absolutely free and independent. Well, what I've said today was an introduction, and a pointing to a line of practice to train oneself. I have made known the teachings of the Buddha and done the duty of a Buddhist. I have done what a bhikkhu, monk, should do. There is this saying of the Buddha, arogaya paramalabha, being free from disease is the greatest gain. This refers to what I've been talking about, it refers to our lives, it refers to this method of practice. In the old days, the monks would go all over the country, and propagate the teachings on the end of suffering in the marketplace, or wherever many people would gather. It is the highest gain. It is eternal life. I think that I have performed my duty in a complete way, and have satisfied the request of the abbot of this monastery. This talk was given in a branch monastery in the south. May all of you, who have lent an ear, take up what has been said for contemplation, and put the various reflections and perspectives into practice. Determine to train and cultivate yourself, so that you will attain the paths and fruits of practice according to your aspirations. The art of knowing directly. I bow to the triple gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. I pay respects to the senior monks and all my colleagues in the Dhamma. May all lay practitioners prosper in the Dhamma. You've come here to listen to words. If you remember the words having listened to them, then you will receive something that is fake. But it is necessary to speak and teach. Talking in order to give rise to knowledge and memory is easy, it's easy to teach and understand. There are teachers all over the place. All of us sitting here now, at a monastery where a retreat is held, have knowledge of good and bad, of right and wrong. Everybody knows that. For example, we know that anger and suffering are no good. We know that, but we still suffer and still have anger. Now, in real teaching we have to teach ourselves, we have to teach ourselves to really understand. We might learn some things from others, it will make it easier to remember, but real teaching we have to do ourselves. In talking today we are all friends, spiritual friends. On this occasion we all become fellow practitioners, so that we can meditate and practice together. This is a good thing and it is right. In real teaching we have to teach ourselves. Even talking and listening are practices in themselves, practices in developing awareness. Don't be united in anything other than developing awareness. Be aware, pure awareness. Be aware in a straight and direct way, straight and direct sati. Feel the body directly, in a straight way. Be fully aware, don't let there be anything in front or behind. This is called really teaching oneself. Let awareness move around, let it be with the body, with rupa. And let awareness see the mind. When there are thoughts, don't prevent or obstruct anything, give awareness the full opportunity to see. As for the body, know directly and straightly, know purely. Use and search for whatever ways that makes you have awareness within your body. Make it direct and straight, know immediately. But some people don't do it like this. Before, I was the same myself, I didn't know directly and straightly. I reserved it and knew other things and there were thoughts. Why do we do it like this? One goes and uses reasoning, figuring out what is right and what is wrong. Like this is right. There is like and dislike. Why do we practice like that? What's the point of knowing this and that? For example, when we are aware, we ask ourselves, am I aware or not? Is this sati or not? Is this kind of knowing, awareness? Or is it thought? Sometimes we're thinking, and we don't know what awareness is, and so there is a division all the time. Reasoning and perceptions of right and wrong come to interfere with practice, and so one doesn't practice fully. No, 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 be aware. When you start off practicing, you shouldn't use reasoning and think about what is right and wrong. Don't do it like that. Know directly, using whatever method that makes you be aware of either the body or the mind. Don't concentrate. Don't think about right and wrong before you experience right and wrong. Don't think about being and seeing before you actually are and see. That's not it. It is wrong when something is wrong, it's right when something is right, you are when you are, and you see when you see. Be aware directly, don't concentrate and don't use reasoning. You shouldn't think, from now on there is no need to think. When there is awareness of the body and the mind for a long period, seeing automatically occurs. This is not called thinking, it is called discrimination, Dhamma-Vicaya, or orderly reflection, Yoniso-manasikara. It differentiates and wisdom knowledge or wisdom arises by itself. This is called practicing directly. For example, we raise the arm or we turn up the hand, just know it directly. Feel your arm moving, feel your hand moving, feel the movements. Actually, this method that we're practicing was different before, in the past it was not practiced as we do now. But Luangpor Khamkhian adapted it, making it more practical. In the past it was called the method moving stopping, in Thai, Ting Ning. One would put the hands on the knees, turn up the hand and think or inwardly recite, moving, Ting, and when a movement would come to an end, stopping, Ning, Ting, Ning, Ting, Ning. They would use it like a mantra, a word to keep reciting mentally. This is not direct, it's not straight. There are still these words that obstruct the immediate experience of the movements. Luangpor Khamkhian developed this method by not having any recitation, just feeling directly, being aware without using words, just feeling. Doing it like this, one knows. The characteristic of feeling is to know specifically, but it is not a poking kind of knowing. One knows. Luangpor demonstrates it at the same time, know like this, don't fix on things. Some people know in a concentrated way, they concentrate and follow the movements, this makes awareness into something with a time span, whereas awareness should be momentary, moment by moment by moment. Doing it like that, it becomes into a practice in tranquility meditation, which it should not be. That may well make one feel uncomfortable and discontented, or stiff in the chest area, sleepy or all tense. To know directly is to know in a cheerful and clear way. Knowing. In one sequence of movements one knows 14 times. This is pure knowing. Don't let there be any separation, let the quality of knowing really contact the body. Let them really come into contact with each other. When one knows in this way, one will become skilled for sure. When there is experience, for example our hand often comes into contact with something, we are bound to become skilled. I used to be a little bit of an artist as a musician. It is an art in itself to contact with one's fingers the holes of a flute or the hammer of a xylophone. The fingers contact the holes of the flute and the most melodious sound is brought out. But when we push too hard it is a kind of concentration and the sound will not be as good. If we go and count the holes in the flute we can't play well, because the finger movements have to be just right in order to produce the right tone. Being aware and contacting the body directly and straightly, is an art. There is no need for reasoning, know in a pure way. Know in a sober and clear way. When you really make contact with the feeling it is an art, you will be skilled in it, and you will know crystal clear. To really contact and feel the body is not just ordinary knowing, it is development in itself. We might compare it to having a livelihood. When we're not doing it right we waste a lot of energy. When we know the movements through reasoning, through concentrating or by forcing ourselves, then we waste lots of energy. Some people put forth effort, doing both the formal practice of sitting and walking meditation, and their faces go all sour, they're all tensed up, that's too heavy. When we do it in the right way, it is not heavy, rather, it is light, comfortable, and we feel cheerful. Doing it like that, one tends to forget the time. But some people force themselves too much, that's neither straight nor direct. Awareness is happiness and justness from the beginning, it sorts things out for us by itself, and it makes one feel and recollect clearly, step by step. Be in the middle, watch inside as well as outside, don't go in, don't go out. When I was a kid, I used to go with my mother to plant melons and beans. When the rains would start and my mother would plant the seeds, she used to say, "If people eat it, it is merit, if birds eat it, it's a gift, if birds eat it, it is merit, if people eat it, it's a gift." This attitude makes one feel at ease. But without this attitude, we may do things thinking this way and that about making a profit or making a loss. This is wasting energy. Sometimes we even count the days, I've practiced so many days already, and I still don't have any knowledge. Some people do know, it's so easy for them. One gets bogged down in thought like this and one cooks things up. The result is that it is our thinking, our delusion that is practicing Dhamma. We practice but we still get deluded. We know and then we don't know, we stay with the knowing and then we are without the knowing, we're doing it wrong and then we do it right. When one is caught up in thought, how is one going to see thought? It is like being inside a cave. When I first started to practice, Luangpor Khamkhian told me to go inside my hut and said, "Close the door." "It's closed, Luangpor." He asked, "Do you see outside?" "I don't." "What do you do in order to see inside as well as outside?" "Open the door, Luangpor." "All right, open the door." I opened the door and stood in the middle of the entrance. Luangpor Khamkhian asked, "Do you see outside?" I said yes. "Do you see inside?" "Yes." "This is the way to do it like this." Having said that, he disappeared. What does it mean? It means to know directly. Don't be caught up in thought, don't go for it, don't be it. Don't be the one who is wrong or right, the one who gets or doesn't get. If it is like that, it's like there is a screen preventing us from seeing, there is no directness, no straightness. There is no openness and nothing is revealed. Just awareness, not wanting, not being. Try it out, knowing directly. Take one step at a time. Know directly, don't figure out what is right and wrong, don't go for attaining and not attaining, there is nothing to attain, there is nothing to not attain. There is nothing right and there is nothing wrong. If there is just pure awareness, there is no right and wrong, there is no knowing, and there is no not knowing, there is only just pure awareness. Give awareness the full opportunity. Just as with planting rice, if we don't plant it well, it won't come up. It's the same with chilies, eggplants, and fruits, they need to be planted properly. But if we know how to plant these things, it will be just right and there will be a balance, the roots will sprout and the plants will establish themselves. If we plant them in the wrong way, the roots won't flourish and they may break, the wind blows and they shake about. We have to keep replanting them, and the end result is that they don't grow well. Try it out. I'm teaching you, so that you will practice, I'm not talking just to give you information. We have come here and so we must try and practice. Practice directly and straightly. At one time I returned from Singapore, and I stopped over at Hat Yai, south of Thailand. Somebody brought a Westerner to see me. This Westerner said in a straightforward way, "There is no need to teach me anything, just tell me what to do. I know many things already, so it's better to tell me what to do rather than to teach me things." What do you think of that? I feel that that is very good. So I told him how to start. Kamma means action. It means to feel. Do you know the movement of turning up the hand? Do you know the movement of raising the arm? No, no, and no. I had him practice like this for half an hour, and after that I showed him how to do walking meditation. Know every step that you walk. Whenever he took a step, I knocked him with my hand on his arm, no like this, no like this. Knowing, knowing, feeling. I had him walk for half an hour and then called him over, and let him do the rhythmic meditation in the sitting position again. He got into contact with sati, with awareness of the body. I asked him, just now, you were aware of the body, did your mind think of other things? No. One is right here, one knows right here. Have you ever known like this for a long time, let's say for a whole day? Never. What about 1 hour? No, never. He just learned about this now. This is how I taught. This point is the point that we, as Thai Buddhists, are lacking in. We are not lacking at other points, it is this point. This is the point where Buddhism comes into being. The Buddha, Dhamma, and the Sangha arise right here, that is to say their qualities. We have to give rise to them right here, this is their birthplace, the birthplace of the state of being Buddha that knows, that goes in and knows. Don't destroy this state. And so we have opportunities, we have places such as this one, it is not as if we practice because it is the fashion. We don't advertise that we do anything else. To perform rites and rituals, make merit and offerings and so on is not the right way. To do it right in line with real awareness one has to practice like this. We have to spur each other on to practice, to live like this. The activities of Buddhism have to start off with this method, we can't deny it. We need places and the environment, and we have to persuade each other to come and practice like this. In the mornings and evenings, there are Dhamma talks as well as practice, this gives good encouragement. And so we come together to practice in this style. What I'm saying now is not for memory, it is for practice. Putting it into practice in our bodies and minds, coming into contact with ourselves. When I use the word sati, we know, we feel it at the same time that we hear it. The things I talk about exist in us, they are there, in all of us. The more I talk, the more we see ourselves. What do we see? We see what I'm talking about. For example, feeling, we all feel, even when we don't do anything in particular. When we are skilled we don't necessarily have to make movements with the hands and arms, we just sit there. Feelings are there already, the blinking of the eyes can be felt, breathing can be felt. The quality of knowing that knows the blinking of the eyes, is feeling, it is sati. The quality of knowing that knows breathing, is feeling, is sati. Even when we don't do anything special, there is awareness, no matter where we are, even when we just sit there, there is awareness. Spiritual friends, inner sages, the paths and fruits of practice. May the words I speak be your spiritual friend, Galyana Mitta, awareness is our spiritual friend. Associate with these things, associate with the sages, I don't mean to associate with this or that person, that is good also, those are the external sages, but the real sage is within, awareness. Try to associate with awareness for 7 days. To know directly and straightly is called, associating with the sages. Do you see that? When the Buddha expounded the first discourse, Dhammajjokhappavatthana Sutta, to the group of 5 disciples, the Brahmin Gondhanyo, opened his Dhamma, reached the first stage of enlightenment. He was the first monk disciple of the Buddha. A few days later, the other 4, Vappa, Padya, Mahanama, and Asachi, also opened their eyes. The Buddha pointed to and talked about, the 2 extreme modes of practicing which should not be followed through, Kamesu Gama Sukali Kanu Yogo, and Athaki Lamatanu Yogo. The path is the middle way, the path for the mind to walk, the path of the mind is called, Magga. Magga or the path, is this awareness. Awareness or the quality of watching, of seeing, of knowing, is called the path. whoever is always aware is walking the spiritual path. The path is a vehicle, it is as if one rides in a vehicle that leads one onwards. As the Buddha mentioned the path, Gondhanyo was practicing in awareness. Finally, the Buddha presented the Anathalakkhana Sutta, the discourse on the characteristic of not-self, as follows. Is form permanent? Answer, no, it isn't. Does something that is impermanent have value or not? It doesn't. Should something that is quality-less be clung to, as a self or oneself? Obviously not. This way of teaching by the Buddha, by inquiring, is not telling people, rather, people see for themselves. This is teaching in order to see, in actual fact, one teaches oneself. Another person can teach one to know, but in order to be, one has to teach oneself. Can you do it now? Do you have awareness within your body yet? Try again. When walking, feel it, feel it. Sometimes thoughts come up. What do you do when that happens? Well, be aware. Be aware. Focus. Know the body, as it is moving. When there is awareness, are there still thoughts coming up? Can you solve the problem this way? Can you change thoughts into awareness? You can. As soon as awareness arises, the thoughts stop. So, know the movements of the body well. A thought comes up one time and one knows, the body, one time. This knowing is the right way to teach oneself. Teach yourself often. The more thoughts the better. But some people are interested whether the thoughts are right or wrong. They think that thinking is wrong. On thinking, see the thought, there is no right or wrong, there is just seeing, seeing thought, knowing thought. As soon as one feels that there is a thought, everything comes to an end. On seeing thought, skill arises. The state of seeing thought, seeing it often, is an art. It is like seeing somebody's face. When you see somebody for the first time, you might forget again, but when you see somebody many times you become familiar. This not just ordinary knowing, you know his or her character, what kind of person this is, whether you should connect with him or her or not. Some people see thought, and think that it is wrong. When a thought pops up, it's wrong. This is wrong understanding. That's not right. This is similar to that time, that I was up at the monastery on top of the hill at Bohom village, Luangpor Teean's village, in my early days of practice. Luangpor Teean wanted me to stay there at that time. There were many people practicing. I was doing walking meditation with another monk. He was lower than me because it was a hill. When he got tired he sat down, and then I heard these strange slapping noises, pat, pat. He slapped his own head with his slippers. I walked over and asked, "What are you doing?" He said, "The mind thinks all the time, I don't know why, it's crazy." This is not seeing thought anymore, he got caught up in it for sure. He was punishing himself for it. Doing it like this is to go in the wrong direction. It is like planting rice and pulling it out again, they won't take root, there won't be results. Therefore, when thought arises, don't consider it to be good or bad, just see it directly. Thought is useful, we'll get to see it. There is nothing wrong with it. Thought arises, that's good, we'll see it and be aware of it. Knowing it in a cheerful way. On seeing happiness you go, on seeing suffering, heat, cold, This is vipassana, insight, in small ways. This is being a meditator. If you are the one who is right or the one who is wrong, then you have taken birth and you are caught up, you are still deluded. There is no knowing. This quality of knowing is completely neutral. It can be applied to anything, it is absolutely fair and can be used with everything. We're not looking for faults, I don't like wrong, I like what is right, I like knowing, I don't like not knowing, it is not like this. If it's like that, the quality of knowing will not prosper, it gets cut and divided up, it gets separated all the time. Do you understand what I'm saying? Have you realized this? When you know, are you satisfied, and when you don't know, do you feel sad? When it's wrong you feel ill at ease, and when it's right you feel good. In the past, I've asked people, having short interviews with them at Sukato Forest Monastery. A lot of people used to come to practice. I asked a girl how things were going. She said, "Today it was a real hassle, I don't know what I was thinking, I was all tense. It wasn't like yesterday. Today I was really in a mess." I said to her, "This is not the way that a meditator talks, try saying it another way." She thought for a while and then said, "Today I saw the mind thinking, I saw it being tense. That's the way to talk." In the first version she was caught up, but in the latter she saw it, she became smart. The words I am, are no good, the words I see, are fine. Do you understand? What is it like for us here? Being or seeing? This is the point of separation. Insight, vipassana, does the separating, at this point. Things are melting, being digested, dissolving into emptiness. Until there is no self. The way to arrive at the path and fruits of practice, is by this way. This exists within us. It shows us the way. The path is sure, the path is to watch, to see. The things that arise with the body or the mind, they arise so that we can watch and see. Do you see? Especially in the mind, there are lots of things that come up for us to look at. Has there been any gladness these last few days? Did you see it? Have you ever seen happiness? Have you ever seen suffering? These things come up for us to see them. What about satisfaction? Have you seen it? Dissatisfaction. This is the path. If one sees, then there is the path. The middle way. The way to get to the path and the fruits of practice is right here. At the point of seeing and not being caught up. Things arise in order for us to see. Some people may experience tension, do you see tension? Some people may experience dullness, do you see dullness? Others may see thought. Do you see it? One cannot grasp hold of the mind, there is just seeing and seeing. Develop this state of watching and seeing a lot. Develop the quality of seeing a lot. See the body moving, see the raising of the arm, see the lowering of the arm. Know and see. Knowing and seeing. When things arise that we don't want, things that we didn't intend, see that also. For example, thought, we didn't ask for it, it just arose. When we see thought, thought comes to an end. When we fix our awareness, the quality of knowing does not fail, as we might think. It is good to have thoughts arising. This way we get to see them, see the mind thinking. Sometimes many things come up, happiness, for example, and one is smiling inwardly. Don't grasp it, don't be it. Establish yourself on the specific characteristic of a meditator, watching, seeing, and not being. This is not wrong, and this way you won't waste time. But some people get caught up and waste lots of time. They get caught in joy, calmness, visions, defilements due to insight, analytical knowledge, and all sorts of things. They fall in the well of knowledge, and know this and that. One wastes lots of time this way. There is no need to know all that but see it. It is like coming here by car from another province, on arriving here there is no need to teach about the things, that one has seen as one passed through. But some people will stop and rest when they get to a nice shady tree, others get sunburned. They get caught up and grasp onto the states that they come across. Just pass through. Don't want anything. Some people want this and that, right and wrong. This is desire, I want. This is not right. Especially when it comes to the mind, one cannot grasp hold of it, there is just seeing and seeing. When there is real suffering, the Dhamma becomes valuable. Maybe some people don't understand. Never mind. I'll just talk anyway. When you're in a bad way, you may search for it, and it may be useful at that time. Yesterday I talked with Luangpor Khamkhian. He said, with what I'm saying I'm not giving people knowledge now, that may not be possible, but in another 20 to 30 years from now, people may come to realize it, or when they are down and out, because they have heard these teachings, they may look for a way out and practice until they know. For example, I say, don't be caught up, watch. Maybe, when we bear great hardship, we suffer and it hurts a lot, that we recollect what I said, watch it. And then we watch. The state of watching will probably help to solve the problem. When we come into contact with the state of watching, we might be released and liberated from that condition. We may be able to let go and put things down. At present, there may still be plenty of excitement for things, maybe we want this and that, there is no suffering yet. But when suffering arises, Dhamma will be valuable. So I'll talk just in case, so that you may hear it. But actually it is not beyond us to practice, and that is why we meditate. Intention is what classifies beings. Let's start from here. We watch the body, really feel and make contact with it. Sometimes, as we're watching the body, something comes to interfere and it makes us lose it, it incites delusion. Thought for example, or drowsiness, and the various hindrances. 5 hindrances are listed by the Buddha, namely sensual desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, and doubt and uncertainty as the last. It is our chance to see them, to see that which is wrong and that which is right. See both right and wrong. This is called having arrived on the path. The things that make us deluded, such as the hindrances and proliferating thoughts, will be seen by us. But some people go and get caught up in them. These things are not without value, they teach us valuable lessons when we get deluded. But some people judge delusion, considering it to be wrong. This is a cause for failure in practice. It is not like that. When there is delusion we give rise to knowing, this is a valuable lesson. In this way we get experience, the moment delusion is there once, we have one valuable experience. When many thoughts arise that induce delusion, or sleepiness, we know, and we relate to these things in the right way. These things then have value for us. It is like learning at school, the teacher teaches when the children make a mistake. He or she teaches how to write the letter A. When a child writes an E, the teacher sees that it is wrong and corrects it. This way the children learn to correct their mistakes at the time that they make them. This is valuable. But if a child makes a mistake and the teacher doesn't teach, it is bad fortune for that child. We are the same, when there is something wrong, and we are the one who is wrong, this is our misfortune. But when something is wrong and we see it, and we solve the problem, this is our good fortune. Mistakes are teachers. But what someone else says is wrong is another thing. As we practice here, we know our own mistakes. Whenever we see something wrong, we change it into right. When we see suffering, we change it into no suffering. When we see anger, we change it into non-anger. This is up to us. Others can't help us with it. Others do not see the thoughts in our minds. But we can see it. Other people don't see the anger, desire, delusion, defilements, craving, lust, and torpor in our minds, we have to see it ourselves. We might see these things in other people a little bit, from external expressions, but there is nothing we can do about it. But when we see these things in ourselves we can solve it. Try it out. Don't think you are powerless. As soon as sleepiness comes up, one yawns and drops off to sleep. This is called falling for it. If you get easily sleepy, then find some way to do something about it, don't just give in to it. Fight it a bit. Try looking up to the sky or the top of a tree, look around you, look far away in the distance. Imagine it is daytime, that's not the time to lie down. This is the time to practice, nighttime is the time to lie down. If it doesn't disappear, then get up and wash your face or take a shower, fight it a bit. Don't sit there nodding about. If that is the case, you've really lost it. We have to be awake. Open your eyes, fully, and be aware. You can do it. It can be changed, it can be solved. Meditation means to do good a lot. The words hapathipati in Pali language, and hapathipat in Thai, mean to practice. The prefix, hapatha, means to come back, to return or to solve. It is not a matter of doing sitting and walking meditation all day long, but never solving the problems. One thinks for an hour or two while practicing, that is not putting forth effort. It is laziness. A practitioner is one who changes wrong into right, delusion into non-delusion. Whenever there is delusion, change it immediately, this is useful. When something is wrong, change it, know it immediately, practice. To practice is to change. Meditation means to do good a lot, make that which is harmful into something good. This is called meditation. What is goodness? Awareness that we're training ourselves in is goodness. Perform this kind of goodness and do it a lot. Recitation is to keep a certain word in the mind, for example, Buddho, Sama Arahant, etc. In the past, I learned verses. I had to recite in order to become invulnerable. That is recitation. Sometimes we use the wrong word, we may call the recitation of the word Buddho meditation. It is not. It is recitation. As for the word meditation, it means to cut off, to just be aware, to feel movements with sati. Now is the time to practice, I've already explained how. Know what arises, don't know at any other place. In the beginning of the training, know at the body, not anywhere else. Take the body as the sign. Consider the body as the material or tool to produce awareness. The body is part of nature. When one sees the body, one has to see the mind too. A person consists of a body and a mind, and so this is what we learn from. These are our scriptures. The path, the fruits of practice and nibbana are right here. The hell realm, the hungry ghosts, and the thick-headed demons, are to be found right here. Realize this. Don't be fooled by things. Don't let the body or mind fool you. This mind can be developed to the end, until there is no more suffering. To be aware is to study. Awareness or sati will become skilled in the ways of the body and mind. It is right here where you will finish your studies. Students study at various institutes, when they finish they have what you call a PhD. But awareness is the real study. The word study means to integrate. One sees sila, samadhi, and jnana. It is awareness that studies the body and the mind, until it is skilled. It could be called full knowledge, jnana. As I said this morning, there are three kinds of full knowledge. 1. Yatha jnana, full knowledge by way of recognition. 2. Dhyana jnana, full knowledge by way of clarification. This is rupa, this is nama, this is suffering of rupa, of nama, this is disease of rupa, of nama, this is convention, constitution, and ultimate meaning. 3. Upahana jnana, full knowledge by way of abandoning. Some things in the mind can be absolutely abandoned, completely changed. The mind can be developed, don't think it is a hopeless job. As I said before, someone who is angry is at the end of one's rope. If not, then there is no problem, just normal. The state of watching is normality. Normality is the spiritual inheritance. Complete normality, until there are no more changes. Until it is stable. Attain to this state. You have the right to. The thing that leads one to normality is the state of watching, watching and seeing, and having seen not being caught up. The mind returns more and more to normal, it becomes pure. The pure mind does not get concocted. This is the spiritual life. The spiritual life doesn't mean a shaven head and yellow robes. The living of the spiritual life is this. Awareness. Knowing a lot, knowing often, being aware often, and the mind will gradually get purified. When the mind is pure, and stealthy thoughts come up, it doesn't want them, they are wrong. When anger arises, it doesn't want it even more, it is wrong. Restlessness, defilement, and worry, that's not it. That's not normality. The mind is like that, if it is not right, it doesn't want it. The mind sees and solves, it sees and doesn't want. But some people don't know, they'll take on everything. They go for happiness, delusion, like and dislike. They get caught up in all things. This one mind can be caught up in thousands of things. Then there is no freedom. No spiritual life. No purity. No normality. This way of practicing of us, has definitely not changed for over 2,500 years, it still stands up to verification, it is a science because it stands up to verification. The religion that will lead the world is Buddhism. These days, scientists say that the religion that will lead the world is Buddhism. Women will lead society, men will be followers. Buddhism will be the leading religion. Especially this method of using movements through the rhythmic meditation, is very popular with educated people everywhere, both in Thailand and abroad. The reason for this is that it can be experienced, it is because we teach people what is true. Try it, raise your arm, do you feel it? This method of knowing challenges people, it can be proven, there are results. It is not limited to sex, age or nationality. It can be used and contacted by all. This is the most universal method. It is our good fortune, that 30 years ago it was Luangpor Khamkhian who set the fashion. It is most appropriate to every sex and age group. As Luangpor Khamkhian used to say, don't take age to be an obstacle, awareness is the same for all. Therefore, I say that it is appropriate, that it is universal. It is not important whether one is male or female, whether one is educated or not. Just be aware, that's all there is to it. Nowadays it is getting popular. I have taught in many countries, I let people test it out. And everyone accepts it. It is real. It is a science. The body and the mind really exist, sati really exists. When awareness comes in to know the body and mind, then all things are stopped or tamed. This is the result of being aware of the body and mind. This is the most complete development of life, all suffering disappears, one gains good health and even the economy becomes better. Jump when you fall of the ladder. Before I came here, I gave a talk at Mukdahan province. I talked about the same thing. I'm not boasting, but since I've been practicing I hardly ever get sick, my health is really excellent. That is because of the development of life and I'm looking after it. The Dhamma will protect one. The Dhamma inevitably looks after the practitioner. So don't doubt. We try to be aware, there is no beginning and ending, as with this retreat that started on January 20, 1996 and ends on January 28, 1996. Try to understand, experience awareness, and when you go back home, watch. Watch yourself while sweeping up, washing clothes and doing the dishes. Prepare yourself, it may be useful. Jump when you fall of the ladder. This is a simile for dying. This may turn into an art. Now, we're not falling of the ladder yet, we're not using this knowledge yet. But it is good to know about it now. Maybe when the time comes, we'll use this knowledge so that we don't get our skull cracked. Maybe it will be a kind of sport. Luangpor Khamkhian used to say that it really is like that. Now, we are still alive, the breath still goes in and out. But when the time really draws near, this knowledge may be our close friend. Luangpor Khamkhian said that, even though we don't have realization now as we practice, but about 10 to 20 minutes before we die, we may get it, it may be useful. During the Rains retreat last year, my uncle died. Before he died I went over for a chat. He was a Dhamma practitioner, he practiced up to the final stage. He said that now he was fine, he could control everything. Whatever I asked him he could answer. But if you're not in control, then don't be downhearted. Don't cry and don't think of other things. The present it right here. It is here, where one is not caught up in anything. One is watching things. But if you don't have control, you may be dumbfounded. Whatever arises is an object. Children, don't be alarmed, just watch it. Right now, Father is watching it. There is nobody who is born, nobody who gets old, nobody who is sick, and nobody who dies. This is investigation, it is safe, there is just seeing. But some people are not like this. I told you before about this grandma, who had been fishing all her life. Her children held her hands, but she struggled to get free, because she was delirious and imagined that she was torturing fish. This is a hungry ghost or a hell being. What a pity to be born as a human being, and waste your life like this. Proving the facts. Where have we been these last 5-6 days? Some people may have been with their children, some people may have been angry with this or that person. Don't go out. Stay right here. Stay with the movements of the hands. Watch out, you'll become delirious. Prepare yourself like this. When the time comes, there should be peace. Consciousness, they call it. Now, we are still stuck, but we know. It goes out, come and stay right here. This will give rise to skill. You get stuck and you know. This is the state that is not born, doesn't age, isn't painful, and doesn't die. It is not a place or a house somewhere. It all starts off with awareness, it leads us to safety. And in the end it leads us to the paths and fruits of practice. Every moment of awareness is a step. The mind goes out and we feel. Know a lot, enter into things with the quality of knowing. Both merit as well as virtue and generosity, and even liberation are to be found at this point. Awareness has already cut off a number of things. When we are aware, we pass through evil, through revenge. There is no enmity, there is no ill will, there is no love and no hate. Do you see that awareness leaves these things behind? Awareness knows, and knows. It is the end of revenge, the end of danger, it is beyond everything. Is this real or not? This is genuine, this is real. Don't let anyone fool you. These days we get fooled a lot. Some people threaten us with hell and fool us with heaven. This is all external stuff. Try this out and prove it. Don't believe me, everybody should prove it for oneself. Make contact with awareness and prove the facts for yourself. I'm talking about the possibility. I'm your spiritual friend. Whether what I'm saying is right or wrong, you have to see for yourself. Practice today, do the rhythmic meditation. Be devoted to just this, with your whole heart. Do it fully. Whether you do walking meditation or do the rhythmic meditation, sitting under a tree, try to arouse awareness. Little knowing will turn into knowing more. This is our inheritance, our noble treasure. Build it up, you're still alive. Don't wait until you're dead, build it up now. Alright, what I've said comes from the way it is, it's not coming from memory. The things that I've been talking about, exist in everybody who is sitting here. With good intentions towards all beings that are determined, may all good qualities and the goodness that we have performed, be the power that will support and send you to the realization of the way it is, which is safety and immortality, no birth, aging, sickness, and death. 2 Dhamma fragments. A. Instructions. B. The straight way. Instructions, given at Buddha Mandala. The formal practice is really a formula in itself. One lifts up one's hand and one really knows. Raising the hand, one knows, lowering the hand, one knows, moving the head, one knows. No need to ask anyone. It is to be experienced for oneself in the moment. We know and see ourselves. We don't have to wait for even a split second. Turn up the hand and know, raise the arm and know, it is immediate. This is the real thing. What is real has to be verifiable, it is not a mind-made image. Don't go and think that it should be like this or that, Just try it out and really experience it. Be aware. If you make the movements just right, one movement takes about 1 second. So in 14 seconds you complete one cycle of 14 movements, that is knowing 14 times. An hour is 3,600 seconds, if we know every time, then that is 3,600 moments of awareness, using the form of the rhythmic meditation. That's a lot. When there is knowing, there is no delusion. Suppose we stay with awareness for 2 whole days, or as the Buddha said, whoever has sati with the body and mind continuously, for either 1 to 7 days, 1 to 7 months or 1 to 7 years, will get one of 2 results, of which the highest is the attainment of arahantship, one who is far from enemies, impurities, one is a noble one, life is smooth, there is no danger. The Buddha challenged us with this. This is where we as Buddhists are lacking. Not anywhere else. Look at this park, Buddha Mandala, everything is huge. Thailand is a Buddhist country and all building projects get constructed. Except for awareness. Being with the body and the mind, there is not much of that yet. And so we're working on this. What happens when we are aware of the movements of the body and the thoughts in the mind? Try out to experience awareness. Steep the body and the mind in awareness, what will happen? Be aware for 10 minutes, 20, 30, an hour. Anybody who knows for an hour or 2 will know the difference between knowing and delusion. We will be able to make a choice, the mind will choose and take what is right. Delusion is not right. Awareness is right. The body can look after itself, when it is hot we take a shower, when it is cold we put on more clothes, when it is hungry we find something to eat, when it is tired we take a rest or a sleep. But the mind doesn't look after itself, unless it has been trained. It takes on suffering, it goes for anger, love, hate, like, dislike and so on. Sometimes it wants suffering and delusion. Some people go and buy delusion, they look for things to indulge in. They cannot remain still. Some people have never trained themselves. But when we train in awareness we can come into contact with it. Then we will be able to sort things out. We will side with awareness. But when we have never trained we don't know how to do that, and the mind will jump all over the place. If we train in awareness for 1 day or 2 days, the mind will come to look for awareness, because awareness is just. Delusion is not. Anger and suffering definitely are not just. We will know what to choose. The mind will choose what is right and safe. Now, when we don't train we don't have this ability, we can't do it and we don't know. Everybody has knowledge, has finished studies and is capable of making a living, but the mind hasn't yet come into contact with the justness of life. We know what is right and wrong according to reasoning, for example we know that anger and suffering are not good, we know that but we still get angry, even though we know that it is not good. That kind of knowledge is not good enough. One has to experience things. Reasoning is still convention, it is still not right. Sometimes people kill each other because of reasoning. But in practicing Dhamma, we experience things, we steep ourselves in awareness, we don't use reasoning, it is beyond reasoning, it is ultimate, reasoning is still convention that is dependent on conditions. But ultimate reality is not reasoning, rather, it is a clear and evident experience. Seeing anger and non-anger has nothing to do with reasoning. Anger is not right. Non-anger is right. When we have experience we know that delusion is not right, and that non-delusion is right. When we have experience we don't have to ask anybody. There are no questions in reality, there is nothing to ask, there are only answers and one has to answer oneself, not somebody else. This is ultimate reality, the truth. And so, we are practicing with this. We've tried it out for 3-4 days already. Testing and proving it. We use the body and the mind for this. What's going on there? You shouldn't think and see before you actually see, be right or wrong before you're actually right or wrong. Sometimes we turn to thought to find an answer, it may not be right. It all depends on how we think. We can all think according to reason, but thought does not last. Really meeting with knowing and delusion is not thought. As soon as delusion arises we are aware. That's not reasoning, one dives into it. Whenever there is anger, be aware and anger will disappear. That's it. Our minds rise higher and become more pure, there is more experience, more lessons. We don't have to ask each other what is real. Experience and try it out yourself, dive into it. Soak the body and mind in awareness. Try and add awareness to the body. We have a form of practice, using intention. Everybody, put your hands on your knees. Try. Who is the one who knows where the hands are? Are you absolutely sure that the hands are on the knees? Suppose I tell you that your hands are behind you, do you believe me? Yes or no? No. Why not? Because you see and know. Who is the one who sees? Do you see it yourself or is somebody else seeing it for you? What is it that sees that the hands are on the knees? The eyes. Close your eyes, do you still see that the hands are on the knees? So it is not the eyes. That which knows that the hands are on the knees is called sati. The word satipatthana means the foundation or establishment of awareness. Establish the hands on the knees and be aware of them. Turn up the right hand. This is not the same as when it was still flat on the knee, is it? Are you sure? Raise the arm up a bit. Don't tense up or concentrate. Do it lightly and know. Now move your right hand to your abdomen. Then turn up your left hand. Raise the arm. Now put your left hand on top of your right. Do you feel what's going on? Where are your hands? You know. Slide the right hand up to the chest. You know. Move it out to the side. You know, don't you? Come down to the knee with the hand on its side. Then turn it over. Do it at ease, smiling inwardly. Don't say it is difficult. Move your left hand up a bit. No. Move it to the side. No. Lower it to the knee. No as it comes down. No as you turn it over. Each time there is awareness. If we would count we would get 14 times, 14 movements, 14 moments of awareness. Make it into a rhythm but don't count. No, no, no. No each second. Don't do it too slow. When you lose it come back. Feel the hands. Don't lose it, don't concentrate, don't count. Know each time, as separate movements. This kind of knowing is not a continuous state, that would be tranquility meditation, and one won't see thought because it doesn't arise. But this kind of knowing is just knowing for a moment, from moment to moment. We are not afraid of thought, we'll get to see whatever arises and we'll return to awareness. Awareness is not thought, it is an experience. It is not memory. Even though the mind thinks at times, we know. Whenever thoughts arise that we didn't intend to think, thoughts that arise by themselves, don't follow those thoughts. Come back to the body, the hands, the mind goes off over there but we return to the movements. Don't lose yourself in thought, when you do, or you lose yourself in painful feelings or tiredness, then try to come back to the movements. The meaning of practice is to come back. Find a point to establish awareness. It may slip off again and again but we come back again and again. It gets better and better. It is like a baby trying to stand, as soon as they fall over, they will try again. They fall again and they try again. This makes babies firm, training in walking and sitting makes them strong. Don't help them, let them get up by themselves. Tell them, get up, get up. Don't go and help them. We are the same, when we lose it we come back. Come back to the place to establish awareness, we have 14 such places. Keep doing that. It's only ordinary, that someone who has a job to do has some obstacles. People who work have aches, pains, tiredness and sweating but they keep on working. Or farmers who are out in the sun, they have to continue planting rice, no matter what. Developing awareness is the same. Sometimes we have aches and we're tired, but don't let that stop you from making effort. Just know it and come back. Some people work at an office for hours on end, they had to train in that also. When aches arise, one has to adjust oneself. Don't let those feelings have power. Don't let them stop you practicing. To see them and to come back is to build up patience and strength in itself. It is to accumulate experiences and lessons. Sometimes we may get sleepy, try to wake yourself up. Stir up awakeness. Whatever method works, there is no fixed way. You might get up and walk, you might look up in the sky, you might rub your face with your hands or wash your face. Don't give in to the extent that you just forget about awareness. It is good to train with this. Sleepiness will teach us. Delusion and suffering will teach us. Whatever arises we use for training in awareness. Sleepiness, aches, delusion and thoughts, all are objects for awareness. They are all teaching us. We get plenty of teachings, because awareness is that which solves the problems of body and mind. Awareness is truth. It relates to the body and mind differently than, for example, medicine. For a specific disease such as a stomachache, one has to use a specific medicine. Awareness can be applied to all affairs of body and mind. Sleepiness, delusion, and thought make us aware. Developing awareness is really extremely convenient. Everything is an opportunity to know. Blinking the eyes and breathing can be known. Apart from the formal rhythmic meditation, you can train with this and with that. Sometimes too much formal practice can make one weary. We should change the posture then. Adjust yourself a bit. If we have been in the same posture for too long, we should make some change. Start anew. Make awareness prominent. A movie maker doesn't stay with one scene for too long. If sitting for a long time makes you sleepy, then get up and walk, so that the quality of knowing becomes clear. Don't let sleepiness and delusion become clear. Keep adjusting. Do it a lot and awareness will become distinct and big. It has power now, it is easy to know. When we can't do it yet, it is easy to be fooled. When delusion is mighty, it is a burden, and so we try to train anew, and make awareness precise and clear. Don't just go through the movements of the rhythmic meditation, do it with awareness. If you're not aware, then don't make movements. Do it slowly, be attentive. Jack up your heart, make it firm. No, no. Really no, don't just go through the motions. This will make you familiar and it will be easy to know. It is possible to understand the Dhamma and have realization fast. To know 50% and be deluded 50% is not a good way to start off, and drowsiness will be a problem. Some people are habitual nodders. You must be awake. Be aware and smile inwardly. Be at ease, set your face, your body, and your heart at ease. Don't think that it is difficult. Make yourself comfortable in practicing. We don't focus on what is right and what is wrong. Whatever happens is all right, never mind. A bit of delusion? Never mind. Enjoy yourself. Being overly careful makes the mind heavy, and then it's easy to become dull. But if you practice in a carefree way, it is fun to know. The straight way. May all of you be attentive and intentionally build up awareness, by using movements. Try it out, test it out, experience it. If we are aware of movements for a long time, awareness will abandon that which is no good. To be aware is to do that which is wholesome, and when there is awareness, the mind will gradually become clean, peaceful, and pure. The mind will be like a still lake without the wind blowing. The mind doesn't ripple, there are few objects of mind because of awareness. Awareness is what cleans them up and brings about a natural balance in the mind. Sati is awareness, it is nature, it is your friend. It makes the mind normal. When the mind is normal, it thinks only little. Because awareness makes it feel the present all the time. When there is awareness, the mind is pure. The purity of mind is what normality is. When the mind is normal, it is like still water. One can see fish in water that is still. One can see all sorts of things in the water. We can even see air bubbles of little fish. That is because the water doesn't ripple, we can see everything clearly. We can even see the reflection of our face in the water. Luangpor Khamkhian said that, at the time that he was still practicing, it was as if somebody gave him a push when a thought came up. Oops, what was that? Another thought, and another whoops. Then, he saw it, the mind thinks. It is thought. The reason things happened like this, was because the mind was dwelling in normality. As soon as a thought would come up, that would make a big difference. Thought is something coarse. Before I didn't know that. I thought that the body was gross, but I no longer see it like that. When the mind dwells in a state of normality for 1, 2, or 3 days, the mind is pure, there isn't anything making it dirty. The mind experiences this pure awareness. Before, there would be thoughts and the mind would be soiled by them, there was no knowing at that time. I have been with thought for 20 to 30 years. But when there is good sati, the mind comes into contact with awareness, comes into contact with purity and normality. One could compare it with clean clothes. Or, compare it to being an adult, before we were children and didn't know right or wrong, didn't know about cleanliness and dirtiness. On seeing mud we would go and play with it. And we didn't feel disgusted. But when one grows up to be an adult, one sees and knows about things. The mature mind, that is, the normal mind, the pure mind, experiences awareness, and on seeing thought, it perceives it as something out of the ordinary, as something gross. Luangpor Khamkhian said, a thought popped up like a sudden flash. When one sees thought clearly, one, automatically, opposes it. One sees it just like seeing air bubbles of fish in the water ripples, because of the bubbles, and we know. Even when it ripples a tiny bit, we still know, because normally the water is still. When your mind is normal, contacts with normality for 3, 4, 5 days. Some people may experience it to some extent. A thought arises and we see it once. A second thought comes and we see it a second time. We see thought. When there is thought, we know, when there is no thought, we know. When we watch, the mind becomes the watcher. We can watch anything. The mind is one, it is supreme. The act of watching goes straight into things, one could say it is people's weak point, one gets hold of that point. One has a point to watch from. When thoughts come, watch. If we just watch and see, that's the end of all the endless proliferation. The state of watching and seeing could be called liberation, it could be called letting go, it could be called sila, samadhi, and panya, insight knowledge, jhana, absorption, or the path. The state of watching is the thing that is most right. It can solve all things that are connected with the body and mind, that are connected with the world that exists in body and mind. It deals with form, sound, smell, taste, as well as the eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. The mind thinks, as soon as it thinks we know. The thought disappears. Seeing thought is wisdom. Seeing proliferation and changing it into peace, this is emancipation. Changing conditions, sankhara, into the unconditioned, visankhara. Changing hot into cool, nibbana. It is not difficult to do that, but if you make it difficult, then it is. If you say it's easy, then it is. Some people may experience nibbana, get a taste of it, in little ways. Maybe you'll come in contact with liberation or freedom, or something like that. For example, one day, there might be thoughts arising, proliferation, and as soon as there is awareness, it drops off, it is let go of, it has been put down. You understand it? You realize what it is. Your very thoughts? Don't think that there is something to realize outside of this. Whatever you may meet that is external, that's not it. Don't fool yourself. Don't look for results far away. A wise man looks at what is close by, as a Thai proverb says. Anger, desire, and delusion are over here. Don't depart from awareness, watch things with awareness over here. Now, the mind is all right, it is normal. It won't be long and it thinks again. We watch that. Watch it clearly. Become familiar in watching, and skilled. Be a champ in watching. It is good to see suffering. To see suffering is the most excellent thing. Clearly seeing the suffering of Rupa and Nama. Suffering gives rise to Buddha. If there was no suffering, there would be no Buddha. Don't be the one who is suffering, see it. To see suffering is to be the Buddha, a little Buddha. The Buddha is the one who knows, the awakened one, the joyful one. It doesn't mean a person, rather, it is the quality of knowing, of being awake, that is the Buddha. The state of seeing is a quality, it is the standard of life, it is the path. But the state of being, caught up, is ill fortune, it is bad luck. One can be all things, one can be the one who is hot, cold, hungry, good, not good, or whatever. The state of seeing, on the other hand, is the inheritance of spirituality. In the beginning of the development of awareness, one must do it with intention, intentionally moving the hands and feeling it, feeling it. When you do it a lot, you'll come to love it. If you experience awareness, you'll love it with your whole heart. You feel satisfied and joyful. You feel that you don't want anything else in life. It is right here, fullness of heart is right here. In the beginning some people may not yet be fluent, and not yet see the value. They practice half-heartedly and don't really make contact. But when you make contact with awareness at the hand moving, you will become familiar with awareness. It is not ordinary awareness, when you do it a lot, it turns into responsibility, it is a protecting, it is caring. If we try to experience awareness, love will spring up, we won't be fooled again, we don't want anything else, we are content and we love this method, we are satisfied with it. We were born for this state of awareness. Once we have experience with this method, we are safe, utterly pure, and we don't have problems or suffering. We are diligent to experience awareness, and a whole heap of stuff comes to an end. I'm talking about things that are possible. Everybody can try it out, to build up and experience awareness, and you will come to know the facts for yourself. May you all participate in studying this matter, because I really can't do your practice. Awareness is not something to flatter or extol people with, as some public speakers do concerning merit. I have been speaking on the Dhamma, I haven't spoken about anything else. Dhamma is nature, ordinariness. The things that I have spoken about are things that exist in all of you. I didn't talk about things outside of you. Our duty is to put forth effort and try to develop awareness, being aware of raising the hand. Be aware of the body, as for the mind, don't go and look for it, but when it thinks, then watch and know it. Don't make it into your focus point, just watch thoughts when they arise. At first, try to be aware of the body. Walk and sit. When the mind comes up with a thought, know and don't be caught up in it, see thought. Then, return to awareness of the body. This is the method that I'm teaching you. I speak so you may hear. You are the ones who are listening, reading. Having listened, put it into practice. If this is the way it is, then there is hope for Buddhism. Well, I guess this is enough. I don't talk so much in order for you to remember, I talk in order for you to see clearly. I talk in order for you to go ahead and do it. Answers to some questions and some experiences in training in awareness. Question, talking about not clinging, when somebody who is used to saying whatever he or she likes, gets angry and abuses someone, they let go and feel all right. It seems as if such a person doesn't feel troubled about it. But in fact there is a kind of clinging, isn't there? Luangpor Khamkhian, in such a case, one is completely overwhelmed by defilements, that is not letting go. Rather, the defilements are satisfied, having eaten to their heart's content. Question, but they don't have any suffering, it doesn't make them feel uncomfortable. Luangpor, defilements get to a point where they are full. Swearing at someone makes one feel good, right? Question, sometimes we do things that are not so good, like being angry and reacting in a heavy way, but if we don't think about it we feel alright. Others, who are good people with ideals usually think about their actions. Is that good or bad? Thinking about one's actions is more suffering than not thinking about them. Luangpor, it is good because one looks after one's virtue. There is still suffering, but one recognizes the difference between one's own and another's goodness and badness. One knows what the results of different actions are, because one reflects on them, stepping into other people's shoes. Then, one should learn to let go and take the experience as a lesson, the good ones as well as the bad ones. Question, I've heard a monk say that a practitioner is like someone who learns to drive a car, at first it's awkward and quite difficult. Luangpor, it's like that. Learning to ride a bicycle is the same, at first it's hard to keep in balance, sometimes you want to make a right turn but instead you make a left. Or you see an obstacle in front of you and you try to avoid it, but you run right into it. It takes a lot of sweating and quite some time, before you find your balance. But what's it like when you've trained yourself? Easy, everything is automatic, no matter where you go you're fluent and skilled. Question, it's really hard to train like that. Isn't it better to not train at all? Luangpor, well, then you can't ride. If we don't train our minds we will be servants of circumstances and desires. This will make one go up and down throughout one's life. Question, what was your experience like when you first set out to practice, did you have obstacles or was it easy? Luangpor, oh, it was really awkward and difficult. At first, I felt very uncomfortable and fed up, why do I have to sit here and practice like this? The mind was raising objections like this all the time. But I challenged myself and kept on training. When I had trained myself more and had fixed on awareness more continuously, the mind's arguing began to diminish. There was more awareness and it was more continuous. After that, I found the way, when awareness became awakened, I really found the way. I saw Rupa and Nama. I saw the three characteristics, I saw the states of the body and the mind arising. My life during that period was nourished with joy. The mind didn't wander, there was really clear awareness that was independent. But at first, it was a real hassle, I had to put a lot of effort into it, and I felt uneasy and burdened. Actually, I've trained in the method of using the mantra, BHU before. I practiced with that until I was skilled at it. But I still got angry, I couldn't deal with suffering. When I trained in developing awareness it was very hard in the beginning, because there was still opposition in the mind. However, when I continued to make effort and awareness became crystal clear, I got to know that this method is actually not difficult and bears lots of fruit. Afterwards I felt that the method of mantra recitation is much more difficult. Question, how do you mean more difficult? Do you mean that there is more opportunity for the mind to wander off? Luangpor, no. When I trained at BHU, I was just beginning. But when I could do it I felt that I was still stuck, I was still besieged with agitation and worry. Later, when I switched to this method it was easier than the recitation method. I'm somebody who likes to train himself, and so I didn't have to force myself a lot. I had confidence in learning from my experiences. Never mind if others don't do it, but I have to be able to train myself, and do what is right. This is how I thought at first, and this spirit backed me up all the way. I once asked Luangpor Teean, since when have you been practicing like this? He said, I was 45 at the time. Myself, I was 30 years old, and so I challenged myself thinking, people's abilities probably don't differ that much. I further asked him, are there any people who have developed awareness with you, and didn't get any insight? Luangpor Khamkhian said, no, there aren't. And so I had confidence and didn't think about it a lot. I determined to put forth effort by being aware through walking meditation, and knowing the postures in a continuous way. I didn't have much time, to sit and ask questions like you have. I didn't use the method of looking for information. Actually, I did have questions, but I used to learn from experiences more. In those days, Luangpor Khamkhian taught to be aware through using the rhythmic meditation. Be aware simply like this. No like this. He instructed to really do it, and he didn't sit around to explain a lot of questions as you're doing these days. He just presented the method, in order that we go ahead and practice it. Only once in a long time would he drop by to check on you. At one time he asked, how is it going? I answered, nothing is going, nothing is happening. He disappeared. The next day he came again and advised, don't think about this and that, just be aware, fix on awareness. See the movements of the body, do it continuously. He would only say a few words. He came to give me advice for some days. Some days he would come and talk. Some days he would show me things. Sometimes I didn't yet understand his advice, but I determined to continuously put forth effort. I tried to continuously be aware of the postures. Sometimes I would be aware, sometimes I would lose it, alternating from one to the other. It took me a full month to understand the state that Luangpor Khamkhian was talking about. When sati became prominent, awareness was awakened and established. It felt like I had really found the path of life. I wasted a lot of time because I was attached to my old way of practicing. My mind used to be still and peaceful when reciting the word Pud though. It was cool and comfortable. I was stuck. I thought that that way was better than this way of developing awareness. I remember that many people went to practice with Luangpor Khamkhian, and they would practice intensively for a week or two and got results. But it took me a full month because I had views and opinions. Question: I once trained myself doing walking meditation and rhythmic meditation, but after a while I returned to watching the breath at the same time, because I have trained in anapanasati, awareness of breathing before. Luangpor, sometimes it happens like that. It's ordinary because one has a familiarity from the past. Question: right. As soon as I try to not watch the breath, and concentrate on the hands at every movement, I get a headache. Luangpor, that's no good. Question: is it possible to use the same principles, of developing awareness that Luangpor Khamkhian teaches, with watching the breath? Luangpor, I tried that out and applied it, when I first set out to develop awareness. Having done anapanasati, awareness was not clear, not the same as establishing awareness this way. Awareness of movements of the body in the various postures is very clear. And it is easier to focus on. Sati stands out. One really becomes awake. After the mind has been established and awakened, one is able to acknowledge with continuous awareness both the refined movements of the breath, the movements of the body, in both the coarse and the refined postures, as well as being able to use a mantra in practicing. There is no problem at all. No matter how subtle the breath may be, one sees the movements clearly because one's mind is awakened and is well cultivated, having learned how to focus on and establish awareness. In 1975, I followed Luangpor Khamkhian to Wat Chonla Pertan, near Bangkok. The abbot, Jaukun Panyananda, entrusted us with the training of all the young monks in meditation. That year Venerable Khemananda, now a lay teacher, spent the rains retreat there too. He also taught meditation, so we divided the task up between us. Venerable Khemananda taught anapanasati, as is taught by his teacher Ajahn Buddhadasa. Luangpor Khamkhian and myself taught the development of awareness using the rhythmic and walking meditation. At that time Venerable Khemananda didn't yet understand Luangpor Khamkhian. After the first month of the rains, 3 newly ordained monks asked to change and come and train to develop awareness with Luangpor Teean. They sneaked away from Venerable Khamkhian. Luangpor Teean instructed them. Those 3 monks were very determined. They managed to focus on awareness and make it stand out. This gave rise to joy and confidence, and they invited their friends to give it a try too. Venerable Khamkhian got to know about this. He was surprised that the young monks were so serious about developing awareness, and so he came to check it out and ask some questions. In the end, Venerable Khamkhian tried Luangpor Teean's method to develop awareness, and was satisfied with the changes that took place in his mind. Since 1975, Venerable Khamkhian has been an important teacher, helping to train and teach the cultivation of awareness according to the teachings of Luangpor Teean. He has also helped to spread the teachings, and come to an understanding with scientists and young people, at all sorts of teaching institutions about cultivating one's own mind. As a result, government officials and young students have come to try developing awareness more and more. Question: how can we solve the problem of wanting to follow the breath and watching movements at the same time? I find that this is really hard to do. Luangpor: well, one has to be diligent in aiming for awareness. Make yourself comfortable and try to be aware. You don't need to make all-out efforts or force yourself. When you lose awareness while watching the breath, then let go at first. Never mind if the mind goes off sometimes. On realizing that your mind has wandered off, you come back again to a new moment of awareness, and, so doing, you put down the thought or object that made you lose awareness. Train to bring up awareness. Do it at ease. Don't go and force yourself, wanting things to be like this or that, because the more you force yourself, the more the mind thinks and goes into turmoil. Be aware continuously. When you have awakened awareness, the wandering of the mind will disappear by itself. Question: in watching the movements, do we have to see the various postures at each moment? Luangpor: there is no need to determine to see the various postures. Just train to be more and more aware, and when awareness becomes awakened, this awakeness of the mind will see the various postures more clearly by itself. Question: at first, I tried to watch the movements with every move, in an intensive way. Luangpor: that's not the way to do it. Just train to bring up more awareness, making it more continuous. However you move, let the mind be aware of it, see the process of moving continuously. When your mind starts to think of this and that, or some mood arises, don't get annoyed or try to stop it, don't be interested in what's happening, rather, turn back to being aware, wake up awareness. First, train in establishing awareness. When awareness is awake and established, it will be easy to see thought, and to keep up with the arising moods, not being caught up in them. Awareness will be clear and it will happen by itself. Question: when I first tried, I tried to concentrate in order to not follow or think anything else. Luangpor: don't concentrate, it will give you a headache. Question: from your experience, do you find that focusing on the breath gives good results? Luangpor: there are good results when one does it in the right way. Question: but I doubt whether there will be progress or not. As far as I have practiced, there was peace, but no more than that. I'm still as caught in moods as I was before. Luangpor: peace is samatha, it is just the basic stage. It is a state of mind. In developing awareness, one doesn't get peaceful, not that kind of peace. When awareness is awakened, it turns into vipassana. It is wisdom knowledge, it sees the body and the mind. The walking meditation and the rhythmic meditation, moving the arms about, is a method, it is an exercise to focus on awareness. We take the movements of the body to be a sign, nimitta, and a base. It is the foundation for waking up sati, and making it continuous. When we have established awareness, we will see what's going on in the body and the mind as it is. Just the awakeness of the mind, the state of having sati sampajanya, that is completely awake, is enough to bring happiness and normality to your life. The result of awakened awareness is wisdom knowledge. This means to see all things as they actually are in reality. The kind of seeing that is important to guide life, to the overcoming of suffering and all kinds of dis-ease and dissatisfaction, is to see thought and views, to see the process of proliferation in oneself. We see this, and we are really faced with suffering. We really see the states, characteristics, and the arising and passing in our minds. It is a seeing through sati sampajanya, that is established and awakened. No matter what state or condition we see, we can abandon it. We abandon things in stages, for example various views and opinions. We really see these things. Question: does this mean that training in anapanasati cannot lead to insight? Luangpor: it can. If we don't wallow in watching the breath until we become peaceful. Train in watching the breath with sati, being aware of it. Whether you're watching the long or the short breath, watch with awareness. Awaken awareness and remember that you focus on the breath in order to arouse sati, and train the mind to have recollection, and awareness that is more awake, not to let yourself follow and be caught up in the passing thoughts and moods. We develop awareness in order to live our lives with awareness. We depend on awareness and awakeness to work with the mind. To see thought, to see one's various views and opinions. We see it so that we can diminish them, abandon them, let go of thoughts, and put down various moods that we used to be deluded by. And so we must be careful that we don't train the mind for any other purpose. Question: there is a book of Ajahn Buddhadasa, which teaches not to train in anapanasati just to make the mind peaceful, but in order to see rupa nama and the three characteristics. Luangpor: right. He teaches to reflect on the three characteristics and see one's mind, to see what's happening in one's life. He doesn't teach people to get stuck in peacefulness. Peace and coolness are very delicious, I have been addicted to it. It's like drugs. The trained mind is cool and still. I certainly was immersed in those states. When I went to work on the fields, I wanted it to be evening quickly, so I could go back home and practice meditation in my room. I would make the mind peaceful. I was really attached to it. Question: I used to practice mindfulness with breathing, but I only got as far as peacefulness, I didn't know what to do next. Luangpor: there are two kinds of peace, one is stillness, the mind is peaceful and secluded, but the other kind is peace because we have sati sampajanya, and are awake. Moods and thoughts cannot enter and become powerful in our minds. Life is free from complexity and turmoil, this is peace due to our ability to establish awareness. We don't let the mind think and proliferate following thoughts, beliefs, and desires that we are familiar with. We know how to allay ourselves from delusions, attachments, and conceits. This latter kind of peace is therefore the kind of peace that can be used. It should be developed, one should train to have and be it. One should practice to keep up with one's mind more. In your case, you have practiced anapanasati before, so just continue with it but be careful. Don't immerse yourself in concentrating until you get stuck on peace and calm. Try to practice with awareness and awakeness. See the movements of the breath more and more clearly together with the mind waking up more and more. The breath is one thing, that which sees the breath is another thing, something that stands out. When intuitive awareness, sati sampajanya, is awakened, the seeing or knowing of thoughts in time with their arising, will happen by itself. Question: what I did before was to follow the breath. Sometimes the mind would think of other matters, and as soon as I realized that I lost it, I would come back to the breath. Sometimes peace would arise after a while. Luangpor: all right. Next time, as soon as you realize that you're getting peaceful, change your posture. Try to wake yourself up and watch the breath again. Or you change to focusing on a more coarse posture such as walking. You have to try to arouse awareness, don't just let it stop with the arising peacefulness. Question: sometimes when there is peace, the mind dives down and it is hard to pull it away, awareness is all gone. Luangpor, yes, that is an obstacle. You should change the posture, get up and do this, do that. Rub your face, rub your body. Make sure that you wake up and bring back awareness. Question, as we're practicing, a lot of thoughts that we don't intend to think tend to come up, and the mind jumps around like a monkey. When we have practiced with awareness, does that kind of thinking stop altogether? Luangpor, if awareness really sees it, it will stop. When one is aware and awake, it will really stop. But when starting off to train, we have to have a sign to exercise with. What is recommended are the movements of the body. They are the base for establishing awareness. When we first start off, we shouldn't immediately concentrate on or watch our own thoughts and moods. That is being too hasty. When we have a sign to help us focus on awareness, such as the breath, the postures or movements, we have a way to exercise. We can see the states, conditions, and movements of the breath and of the body. Determine to be aware continuously. As soon as your mind thinks of something, know abreast of it. When you're careless and thought arises, as soon as you realize it, those thoughts will stop, they won't go on. We still do our main duty, that is to say, we continue being aware. Train yourself like this when you begin to practice. Establish awareness and make yourself able to awaken it. Question, but a lot of times we are still restless, which means that there is often a lack of awareness. The mind likes to think about the same old things, the thoughts that we've stopped many times. Luangpor, that's ordinary, we're still absorbed with those matters. We've been immersed in those things for a long time. We didn't use awareness and wisdom to reflect on the various problems, and so that's the way it is. Never mind. It's natural for the mind to wander. Realize it and come back. Come back to being aware again. No matter how many times you lose it, it doesn't matter. When we're more skilled and we can arouse awareness to be more awake and more clear, the jumping around of the mind will vanish by itself. So determine to train yourself. Question, but Luangpor, just to know abreast of thought is not enough. It won't be long and one forgets oneself, and new thoughts will arise, more proliferation. It goes on incessantly, going round and round in circles. Luangpor, when we're determined to put forth effort and train to focus on awareness, we will know abreast of objects and thoughts more often. We clarify awareness, we know when we lose awareness. This knowing will mature into a sense of being awake that stands out. It is not like the sleepy kind of awareness that we used to have, sometimes knowing, sometimes not knowing. Our lives are carried away by mental objects, but we begin to realize it, we cultivate awareness and we become more awake. We can part with the whirlpool of thoughts and desires. We gradually get more skilled at doing that. In the end, our recollection and awareness will be awakened and established, that is the foundation of awareness, satipatthana. One sees the body, the mind, and the movements of various things as they really are. The seeing develops until it becomes the great foundation of awareness. That's what happens finally. But before we mature up to that point, we first have to face obstacles, and train to understand and go past them. Question, when we know abreast of the various thoughts, they stop by themselves, is that right? Luangpor, right. The stream of confusing and chaotic thoughts will stop because of this very awareness. Question, it has been said that by just knowing, defilements shrink up, that is to say, if we are aware defilements will stop. I don't understand how this works. Luangpor, sati has power, its function is to know thoughts and all kinds of desires. It is like a boxer, every time that there is realization, it conquers. Originally, we let the mind go where it wants, however it thinks, whatever it wants to possess and be, we follow all these things with our thoughts. It is a habit and not a clever one. To realize that we are really caught up in thinking and dreaming, only being interested in our own minds, comes to a point in our lives where we have a nasty problem, suffering arises and we feel heavily burdened and tense. Then, we go and train ourselves, we develop awareness. We turn away from the world of thought that we were so familiar with and absorbed in. We train until we are skilled in awareness and we are awake. The world of thought that used to be so real and serious, starts to dissolve. Feelings of anger, dissatisfaction, jealousy, feeling fed up or whatever feelings that used to be powerful, begin to disintegrate at the moment that we know how to establish awareness. This is because we turn our minds away from the way we used to use it, for unwise thinking according to our wants. Question: if the fruits of training the mind in Buddhism are as high as that, then why do many meditation centers still teach concentration, in order to become peaceful and pacify defilements by holding them down, which is a way of practice that is very well known? Luangpor: it is taught because peace, and knowing how to suppress one's defilements and craving, not disturbing others, is a good thing. But we should realize that it is not enough, because it cannot solve the problem of suffering. Defilements and craving still exist, still arise. The mind is still hot. We can suppress them, but when they have too much strength, lots of problems will ensue. To sum up, the kind of samadhi where one sits still and in peace, is a good thing, but it is not enough, if we wish to truly bring about a change in our lives. Question: do the words following thought, with knowing, and knowing thought, mean the same thing or not? Luangpor: there is a difference. Following thought means to watch it by going after it. The mind thinks of something, and proliferates into likes and dislikes and so on, and we follow those thoughts, we know the picture. Question: you mean one follows thought and gets stuck, and caught up in it? Luangpor: that's right. We think about some matter and we follow those stories. What fun that is! The more one watches, the more one thinks. The more one thinks, the more one is caught up. One watches and watches, but one is under the power of those thoughts. Or one watches and sees, but is not able to bring those thoughts to a halt. Focusing on, knowing thought, on the other hand, means that we know abreast of the mind, as soon as it thinks up something. Oh, thinking again. One knows in time, but one doesn't intend to follow anything. One keeps on being aware. Whatever kind of work we do, we continue being aware with the work we do. We're not interested in following thoughts and moods. We take our work and our posture as the important principle. As for watching and following thought, if awareness is not well established, it will be difficult to step out of what we're watching. But the method to establish awareness and waking up, will make the mind see by itself. It will clearly see the stream of proliferating thought and one's own desires. On seeing it, one really lets go. Question: I've read in a book to follow thought. Luangpor: actually, it might mean what I've explained, but they express it in another way. Question: I still don't understand how we can watch our own thoughts, because as soon as we watch thought, it stops. Luangpor: it's like this. I once taught an old monk. He was determined to practice, and said he would stick with me indefinitely. A few days later, after the meal, he brought his bowl and shoulder bag out, and took leave of me. I asked him, "Where are you going?" He said, "I'm going back home." I said, "What is it that has led you to come and say goodbye to me?" He answered, "Thought. Thoughts are saying that I should go home." I then said to him, "A few days ago you asked to stay with me indefinitely, and today you want to go back already. Do you see it, how thought deceives? Is it true or not? One moment it makes you come, and the next it makes you go. Are you going to follow everything thought tells you?" The old monk put his things down, and after a while he said, "It's true, I really follow what thought says." As soon as he regained his awareness, he went back to his hut and continued to practice. Do you see what I mean? This is the result of following one's thoughts. One completely loses one's direction. Question: when the old monk came, he, also, followed his thoughts, that is, he came because of desire, is that so? Luangpor, yes, he came out of desire, but having come, I instructed him to be aware and keep up with thought. Sometimes desire is a good thing, sometimes it is bad, it can be both, so know it in time. Know in time your desires to come and go. Don't be careless and get fooled easily. Train in awareness. Otherwise you will lose your way, going with your thoughts. Don't be carried away by them. Question: what do the four great foundations of awareness consist of? Luangpor, the word great, maha, means so much, that it is more than you can use. A millionaire wouldn't use it up in his or her entire life. It is an enormous amount. According to the scriptures, there are four foundations of awareness, namely, the foundation of the body, of feelings, of mind states, and of mental objects. But when we talk in terms of practice, we can summarize these as training to establish and awaken sati sampajanya, to see the body and the mind as they really are. The body is rupa, see the movements of it. Be fully aware, awake, and ready. No matter what state or condition the body is in, our minds see and realize it clearly. As for feelings, mind states, and mental objects, it all boils down to thought. See these things at their source, at their cause, namely at the mind, at the movements of thought. And so the genuine principles of practice urge us to start off with the body. We take the body to be assigned to train in awareness. We take the postures and work as our base for training in awareness. This is the beginning of the training. This is called working with the body. The main objectives are to be experienced in living and being with intuitive awareness, to know how to establish awareness in daily life, and to wake up to reality. We used to drift along and be fooled by all kinds of thoughts and desires, and now we change and turn into one who is aware and awake on a regular basis. Whatever kind of work you do, know how to use awareness and focus with awareness. At first we must put forth quite a bit of effort, because we go against the stream of thought and old habits to indulge. The Buddha therefore advised to train and establish awareness first. No matter how we lose awareness, when we realize it, be aware of your body, the posture, or the movements. Take this as your standard. Don't let yourself drift along with thoughts and moods that sneak in. They will make you fed up and irresolute. Whatever you're thinking, know how to put things down and return to your main job, to be the one who is aware. Train to be the one who knows how to put down thoughts and moods that you're familiar with and used to be absorbed in. Be the one who knows how to use awareness and is in control of it most of the time. Train and practice at ease, don't expect to get knowledge or anything else whatsoever. The results of training to work with the body like this will make you skilled at knowing your own moods in time. You will know how to establish awareness, and you will know how to put down thoughts and moods that are sullying your mind. As we know how to awaken and establish sati sampajanya, we begin to become more independent than before, when we used to be sullied by moods. We used to be too soft or too heavy, etc., but now we begin to become more composed, and the mind gets more refined. We see things according to reality, we see our own body, mind, moods, and thoughts, really knowing abreast of them. Oh, I think like this, I have these beliefs, these intentions. There is as much anger as this, I get deluded to this extent. We see our own mind states, moods, thoughts, and beliefs in a really fair light. It is a straightforward kind of seeing, that comes from the awakened mind. Our meditation shifts from the level of focusing on the body, to the level of working with the mind. Seeing the various states and conditions, seeing the mind in the mind, seeing the stream of thought, and our own beliefs and desires, according to our habits in a straightforward way, gives rise to wisdom knowledge. One knows oneself, one knows how to unbind, one knows how to put down views and opinions. We drop all those things we think, are attached to and cling to, in a way that we had never thought of and had never seen before. We put things down and abandon things, depending on the wisdom knowledge of seeing the mind in the mind. This makes us able to release ourselves from objects of mind, and alleviate old character tendencies. Our lives become more awakened and free, there is more awareness in our daily lives, we gradually integrate it. Question: in using awareness in daily life, when we need to think about something, how does awareness help with that? Or do the thoughts just stop? Luangpor: the kind of thoughts that arise by themselves are called stealthy thoughts. Our desires to have things go one way or another push them into being. One is absorbed in them and forgets oneself. It is thought that dashes up from wants. When we are aware, the stream of this kind of thinking will come to a standstill. As for the intention to think about something, we use reflection with awareness. For example, yesterday I had many things to do, and I had to consider what to do first. This is intentional thinking, using awareness. And so thinking that arises on its own, and, intentionally, making use of thought like this are two different things with different causes. Thought that arises on its own is something that should be known. In living and working and so on, we should know how to use recollection and awareness, in deciding what is appropriate and what is not. Having considered something, that's the end of it. Therefore, someone who is experienced in establishing awareness, and is in control of awareness in his or her life, is able to use the power of mind, and the power of thought in an unrestricted way. Such a person is really able to reflect and enjoy his or her life and work. An interview with Luangpor. Question: I would like to ask how long it took you for a change to take place in your mind, when you first set out to practice with Luangpor Teean. Luangpor: 1 month. I was still a layman then. The first 10 days I didn't know anything yet. Some people said that just 7 days was sufficient to know Rupa Nama. A novice came to ask me, why don't you understand yet? I just practiced for a week and I understood Rupa Nama. I didn't feel so good about that. I asked Luangpor Teean about it, is there anybody who has practiced with you who didn't get any knowledge? Luangpor Teean answered, no, there isn't. I guess I must be the first one then, I said. That's what I thought, I felt inferior. But when I had practiced for nearly a month, I understood the basic stage. I caught on. I knew Rupa and Nama, I knew the body, I knew the mind. The body or the mind didn't fool me. Now I knew the direction and I felt confident. Question: at that time were you doing the rhythmic or walking meditation? Luangpor: when I came to know, I was doing walking meditation. When I started out to practice I didn't sit much, it made me sleepy. I walked more. I avoided sitting. In the beginning I couldn't sit much. Sometimes it would rain and I would walk with an umbrella, because I'd be sleepy, sitting. Question: how long after that did the second change take place? Luangpor: when I knew Rupa Nama, it wasn't just that much, but it was as if there was a spiritual power, as if I didn't do anything, I just watched and knowledge would arise. There was knowing and knowing, continuous knowing. I knew liberation in stages. I intuitively knew what was right and wrong. I thought to have a debate with Luangpor Teean. If he would not accept what was right, for example if he would not approve of my seeing Rupa Nama, I would insist. I was confident. I knew convention, merit and demerit. Something had dropped off the mind but I had to train more. When I came back here, I ordained and continued to practice. I came to know sila, samadhi and panya, virtue, firmness of mind, and wisdom. I realized that after I got it. I think that I knew the direction to go in since the first year, but I hadn't practiced all the way yet. It was as if everything was ready except that I hadn't done it yet. In the third year, I really came to understanding, I got the answers to life. At the time, I didn't know or imagine that I got there. Question: that was the final change, in your third year, was it? Luangpor: yes, that's right. Question: what was it like during that period? Luangpor: I don't know how to describe it. Things that used to be there disappeared, both physical and mental things. Things that had never been there appeared. I'm not claiming that I am an arahant, fully enlightened one, but a change took place in my life, something that has never happened before. For example, attachment to the body is finished. That which has arisen I can use up to this day, it is not wrong. The things I used to identify with, I no longer identify with, it is completely finished. Question: what about the knowledge you used to have about magical charms, verses and spells? Luangpor: that's all finished, finished since the beginning, since I knew Rupa Nama and convention. The identification with being a good person, someone who knows a lot about superstition, is finished altogether. There is nothing to doubt about. Since that day, I'm not stuck, not attached to ceremonies, rituals, and so on. Before, I used to be deluded by convention. Now, there is not a trace of delusion left. When I went home I was a different person, it was like being born anew. Previously, when I was at home, I would tie white string around the wrists of my relatives and friends, I would do this and that. But now, I've stopped, I won't do it anymore. One ought to believe what one can experience for oneself. We are the owners of our actions, karma. I told my parents and relatives to quit all the superstition. Question: did you sit or walk, that final time? Luangpor: it happened after the meal, I was sitting. Question: it was in the morning then? Luangpor: right, I was doing the rhythmic meditation leaning against a small tree. Question: where was it? Luangpor: at the Budayana forest. That day, it was getting close to the time to have the midday meal. After the meal, all the monks got up and left, but Luangpor Teean and I were still there. Luangpor Teean asked me why I didn't get up too. I told him my experience. He said, "You're stupid, when things are separated like that, come back here. Come back to awareness." He looked at me and said, "Do it again." So, teachers are necessary when one is not skilled. Because of this, I would like to say that Luangpor Teean was the teacher, the one who gave birth to awareness and wisdom. Nobody had ever taught me this, other people only teach and know other things. Question: what was the first thing you thought of, after you had put things down or had been liberated? Luangpor: I thought of my father and mother. That it is natural for parents to raise their children. That people are willing to go through a lot of difficulties and suffering precisely, so that those who are born may come to know this thing. I thought that if people can actually get to know this, then it can be taken that there has been a purpose, to the naturally created world. Parents who raise children do so for this very reason. If a child doesn't get to know this point, then it will have to be reborn. That was what I was thinking, that one is born in order not to be born again. I felt that whatever Luangpor Teean would want me to do, I would oblige and have confidence in him. And so I went to ask him, "What do you want me to do?" He said, "If the state that arose is real, then help me to teach, help me to talk, teaching people, other than that there isn't anything to do." Question: when you were thinking of your parents, did you feel like helping them? Luangpor: I did. As soon as I had this knowledge, my mother was the first person I went to see. I urged her to come and stay at the monastery, but she said that she couldn't stay at a place that is a charnel ground. And so I searched for somebody to keep her company. The mother of a fellow monk and relative was willing to go. I also induced the head man of the village to train himself, thinking that they would realize what I had realized. But when I taught them, they didn't get results. At first I wanted all people to be under my guidance, I wanted to teach everybody because everybody has the same potential. The duty of us human beings, is to come to this point, it is a path in itself. To go in any other direction is not right. I still hold my mother to be the most important person. I will continue teaching her until I die. These days I still try to teach her. If I didn't have a mother, I probably wouldn't be here. Question: how old is your mother? Luangpor: she's 80. Question: and what about your father, is he still alive? Luangpor, my father died when I was still small. It would be good if he had still been alive. He was a very serious and good person, everyone in the family and the village accepted, loved, and respected him. He had no enemies. He thought in good ways, it's too bad he died. Question, how many children do you have? Luangpor, just one. When I took ordination my wife was 4 months pregnant. Question, was it very hard to make that decision? Luangpor, at first I was only 50% sure about what to do. I was worried about it and what people in the village would think of it. I am not a bad or low kind of person. The villagers respect me because I use my life in a way that is worthy. I'm not lazy and I'm not detested by society. People used to respect me because I was a magical healer. If a woman was pregnant in our village, people would say in a straightforward way, don't go off anywhere, stay at home and be a refuge to her. Because of this I was worried, and I was only 50% sure. But as soon as I understood the basic stage of Dhamma, I was sure 100% and not worried about anything. I knew that this was the right path. The reason to go and practice was to be able to be responsible. Now I could teach people to use their lives in this way. If I was the head of a family, I would love just my wife, children, and relatives. But now I don't love just them, I feel responsible for all human beings in the world. And so I decided that this was the right thing to do. No arguments could sway me. I have been confident up to the present day. I have been a monk for over 20 years, and I'm still confident that there is nothing about it that is wrong or is a mistake. Question, did you care for nature very much before you realized the Dhamma? Because now you are engaged with this aspect too, such as preserving forests. Luangpor, not at all. This arose afterwards, when I understood nature. I don't just love humanity, I love nature, I love the environment. A sense of responsibility arose for all things. I used to be someone who cleared the forest in order to be a farmer. I would uproot trees and burn the forest in the winter. But when my mind came in contact with nature, a sense of responsibility and love for nature, trees, and human beings arose. Since then there has been fairness. Question, things just changed forever on that day, is it? Luangpor, everything completely changed. From knowing Rupanama, knowing nature, and knowing convention, a sense of love for nature arose. I got interested in forests, and because of that I am now surrounded by forest. I see the value of nature. Trees are alive, you can almost talk to them. Question, do you mean that trees are in a way the same as oneself? Luangpor, that's what I mean. They are completely harmless. All things are born as friends without exception. We are all friends in birth, old age, sickness, and death. From that day up to the present, I have never harmed anybody or anything. Even if someone abuses or kills me, never mind. Question, you told me that your health was not good before, but after you realized the Dhamma it got better. How did the Dhamma help you? Luangpor, I can see clearly that my good health is a result of understanding Dhamma. When one understands Dhamma, one knows how to use one's life in the right way. I used to have trouble with my stomach. Now it is back to normal. I would like to say that if I didn't get to know the Dhamma, I would probably be dead now, because I'm a very serious person. I want more than other people do. For example, others would harvest 50 bags of rice in a day but I have to make it 100 bags. I always wanted more than others and that made me ill and sick. If I hadn't come to the practice I would have been dead now. If I had used my life as I did before, what would have become of me? This is one of the fruits of developing awareness and realizing the Dhamma. The Dhamma inevitably protects the body and mind, it keeps them safe and leads them towards freedom. Question, did you feel changes in your body? Luangpor, I could feel and see it all clearly. Not just health matters, but also things deeper than that I used to have and be. Those things disappeared. I don't serve the problems of the body anymore, I'm no longer a slave of the body, rather, I use the body as my servant. The mind is the same, before, I served the mind, now I use the mind. Before the mind used me. Things changed around. To give an example, heat, cold, and hunger used to be powerful, defilements and craving were powerful, they would concoct a lot, but now they don't have any power at all. I use them. There is no problem with the body or the mind. I will remain like this, right here. No matter how many years, no matter what may happen to the world and society, I will abide right at this point. There won't be birth, no aging, no sickness, no heat, no cold, no hunger, no happiness and no suffering. I will be here, right here, where there is nothing to be, nothing to have. Question: I have heard Luangpor Khamkhian say that, a few minutes before death everybody will experience the same point, that you just described. What is the meaning of that? Luangpor, there is a place. It is as if our bodies have a place, a home. When it rains, do you stay outside, soaking? Where do you go? When it rains we have to avoid it and find a shelter. When it's hot, do you go and sit in the blazing sun? The body won't agree to that. It wants to get out of there. The mind of someone who has trained well in developing awareness is even more so. When there is awareness, when one is aware, an inclination to get angry arises but anger doesn't arise, an inclination to suffer arises but suffering doesn't arise, the mind won't go for it. Whoever may try to make it angry, it won't go for it. Even to have a tiny bit of suffering, it won't go for it. The mind lets go. The mind likes to abide right here. This is the way nature works. But if we don't train ourselves, it is the nature of the mind to run into suffering. The more anger the better. It keeps thinking about it. But when we know, the mind won't go for it. Question: this shows that the mind has returned to its original state, is that correct? Luangpor: it has returned to its original state, to its home, to its hideout. It won't go anywhere else. When there is pain, the mind won't be in pain. When things arise, nothing arises in the mind. When things deteriorate, nothing happens in the mind. This means, the mind won't go out and be these things. When one is about to die, how can the mind agree to then die? Birth, aging, sickness and death are arts. If these things didn't exist, the Dhamma would have no purpose. This is what religion is all about. If one doesn't talk about these things, it is not a matter of Buddhism. Therefore we should watch and see, let there be hunger, pain, and birth, the mind is not any of it. The mind is beyond birth, aging and death. It is not a matter of crying for help, when we're about to die, please take me to the hospital. Rather look upon death as an art, an opportunity in life. We don't surrender to suffering, we look beyond, overlook, suffering. We don't surrender to anger, there is such a thing as non-anger. It is safe to abide at this place, why would we let ourselves get trampled by suffering or anger? That which is beyond anger, happiness, suffering, birth, pain and death, does exist. The Dhamma is nature. The mind returns to nature, goes back home. It is like being at home, we feel at ease, we are with those we know. And so, with the Dhamma we are perfect. There is nothing unfortunate, there is no inability to deal with things, such as anger, pain, and suffering. One is not a servant, one is free, one is safe. This is the way the Dhamma is. To go and practice at the monastery after anger has already arisen, is not the right way to do it. Whenever it arises, cut it. And look at it. Look further. Don't give in to it. Look beyond the anger. Do it like this. You must build up awareness. If we don't cultivate awareness, we won't have it. Question: I know that you are by nature very refined in everything. Is that your original character or did it come about after your experience? Luangpor: For as long as I can remember, I have never blamed myself for anything, or had thoughts that made me remorseful. This is an old habit of mine. I have never created trouble for myself or others to the point of regret. I still had suffering, but not to the extent that I had problems with other people. When I came to understand things, I was able to smile. So I am sure that I've lived my life in the right way, or it might also be that my character has helped me too. I think that one has to create one's own environment. Just to rely on effort and diligence is not enough. One should create coolness of mind, the ability not to suffer easily. While practicing, feel that it doesn't matter whether or not you know it all yet. Let the mind be contented. This is also an important point. Just to be diligent in the walking and rhythmic meditation alone doesn't work. There are certain good things about me. My mind has always been cool. I've never argued with anybody, I am not impulsive. And so I can manage. Actually, I used to have problems with myself, but never mind. Because of suffering I put up a struggle. It was a lesson in unrelenting endurance to fight with suffering and hardship. My father died when I was a kid, and I had to overcome obstacles and take on responsibilities. I struggled and economized, I restrained myself and kept cool. This is my background. It would be good if you had some of these qualities too. Don't be impulsive, don't be in a hurry, don't be flurried. First think, never mind. Make this your base. Whether you gain or lose, whether it's right or wrong, never mind. You still have a chance to deal with things, namely by living in the right way. Living in the right way doesn't mean to go and live in a monastery, you can live anywhere. Stay relaxed and equanimous, then there is no suffering. This is the kind of person who is fit to realize the Dhamma. If the mind goes up and down and is not refined or gentle, it is not qualified. This is another aspect of practicing Dhamma. Question: does this original state of the mind already exist in all beings? Luangpor: it is the nature of everyone. If you don't get to this point, it is not right, it is not finished, no matter what you may know or where you may be. This state is nature, it is a treasure that belongs to all of us. Right now, we are not one with nature. I don't know where we have gone off to. Sometimes we feel lonely, sometimes we are worried. This indicates that we are estranged from our real home, which is the state of normality. Whatever someone may say, we must know ourselves, we don't do anything unwholesome, we don't defile our minds. When the mind is free from harm, it becomes pure by itself. Others may or may not know about it, but we know for ourselves. We can guarantee that we won't harm anyone. But there is still the convention of speech. I can still scold and reproach novices, but the words are one thing and my mind is another. I may tell somebody off, but there is still loving kindness in my mind. The reproach is on a deeper level, a kind of loving kindness. I scold, wishing well, not through a negative mind state. It can even be lovely speech, It doesn't mean, so and so, I love you. That may not be lovely at all. Rather, it is saying, so and so, don't do that, it is wrong. This is lovely speech. When something is wrong, it has to be pointed out. Question: all of us who have been born are alive just to reach this day? Luangpor: just that. Understand it like that. Don't get involved with things, it just makes a mess. It's better to know this when you're still young. Don't let suffering punish you for not knowing. See suffering in order not to be caught up in it, see anger in order not to be caught in anger. Don't stay with the anger, don't stay with the suffering. A buffalo that falls in the mud knows how to get out, but why do people not know how to get out of things when they get caught up? Why do they allow themselves to sink down for days on end? One should come out of impurity. The more skilled one is, the more it becomes an art. Then, it's easy not to be angry, not to do things. This is what a practitioner is like. Even the body knows when fire touches it, It'll brush it off immediately. But our minds don't know. When we don't know in time, our minds go for it, they run straight into suffering. For example, when we think that anger is a good thing, when we feel good abusing, or killing somebody, the mood goes into the mind. It's like this chair. I'm sitting in it, and so nobody else can sit here. Question: in reality, we have been wandering around in order to come back to our starting point, our origin. It's just that we need different amounts of time, isn't it? Luangpor: yes, but those who don't know completely lose direction. They agree to be slaves to the whole thing. They let the defilements have tremendous power. In reality, defilements are nothing. There is no self in them. There is nothing powerful about them. When we know things as they are, the impurities line up to confess, no need to search for them. This makes us realize what convention is. We see that this is the suffering of Rupa, this is the suffering of Nama, this is the disease of Rupa and of Nama, the convention of Rupa and Nama. We are just the watcher, and they come and show themselves. When we have sharp eyes or wisdom knowledge, insight knowledge or awareness and wisdom, satipatthana, we will see. I don't talk from the scriptures, I talk from nature. I don't know what is written in the scriptures, but I would like to say it like this. When you feel uncomfortable, you don't have to suffer, not getting what one wants doesn't have to be suffering. You should view it like this. Whatever the body is like, there doesn't have to be suffering. Whatever feelings arise, there doesn't have to be suffering. This is because we change their direction, we take suffering as a lesson rather than a punishment. When we examine it, we'll see it crystal clear. We see it clearly from Rupa Nama, to the suffering of Rupa and Nama, to the disease of Rupa and Nama. Seeing, here, doesn't mean knowing intellectually or having a view about it, it is a real discovery, and the result is that conditions can no longer fool us. One has no more doubt, even if they arise 100 or 1,000 times. We see their nature, we use nature to understand things. We should be grateful for suffering and anger, because we have been their servants since we were small. Now that we see the disadvantages, we return these things to nature. Question: after you had final knowledge, you helped villagers with their way of living, you were active preserving the forest, and you went to teach meditation abroad. Did Luangpor Teean support you in doing these things, or did he want you to stay with him? Luangpor: he supported me. But the way I see it is that for those who go to the monastery, there is no problem. As for those who are not yet thinking to go to the monastery, I see them from another angle. The monastery where I stay, Sukatho Forest Monastery, Chayapam Province, may be different from what Sanamnai, the monastery where Luangpor Teean used to stay, close to Bangkok. Lots of people used to go to Sanamnai Monastery, that's good. At Wat Pa Sukatho, I helped the villagers. I established a center for children, because there was a need for it. At first I didn't teach Dhamma because the people there didn't understand me. In order for them to understand me, I had to live with them and prove myself. I found something to do, I can't be idle. To just teach Dhamma wouldn't reach them, I had to teach in another way. I taught the villagers to plant trees and care for nature. Sometimes I would help little children and poor people. Some people say that I should go and stay in Bangkok. Why do I stay in a forest like this? I think that there is no problem in Bangkok, people are already going to the monasteries. But what about those people who have no intention to go? It is necessary for them to come into contact with the Dhamma. And so, I use my life in this way. Question: it seems that it is more difficult where you are than in the city, because you have to struggle with people's ignorance. Luangpor: it's very difficult, I have to fight with people's views. That's a heavy job and the results are few. But now it's a little better. The people in the area come from different places and backgrounds. Some had been in prison, some were refugees and were without a future. It's impossible to make people from other places, love our country in the same way we do. Sometimes people would chase and kill each other like buffaloes. In the past, the monastery was full of gamblers. The first year I was there, I would clean the meditation hall and collect a whole pile of whiskey bottles. One part of my life is about looking after and preserving nature. Nature has been destroyed so much already. We have to try to nurture and care for it. I have to teach the villagers and make them understand. They have to realize the importance of nature and the forests. Another part of my life is to teach the Dhamma, to teach meditation. Supplement the method to develop awareness as taught by Luangpor Khamkhian Jidasubho. The rhythmic meditation. Sit upright, the hands resting on the knees and the eyes open. One may move the eyes as is natural. It is not necessary to fix them on one point or to look down. First movement. Slowly turn up the right hand, and feel the sensations that arise in the arm and the hands as you do so. When the movement is completed, be aware that you stop. Second movement. Raise the arm halfway the body, be aware of the feeling. Pause for about a second before moving on, and know the point where the arm comes to a halt. Relax. Third movement. Move the hand in a straight line to the abdomen, experiencing the movement with awareness, but don't concentrate, just acknowledge the feeling. Then stop. Fourth movement. Turn up the left hand. While moving the hand, you know that it is moving. When stopping, you know that you are stopping. Don't verbalize this in your mind. Fifth movement. Raise the left arm halfway up, contacting the sensation of it. Do not count the movements or recite any mantras or words internally, just feel it. It is very simple. Sixth movement. Put the left hand on top of the right hand. Do you feel the movement? Also notice the hands touching each other, and the coming to a standstill of the move. Seventh movement. Re-establish awareness as you're moving the right hand to the chest. Every movement and pause is an opportunity to renew your awareness. Touch the chest. Eighth movement. Move the right hand out to the side and let it be there for a moment, knowing the movement as well as the stopping. Do the movements feeling at ease. Ninth movement. Lower the right arm to the knee with the hand upright. Just be aware of one movement at the time, one moment at the time, from moment to moment to moment. 10th movement. Turn down the palm of the hand. Keep the eyes open all the time. Don't fix or focus on one particular part of the body, just know what's happening with it. 11th movement. If stray thoughts made you lose awareness, just come back to this movement of rubbing the left hand up to the chest, and of stopping there before moving on. 12th movement. Move the left hand over to the side, experiencing the beginning, middle, and end of the movement clearly. Fully aware, without the mind labeling or fabricating. 13th movement. If sensations arise in other parts of the body, such as breathing, the eyes blinking, etc., be aware of that also as you're lowering the arm to the knee. 14th movement. When you turn down the hand, you are again in the same position that you started from, and from there you continue with a new cycle, continuously. Developing awareness in daily life. In developing awareness, one should practice much and often. One can do it while sitting, lying down, and even while riding in a car or boat. For example, when we sit in a car or a bus, we can put our hand on the knee, and turn the hand up and down. Or, if we don't like doing that, we just touch the thumb with the fingers, gently and slowly rubbing them against each other, or alternate the movements of making a fist and opening the hand, continuously. This makes us awake, and aware. To practice all the time means to feel and be aware, while washing clothes, cleaning the floor, doing the dishes, writing, and buying and selling, etc. Just to feel is enough. But the moments of awareness accumulate little by little. It is like having a cup, a bucket, or some kind of container. Whenever it rains, the little raindrops fall into the cup or bucket, collect there, and in the end the container is filled. Developing awareness in daily life is the same. we are aware of the movements of the feet and hands. When we lie down, we make a fist and stretch out the hand, repeatedly until we fall asleep. When we wake up, we continue. Practice like this a lot. This is called developing awareness. A short biography of Luangpor Khamkhian. Luangpor Khamkhian SUVANNO was born at Nongrua village, Khamkhian province on the 12th of August 1936. His father's name was Saman Lao Chumni, his mother's Teean Patcha. They had 7 children, Luangpor was the third. When he was 10 years old, the family moved to Chayapum province, where they were engaged in farming. Shortly thereafter, his father passed away and he had to take responsibility for the work, taking his father's place. At the age of 15, he was ordained as a novice, but after about 2 years returned home to help his family. He used to spend all day diligently working in the fields. The young Khamkhian studied local animist practices, learning magical chants and verses and how to make holy water, chase off ghosts and heal sick people with herbal medicines. Because he was skilled in meditation, he became a popular spirit doctor. During this time, he observed the Buddhist precepts strictly, and was able to control himself, not letting anger or other unwholesome states overwhelm him. One time when all the buffaloes were stolen from the stable, he remained cool and composed. After he was married at age 22, he continued to live and practice in the same way. At that time, Luangpor practiced meditation using the mantra Buddho. He was able to enter blissfully peaceful states of mind, but was still not satisfied. Having lived the family life for 7 to 8 years, he started searching for a suitable teacher. In 1966, he heard about Luangpor Teean, who was then teaching in Loi province. The way of practice as taught by Luangpor Teean was quite different from the way he had practiced before, but he decided to give it a go. Having practiced for 1 month, he saw results and understood the heart of the teachings. He gave up superstition and magic. Having left doubts behind him, he decided to take ordination despite his remaining domestic responsibilities. This was in 1965, he was almost 30 years old. From this point on, he was able to fully commit his time to practicing with Luangpor Teean, and after 3 years, a realization took place which changed his life permanently. Luangpor followed Luangpor Teean for many years and helped him spread the teachings, particularly when they spent a rains retreat together at a well-known monastery, Wat Chonla Pertan, close to Bangkok. When Luangpor Teean was invited to establish Wat Sanam Nai in the outskirts of Bangkok, Luangpor was one of the pioneers to take part in building work and leveling the ground. Then in 1976, he took leave to go and spend the rains at Wat Pa Sukatho in Chayapum province. Luangpor Khamkhian is now abbot of the nearby Golden Mount Monastery, and looks after Sukatho Forest Monastery, as well as a remote monastery in a forest reserve called Wat Pa Mahawan. He is the head monk of the region, has been given a title and is a preceptor, one who may give ordination. His main work is to teach insight meditation, and the development of awareness, teaching all over Thailand, and on a number of occasions in America. In addition to this, Luangpor Khamkhian is active in forest preservation, and many projects in various fields of social development. About Luangpor Khamkhian SUVANNO. For most people, the monk Khamkhian is a simple, ordinary monk, there is nothing different about him. But in social development groups, he is well known as a humble and gentle cultivator with progressive vision, who keeps up with modern society. A large number of practitioners hold him to be a meditation teacher, who is filled to the brim with wisdom and compassion. His conduct is worthy of emulation. But for the villagers on the Pukong mountain range, particularly at Dhamma-FRAGMENTS village, he is known as Phat Luangpor, Venerable Father. He is respected as a leader as well as a guardian, who sincerely cares for people's happiness and suffering. Among the villagers, the elders in particular remember how a change took place in their village, due to this fat monk. From being a gambler's den, it turned into a place where virtue is upheld, and the consumption of alcohol has gone down drastically. In the old days, people would refer to the village as the bloody jungle, because so much fighting and killing went on. But due to Luangpor's influence, teachings, and living example, things calmed down, and these days those words are long forgotten. The villagers therefore respect Luangpor as being father and mother to them, having shown them the right way. Luangpor never dreamed that he would get involved with building projects, such as making a road or digging a well, but he realized that these things also were part of his responsibilities, to raise the standard of living in the village a bit. One thing that roused him to help society was the problem with children. Most kids would be taken along to the fields while their parents worked. There they were exposed to the heat, and in some cases got malaria. Luangpor established a daycare center at the monastery, where he personally looked after the children in its early years. His next project was a rice cooperative. DHAMMA-FRAGMENTS village is up in the mountains, and it wasn't easy to go down to the city to buy rice, so in the village it was more expensive. With borrowed money, the cooperative was established in 1970, in order to provide the villagers with rice for a reasonable price. At one point, Luangpor was accused of being communist and threatened heavily, but it failed to frighten him. Even though Luangpor is regarded by many as a social worker monk, he does not claim to be one himself. Rather, he acts spontaneously, responding appropriately to circumstances as they arise. Another problem was the forest fires, every year set by villagers who wanted to enlarge their fields. Luangpor tried to deal with it by clearing stretches of land, in order to prevent the fires from spreading, and planting new trees each year. An important principle of which Luangpor reminds people regularly is to be one's own refuge, and not to rely or depend on external matters or people. For Luangpor Khamkhian, meditation is his life, and the reason his life has culminated in everything up to now is because practice is the foundation for it. Condensed from a much longer essay, by Ajahn Paisan, abbot of Wat Ba Sukatho. Luangpor doesn't have his own hut. There are two places where he takes a rest, the outside meditation hall and the chicken temple. He usually goes to sleep before 9 at night, and gets up at 3 a.m. He recommends letting the body have a good rest, but not for more than 6 hours. When one is aware of falling asleep, that is to say to remain aware until one naturally falls asleep, on waking up, one finds that the body wakes up by itself, and one is immediately and automatically aware. After waking up, Luangpor drinks 5 glasses of rainwater every day, which is a way of preventing illness. Luangpor's health is very good, it's very rare for him to be sick. 3:30 a.m. is the time to do morning chanting. Even though it's rather cold in the winter, people have to take off their hats out of respect, and one shouldn't speak during the chanting and the following Dhamma talk. Luangpor teaches about the method to develop awareness, techniques in dealing with obstacles, about the results of practice, his experiences, and so on. He sums it up thus: nature is the greatest of all the scriptures, it teaches us best, because we live with nature 24 hours a day. We can learn from simple things like eating, walking, lying down, sitting, cleaning up, or relating to other people. When we are aware, we'll see that all things have their own art. At 5, the morning meeting is finished, and the monks get ready to go on alms round in the nearby villages. Everybody else helps out sweeping the paths and cleaning up. During this time, Luangpor exercises by digging the earth, cutting grass, or watering the trees, especially in the dry season. He carries water when the sun is not yet up, to the various places it's needed. When there are many lay people staying in the monastery, Luangpor goes on alms round too, because he's afraid there may not be enough food brought back to feed everyone. The meal is around 7 o'clock. These days, some extra food is prepared in the monastery kitchen every day, because of the increase in people coming to practice. Luangpor eats together with the other monks in the meditation hall. He eats rather slowly, taking his time to chew and swallow. Luangpor encourages the practitioners to be aware while eating, holding the spoon, raising it to the mouth, opening the mouth, chewing and swallowing. The kind of food that Luangpor likes best is peppers and chilies. After the meal, Luangpor usually goes to check on monastery work projects that are going on, solving any problems that may occur immediately. If there are no projects underway, he'll do something on his own, such as woodwork or building maintenance. As for the meditators, they go and develop awareness. If people volunteer to help with the work, that's fine, but it is not expected. Luangpor usually eats only once a day, but if there is not a whole lot of food in the early morning, he will occasionally have a late morning meal as well. At midday, the weather begins to heat up, and for most practitioners it is hard to maintain awareness clearly. One has to be clever in finding ways to deal with sleepiness and drowsiness. What can help is to change the posture and do some little job, such as cleaning the toilet, carrying water, or whatever. Sometimes Luangpor will take a nap, but not as long as an hour. Luangpor tells us, the mind that has been well trained is extremely fit, and able to be engaged in activity and work while maintaining awareness. 6 o'clock is the time to do the evening chanting, and so everybody takes a bath before that. It sometimes happens that there is some complication with the day's work, or it is not yet finished. In those cases, Luangpor will let one of his monk disciples lead the chanting, and give some instructions on practice instead of him. During the 3-month period of the Rains retreat, he trains the monks in leading the chanting, giving the blessing before the meal, and speaking on the Dhamma, by giving them the opportunity at random. During this period, Luangpor will regularly give teachings in the mornings and evenings. But outside of the Rains retreat, he is often not at the monastery, because he receives so many invitations to teach, etc. Back in 1983 to 1984, not many people traveled to the monastery, it wasn't well known then. In those days there were only 5 or 6 people there, counting the monks, novices, and lay people. Living together like that, was like children with their father. There was a naturalness, love, and warmth just like in a family. Later on, Luangpor was invited away more and more often, and the number of visitors increased, so the chance to have a nice chat in the way it used to be is getting more and more rare. But Luangpor's disciples still feel a warmth and love for him, because he has given us the foundation of a new refuge, namely, the Dhamma, which is awareness. When visitors come to practice Dhamma, Luangpor welcomes them with his friendly manner, and is an example to everyone else. It's an opportunity to give, rather than receive. Shortened from an article by a nun, living at Sukatho Forest Monastery. A final word. When the mind is well established in samadhi, it is not a matter of just the formal practice anymore. The mind should be in samadhi, while walking along the street and sitting in a car, because the mind that is in samadhi, is the mind that is disciplined and obedient. It is the tamed mind, the mind that is orderly. There is no need to train it any further. To go and train the mind that is already tamed is not right. I accept other methods of practice, if they give rise to sila, samadhi, and jhana. Sila is the state of normality, samadhi is the tamed mind that does not rebel, and jhana is to thoroughly know all about proliferation. To know the body and mind as they really are, and not be stuck in either of them. The method I teach is the most skillful one. It is the way to develop the foundations of awareness. This type of practice doesn't make use of recitation, and one shouldn't close one's eyes. We depend on movements in order to arouse sati. Whenever we move, we are aware. When we walk a lot, we get a lot of sati. The method is as follows: put your hands on your knees and be aware of them. Turn up your hand and feel it. Raise your arm and feel it. Bring the hand over to the stomach and feel it. More and more moments of knowing. From ordinary awareness, mahasati arises. It is as if before, we just had $1, we could hardly buy anything at all. But now we have more and we can buy whatever we want. We can buy a car, no problem. We are a millionaire, our money never runs out. Having a lot of awareness is called mahasati. But before we have mahasati we must build it up. It's not a matter of thinking and reflecting about it. This is called developing insight meditation practice. Practicing Dhamma is something that really yields results. It really brings about a change. The mind undergoes a change from how it was before. That's because there is knowing. Until, in the end, one knows that one is liberated. One obtains life that is without birth, aging, sickness, and death. I guarantee that one can really be beyond these things. This state is our inheritance, we all have the right to obtain it. The problem is just that we don't study this matter as it is. The way I see it is that nature, which has created us, goes towards this point for sure. When we first start to train, we do it slowly. Never mind when we lose it sometimes. Especially these days, most of us are quite developed in thinking, the things around us incite us to think. It's so easy to think. We walk from home to work and back, and we think all the time. We think when we sit in the bus. Even when we read a book, the mind scrambles for something to think about. And so on your first day, it is like you're going crazy. But don't be discouraged, we can all do it, give yourself the chance. I'd like to ask you a silly question. Is it a good thing that when we tread on fire, it hurts a lot? Is it a good thing that we feel pain when a mosquito bites? It would be dangerous if we didn't feel these things. It really is good. This is called Vedana. Why do we have feelings? Why do we feel hot and cold? Why do we get tired after doing a lot of work? Feelings are good, because they help us to look after ourselves. That is their nature. Vedana don't punish us. For example, sleepiness is good, it cautions us to take a rest. As far as the mind is concerned, don't think that it is a self. Thinking is just conditioning of the mind. It is just mind. Its nature is the same as that of a monkey, it can't stay still. It flows continuously in the same way a stream does. May you view it like this, that it is a condition of the mind. Staying here, I come in contact with nature every day. So much so that nature and I are intimate friends. When I have to go out of the forest, I feel like I'm without a home. On leaving the monastery, I feel like I lack something. And on returning, I feel a warmth, I feel cheerful and cool at the same time. When we study the history of Buddhism, we find that the Buddha encouraged the monks with these words: go and stay in a forest, a cave, the foot of a tree, or an empty dwelling. In those days, most people stayed in the forest. The first monastery the Buddha established was the bamboo grove. I don't think the Buddha would have agreed to stay at a palace. Examples of other places where the Buddha stayed were a coconut orchard and a mango park. The place where the Buddha was enlightened, and afterwards enjoyed the bliss of liberation, was the root of a tree. The Buddha was born and enlightened, he taught, and finally passed away in the forest. And so the forest was the Buddha's best companion. But actually, there is no need to talk about the past. People who come here from the city all say that they feel so pleased and at ease here with nature. Before, I didn't use a clock, but I could tell the time depending on nature. I would listen to the sound of the wind, the sound of the falling leaves in the morning, and in the very early morning, I'd observe the colors of the leaves. Some trees inform us of the time, and they tell us of danger, others indicate what season it is. Flowers, leaves, fruits, and some vegetables let us know the season. Various kinds of animals live in forests that are in a state of balance. I live here with snakes, squirrels, birds, and mice. Usually in the cold season, there are barking deer, wild boar, and forest chickens. Speaking of my own experience, I found the answer to the problem of life in the forest. I didn't sit in a hut. I walked in the forest and leaned against a tree when it happened. When I'm alone, I like to go out into the forest. I say that when we eat plants that already exist in nature, such as mushrooms for example, which are a kind of herbal medicine, we don't need other medicines anymore. When we live in the forest, we see the value of the forest. Nature just gives and gives. The other day I came back from another province, and found that some newly planted trees had died. I immediately checked on the others and rescued them. It's not much different than parents looking after their children. If we as meditators really observe things, we will see all things as Dhamma. Whatever we get involved with is a way to arouse awareness, and everything will be alright. See it, don't be it. Whatever it may be that comes up that is connected with the body or the mind, do your duty of being the watcher, don't go and be it.